Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51, Chapter 51, the development ramps up. Using the Nether portal, the squad materialized out of thin air in the core area behind the refinery, completely undetected by the Despoiler warband. On the platform, 7 or 8 members of the warband were patrolling with a leisurely air of certain victory. To these chaos lackeys, the planet of Moriatis was already in the bag. The Imperial forces had either been exterminated or were cowering in the last corners of the world, clinging to life. They didn't believe any organized threat remained that could penetrate this deep into their hinterland, when suddenly a sleek, black rectangular frame appeared out of nowhere in the dead center of their patrol route. What in the warp is that? The leading Despoiler stopped in his tracks, staring in shock at the sudden apparition. An axe emerged from the purple veil of the portal. The storm axe in Blood Owl's hands savagely cleaved into the nearest Despoiler. The Chaos Warrior didn't even have time to scream before he was split in two, armor and all. Warriors poured out of the Nether portal one after another, seizing advantageous positions and enveloping the remaining Despoilers in a crossfire net. Caught completely off guard, the Despoilers scrambled to fight back. Zeke's fighting style was simpler. He locked eyes on a Despoiler and dumped a bucket of lava at his feet. The lava spread across the ground, engulfing the Despoiler. The extreme heat, combined with its viscous nature, slowed the warrior's movements to a crawl while setting him ablaze. The Despoiler howled in agony, trying to break free. Zeke, having already downed a potion of strength too, felt a surge of immense power flooding his limbs. He gripped his Gene Stealer sword and, boosted by the potion, sliced deep into the Despoiler's body. Having dealt with one, Zeke repeated the process, pouring lava at another Despoiler's feet. However, this time he switched to a bucket of water and poured it over the lava. The lava was instantly quenched into obsidian, encasing the Despoiler inside the rock, freezing him in place. Zeke felt this wasn't efficient enough. He began constructing iron golems on the spot. 1, 5, 10. Countless iron golems joined the fray, bringing the already advantageous battle to an even swifter conclusion. The iron golems' attacks were simple yet lethal. The flesh and blood of the Despoilers stood no chance against their absolute strength. The core area of the refinery was cleared. The remaining Chaos forces fled to the facility's perimeter or deeper into the underground tunnels. Zeke and his group had successfully recaptured the massive refinery number 3. Although they had temporarily repelled the enemy, the facility could face a Chaos counterattack at any moment. Zeke thought for a moment, then used a blueprint to add a lid over the refinery, which he then filled with lava. The lava flowed slowly down the sides of the lid, forming a curtain that shrouded the entire facility. The refinery was now like a bird in a cage, protected with absolute security. Anyone who wanted to break into the refinery would have to pass through this curtain of molten rock. Zeke, sitting inside the lava dome, could simply leave via the Nether portal or drink a fire resistance potion to walk out. The place had been transformed into a fortress that was easy to defend and impossible to attack. As the battle wound down, Dante searched anxiously until he finally spotted a familiar manhole cover. The regeneration potion had healed his body while there was no trace left of his near-death state. He heaved the heavy cover open. Below, there was only dead silence. Dante called out, searching for a while, but found his co-workers were gone. Dante! Zeke's voice called out. Come here for a second, I need you to identify some paths. Dante had no choice but to give up for now and head over to Zeke. He led Zeke to the underground or silo deep beneath the surface. Here, piles of raw ore were stacked like small mountains, iron ore, gold ore, copper ore, and many unknown metallic minerals. The underground silo also connected to numerous mining tunnels. Zeke picked out the gold from the pile and synthesized it into glittering gold blocks at a crafting table. Then, using these gold blocks, he added an apple to craft an enchanted golden apple. It was similar in size to a regular golden apple, but its surface shimmered with an extra layer of mystical iridescence. This was practically the most powerful buff item in the Minecraft world. Looking at the several stacks of gold blocks in his inventory, Zeke never thought he'd see the day he could eat enchanted golden apples like regular snacks. Several man-made tunnels branched out from around the massive piles of ore. Dante pointed to these passages and explained, these are the underground transport networks left over from when the main vein was excavated. They not only lead to deeper, richer ore belts, but more importantly, a few of them connect to the nearby refinery number 2 and refinery number 1. It's highly likely that Chaos cultists will launch a sneak attack through these tunnels. Then let them come. Zeke was actually eager to try. The more the better saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Meanwhile, outside refinery number 3, the routed remnants of the Despoiler warband met up with several scattered Chaos forces coming to support them. Before them stood a curtain of lava flowing from the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. Are you sure this is the place? A Chaos cultist leader with curved horns on his head asked for confirmation. This is it, a cultist who had narrowly escaped reported. The leader snatched a sharp sword from a nearby minion and threw it at the lava curtain. Upon contact, the sword turned red, melted, and vanished into the viscous magma. The leader took a step back. This was no illusion, this was genuine lava. Damn it, how did they do this? In the sky, a circling Heldrake searched for a gap in the lava curtain but found nothing. The lava dome was a seamless hole, with no way in or out. Enraged, the Heldrake flew a few circles before finally diving headfirst into the lava curtain, attempting to brute force its way through with its physical body. The result was predictable, it turned into a puddle of molten iron. A deathly silence fell over the gathered chaos forces. How are we supposed to attack that? A grunt voiced the thought on everyone's mind. That's cheating. A cultist pounded the ground in anger, making a loud clang. This kind of defense was simply unreasonable. Just then, news arrived, Refinery Number 2 had also fallen. Shocked and furious, the leader hurriedly ordered a move to Refinery Number 2 to check the situation. When they arrived at the perimeter of Refinery Number 2, they saw a scene that looked all too familiar. An identical curtain of lava. The leader trembled with rage. The enemy captured 2 refineries in such a short time using the same, nearly unsolvable method? More and more chaos forces were drawn to the location, gathering outside the 2 magma fortresses, pointing and gesturing but utterly helpless. A small figure, who had been shrinking at the back of the group, squeezed his way to the front and whispered to the leader, "My lords, I have an idea." Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dante's co-worker. He shrunk his neck and said, "I used to work in the mines. I know that these refineries are connected by underground tunnels. Why don't we go in from below? You know a safe route." The leader stared at the co-worker. "I know some of it. At least I know the general location and direction of the main entrances." The co-worker hurriedly pledged his loyalty. "I'm willing to lead the way." "Very good." A smile appeared on the leader's face. Looking at the corrupted worker, he didn't worry about being deceived. Next bonus chapter at 300 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 52, Chapter 52, Domain Expansion. Knowing that enemies might sneak attack through these tunnels, Zeke was preparing a little surprise for them. "It's a pity I don't have pistons and redstone," Zeke thought. "Otherwise, I could rig up some traps and really give them a hard time." He placed some soul sand here, stationed a few iron golems there, then poured a layer of lava over it all. Finally, he added some nether rack and set it on fire. Done and dusted. Having dealt with the traps in the tunnels, Zeke gazed up at the lava curtain shrouding Refinery Number 3. He downed a potion of fire resistance and used an ender pearl to teleport onto the lava-covered lid. The structure was simple, a floor made of cobblestone, completely covered with lava sources. Because of the cobblestone floor, the lava could only spill over the edges, flowing down the outside walls. This formed a structure with a hollow center, perfectly protecting the newly captured Refinery Number 3. Brilliant! Standing amidst the searing magma, Zeke admired his own creation. The layer of stone flooring was the key. If he mined it away, the supported lava would pour straight down from the ceiling. At that point, this facility, originally built for defense, would transform into an offensive weapon. Zeke pulled out his blueprint, recorded the structure, and named it Lava Offensive Type. The blueprint shimmered, saving the placement of the lava along with the stone. Carrying the blueprint, Zeke returned to Refinery Number 3. Kid, Bloodhowl stared at the cascading curtain of lava. "This thing certainly stops chaos from getting in, but it's not exactly friendly to my soldiers either." Zeke looked at the resting squad. The Skitarii and Space Wolves, due to their augmentations and physiology, didn't seem too bothered. However, Dante and the Cadian soldiers were already drenched in sweat, constantly wiping their brows. Because of the lava curtain enveloping the exterior, the internal temperature of the facility was far from ideal. It was like being inside a giant steamer. Fortunately, the lava Zeke had poured was chemically pure and didn't release any toxic gases, otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. Zeke brewed a batch of fire resistance potions and distributed them. He also added a ring of waterfall in the inner circle and dug out several small pools for the soldiers to cool off. TL/N, a ring of waterfall in Minecraft is a decorative water feature where water flows in a circular, often animated or hidden, pattern around a central point. If anyone feels unwell, head back to the fireman is Fong through the nether portal immediately. "Don't force yourself," Zeke ordered. With the temperature issue addressed, Zeke bid farewell to Bloodhowl and used the nether portal to jump toward the location of Refinery Number 2, as described by Dante. He planned to reclaim all the surrounding refineries one by one. With enchanted golden apples and ender pearls in hand, Zeke was confident he could escape even if he ran into a squad of Chaos Space Marines. Zeke soon arrived near Refinery Number 2. The scene before him was slightly different from Refinery Number 3. Refinery Number 2 had numerous smokestacks, and on the outer walls of these stacks, small black dots were clinging to the surface. Zeke raised his spyglass. Those black dots were undeniably Heldrakes. They were tightly clinging to the surface of the smokestacks, roosting there. Zeke pulled out his blueprint and selected the Lava Offensive Type structure he had just recorded. Focusing his mind directly above Refinery Number 2, he began guiding the construction. Domain Expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. A massive amount of stone and lava buckets were consumed rapidly. A huge shadow appeared directly above Refinery Number 2, covering the facility below. Inside the refinery, the patrolling Chaos cultists suddenly felt the sky go dark. Confused, they looked up, only to see the stone underside of a lava pool, with sparks dripping down from the rocks. Then, from the edges of this stone slab, red lava began to flow slowly downwards. The curtain was closing, the domain was expanding. Why did the sky go dark? What is that thing? Look at the edges, is that lava? The Chaos cultists murmured among themselves, their faces full of confusion. Their orders were to occupy and protect this refinery. Faced with this sudden celestial phenomenon, their first reaction wasn't to flee. Some of the sharper ones felt a sense of dread, but remembering the punishment for desertion, they retracted the steps they had started to take. Still some significant issues, Zeke noted, observing from a hiding spot nearby. The lava falls and encloses too slowly. This gives the enemy enough time to run out of the coverage area. However, since this was the first time he used it, Chaos clearly didn't know what this thing was for. Most of them chose to wait and see. The lava flowed down from the edge like viscous honey. The red curtain extended downward inch by inch, gradually closing the distance to the ground. The process was full of oppressive dread, and the Chaos forces began to waver. Anyone with eyes could see that something bad was about to happen. When the lava curtain had fallen to half its height, the Chaos forces below finally realized what was happening. This closing curtain of lava, combined with the black lid overhead, it looked exactly like a cage shutting tight. Should we run? A young cultist asked the subleader beside him, trembling. Run? Do you want to die? The subleader, a despoiler with a scar-ridden face, snarled. If we lose this factory, prepare to be turned into a servitor for the Lord's amusement. This statement froze most of the Chaos forces in place, watching the cage get smaller and smaller. Just moments before the lava curtain touched the ground, dozens of Chaos cultists who couldn't take the pressure anymore bolted like madmen through the few gaps that hadn't yet fully closed. Zeke estimated that about a few dozen had escaped insignificant and non-threatening. All right, the door is shut. Time to beat the dogs. The last few gaps were sealed by the lava. A complete curtain of magma now entirely enveloped refinery number 2. The Chaos forces inside were now truly trapped like turtles in a jar. Zeke pulled out a potion of fire resistance, gulped it down, aimed at the center of the lava pool overhead, and threw an ender pearl. Purple particles flashed, and Zeke's figure appeared on top of the lava. The potion's effect allowed him to temporarily ignore the damage from the magma. He pulled out his diamond pickaxe and began mining the layer of stone beneath his feet that served as the floor. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. The stones were mined away, falling into the void below. As gaps appeared in the floor, the accumulated lava above lost its support. Death was quietly approaching. Below, the trapped Chaos cultists saw holes appearing in the black ceiling overhead. Orange-red light shone through the gaps, and then lava began to drip from those holes, clump by clump, like a rain of divine punishment. It was too late to run now. The lava curtain had completely blocked off all escape routes. Howls of despair rang out in unison. The foolish cultists tried to charge through the outer lava curtain with their bodies. Their fate, of course, was to be turned into charred remains. The smarter ones rushed into the nearest buildings, hoping the structures would shield them from this calamity. The heldrakes roosting on the smokestacks were also startled and attempted to take flight. Earlier, when Zeke had first placed the structure, some heldrakes had been spooked and escaped before the curtain closed. Now, it was different. Many had just spread their wings when they were doused by lava, plummeting to the ground. The scarred leader watched this divine punishment unfold. He couldn't fathom who could have created such a thing that defied logic. In his view, anyone capable of generating a massive blob of lava out of thin air was a big shot with a name known across the galaxy. Why would someone possessing such mighty power go through such trouble and use such a convoluted method just to wipe out a bunch of grunts like them? The author didn't use domain expansion, but I thought it was perfect for this scene, so I decided to change some minor parts. 53, Chapter 53, 100 Ways to Save Guilliman. The slow descent of the lava became a virtue in this moment, prolonging the torture of the Chaos cultists trapped within. Soon, the lava had submerged most of the area, leaving only a few buildings standing. These structures had been built with high temperatures in mind, utilizing heat-resistant metals that withstood the magma. Droves of Chaos cultists struggled as they were melted by the lava, transforming into experience points. This mob of cultists was a motley crew of grotesque figures from various factions. The loot drops were equally bizarre. Zeke even saw a gray-skinned one drop a Totem of Undying. TL/N, the Totem of Undying in Minecraft is a rare, single-use item that prevents death from fatal damage, consuming itself to grant the holder health, regeneration, fire resistance, and absorption buffs. It activates automatically when you take lethal damage, saving you from death. The Totem of Undying fell directly into the lava and incinerated instantly, making Zeke grind his teeth in heartache. That was the one downside of lava, it destroyed loot drops. However, it didn't matter. Zeke spotted a survivor who had managed to escape into a building who looked exactly like the cultist who had dropped the totem. The Chaos cultists hiding inside watched the glowing red magma outside, filled with a sense of powerlessness. This method of attack made it difficult to even muster the thought of resistance. Only the urge to flee remained. Watching the cultists hiding in the building, Zeke downed another potion of fire resistance. After confirming the duration was sufficient, he leaped into the sea of magma. The lava enveloped him, blurring his vision. Fortunately, the minimap displayed a large cluster of red dots inside the building ahead, and Zeke swam in that direction. Inside the factory building, the walls temporarily held back the lava, but the pervasive heat was turning the place into an oven. It's so hot. Ampano, dark gods above, save me. A grunt collapsed in the corner. He prayed, begging for the ability to withstand the heat, but unfortunately, no one would pay attention to a lowly minion like him. Shut up, save your strength, the scarred leader snapped, fighting back his own discomfort. In this atmosphere of despair, a cultist near a window blocked by debris rubbed his eyes. Look, in the lava, there seems to be someone swimming. This isn't the time to lighten the mood. Or are you hallucinating from the heat? The scarred leader cursed impatiently and looked out the window. Outside the window, a blurry silhouette was indeed churning through the magma. There really was someone. The Chaos cultist leaned closer to the window, staring at the figure swimming freely in the lava. Visibility in the lava was terrible. Relying on the minimap, Zeke managed to swim to the building. He pulled out his diamond pickaxe, smashed a hole in the wall, and peeked inside. Lava flowed in through the hole, scaring the cultists back. Zeke shook the magma off his helmet, meeting dozens of staring eyes. Kill him. The scarred leader was the first to react. Other cultists grabbed weapons and rushed Zeke. Zeke shrank back, disappearing into the rolling magma outside the window. The Chaos cultists lunged at nothing. Seconds later, Zeke's figure popped in from the other side of the factory. The Chaos followers turned and charged, yelling. By the time they got close, Zeke retreated into the lava again. After a few rounds, the cultists were being played like fiddles by Zeke, unable to even touch the hem of his clothes. Enough! The scarred leader waved his hand to stop the pointless chase. He looked up, staring at Zeke, who appeared high up again, but didn't attack. Zeke stood by the window and, in full view of all the cultists, pulled out a potion of fire resistance. Under their gaze, Zeke uncorked the bottle, tilted his head back, and drained it. Then, he thrust his hand directly out the window, immersing it in the lava below. When he pulled it back, there wasn't a single burn, only a few dripping globs of magma. This potion can resist lava, Zeke said, shaking the empty glass bottle. Instantly, greed ignited in the eyes of every cultist. The scarred leader sensed the shift in atmosphere. Bad. What is this human doing? Even if you stay in this refinery and avoid the lava outside, Zeke whispered like a devil, how long can you last? The heat will cook you eventually. Zeke's gaze swept over the faces below. Without the potion, you are all dead men walking. Zeke made the move that broke the camel's back. He pulled a full potion of fire resistance from his backpack and weighed it in his hand. There is only one. With a flick of his wrist, Zeke tossed the life-saving potion into the densest crowd below. Mine. Give it to me. Everyone's eyes followed the potion as they lunged for it. The potion landed squarely in the lap of a cultist hiding in the corner. He caught it instinctively, then froze, looking up at the bloodshot eyes surrounding him. I didn't mean to take it. He stammered, terror written on his face. Hand it over. The nearest cultist didn't hesitate, kicking the scrawny cultist aside. The scrawny cultist's head hit the ground, blood splattering. No one cared about his corpse. They all pounced on the rolling potion like wolves. A chaotic brawl erupted. For that single bottle of potion that might bring survival, the Chaos cultists, who had just been commiserating together, tore apart their last shred of discipline. Are you crazy? Stop! The scarred leader screamed, his eyes splitting with rage as he tried to stop the infighting. But against the drive for survival, his words were pale and powerless. A few blood-crazed cultists even turned to attack him. It's a trap. It's the human's trick. The potion might be fake. The leader cried in vain. Do you have a better idea? Asked a cultist who had just blown off half of his opponent's body. True, there was no better way. Without the potion, death was certain. With it, there was a glimmer of hope. Like the tactic of 2 peaches killing 3 knights, Zeke used 1 potion to kill a crowd of Chaos cultists. TL/N 2 peaches killing 3 knights is a story about how an ingenious minister used only 2 peaches to incite 3 arrogant, greedy knights into fatal competition, causing them to commit suicide out of shame and honor. This battle lasted for some time. Zeke seized opportunities to finish off several dying cultists, pocketing drops like spider eyes, string, rotten flesh, and gunpowder. When the sounds of slaughter faded, Zeke finished off the last few gasping survivors. The scarred leader lay in a pool of blood, a large hole in his chest. He watched Zeke pick up the potion miraculously unbroken after such a fight. Just you left. Zeke sent the scarred leader to the afterlife. A small, golden glowing wooden statue dropped from the leader's corpse. Gold drop. Zeke reached for the totem. Counting his inventory, he now had 3 ways to wake Guilliman up. First, cow's milk, which could clear Guilliman's negative status effects. Second, the enchanted golden apple, with its powerful regeneration that could directly revive him. If neither worked, there was this totem of undying. Give it to Guilliman, then kill him. The totem should resurrect him. Though, Chapter Master Calgar of the Ultramarines might not appreciate that last method. Whoosh! A pale purple blur shot out from the shadows behind Zeke, reaching for the totem faster than he could. It was a tall, slender figure clad in streamlined bodysuit armor, wearing a strange metallic mask with a smiling face. Ildari Harlequin Shadowseer. Zeke saw her name tag. How did this Eldar evade the minimap detection? A question popped into Zeke's mind. Did she lurk beside me the whole time without me knowing? That second thought unsettled him. As for his third thought, oh no, Guilliman's in-laws are here to ruin my plans. 54, Chapter 54, The Harlequin, Bonus. Thanks everyone for the Power Stones. Here's the bonus chapter for reaching 300 Power Stones. The Ildari Harlequins, one of the surviving Ildari factions, are devotees of Segeric, the Laughing God. They are a group of absolute riddlers with bizarre and unpredictable logic. They are known to do things as drastic as storming the Imperial Palace on Terra and slaughtering custodes right to their faces, just to deliver a warning to humanity. If you meet a Harlequin, the best course of action is to shoot first. Zeke didn't stop the Harlequin in front of him from reaching for the totem of undying. MC loot drops could only be picked up by him personally before being used or given to others. There was no way this Harlequin could grab the totem. Zeke took a step back, pulled out an enchanted golden apple, and started crunching away. Crunch, crunch. Regardless of this Harlequin's individual strength, the troops' record of killing custodes meant they couldn't be underestimated. Besides, he had so many enchanted golden apples now that eating one directly didn't hurt at all. As he consumed the apple, a boundless, majestic vitality flowed through his body. Zeke instantly gained 8 absorption hearts, golden hearts. Externally, his entire body was shrouded in an incredibly conspicuous golden aura, making him shine brilliantly. This special effect is flashy enough, Zeke thought, looking down at his glowing golden arms. If I didn't say anything, people might think the Emperor himself actually sent down a blessing. Taking advantage of the enchanted golden apple's effects, Zeke raised his Genestealer sword and thrust at the Harlequin. On the Harlequin's side, her slender fingers closed around the totem, only to pass right through it without any resistance, grabbing empty air. The Harlequin didn't seem surprised. Her masked face turned toward the totem, then toward Zeke. Is it truly as the Shadowseer predicted? An ethereal female voice spoke. The hand that missed the totem pressed against the ground, using her fingertips as a pivot to execute a mid-air flip, transitioning her body from face down to face up. Watching the Genestealer sword thrusting toward her, she raised a slender blade in her other hand, a Harlequin's kiss horizontally across her chest, parrying the blow. After the block, she didn't counterattack. She simply maintained her defensive stance, her eyes behind the mask fixed on Zeke. Human, I do not seek to be your enemy. I come here following the Shadowseer's decree. According to her prophecy, the swaying threads of my people's fate, a crucial turn may manifest through you. Therefore, the purpose of my visit is to seek cooperation. People who want to cooperate don't use that tone, and they don't try to snatch things. Zeke didn't stop his attacks. Zeke knew perfectly well that the Ildari might say cooperation on the surface, but in reality, they just wanted a meat shield against chaos to carry out their own little schemes. Besides, the line of people wanting to cooperate with him could stretch all the way to the Imperial Palace. Do I really lack one more like you? With a flick of his left wrist, Zeke downed another potion of strength too. He pressed his wrist down. Boosted by the potion, the Genestealer sword forced the Shadowseer's Harlequin's kiss down inch by inch. Faced with this sudden burst of strength, the Harlequin's expression was hidden behind her mask. A fight isn't a bad idea either, her voice now held a hint of interest. Since the Shadowseer holds you in such high regard, let me verify it with my own eyes. As she spoke, her free left hand pressed against her belt. Gravity seemed to lose its hold on her. Without exerting any visible force, the Harlequin's body slid sideways. Zeke's sword hit nothing but air. High-tech Ildari gadgets? Zeke looked at her ornate belt. As a race with technology second only to the Necrons, even in their decline, they still possessed many novel trinkets. The flip belt was one of Theman accessory that mocked gravity, allowing the wearer to maneuver flexibly against enemies. Possessing such equipment meant this Harlequin was no ordinary member of the troop. Better eat another enchanted golden apple to calm my nerves. Seeing the regeneration 2 effect fade, Zeke grabbed another apple and started crunching. Without stopping his movements, he pulled out a crafting table on the spot. Using the string he had picked up while clearing the chaos forces, he crafted a few cobwebs. Against high mobility units, restricting movement was always the top priority. Having completed her dodge, the Harlequin traced a bizarre and unpredictable trajectory, attacking once more. Zeke didn't even bother pulling out a shield. With the absorption hearts provided by the enchanted golden apple, he wanted to see just how high this Harlequin's damage output was. Faced with this provocative stance of neither dodging nor blocking, the rapidly approaching Harlequin concluded that her opponent was either absolutely confident in his defense or simply insane. The arrow was knocked her short sword thrust toward the obvious opening, the exposed skin of Zeke's neck. Her Harlequin's kiss was designed to precisely penetrate any gap in armor, churning the enemy inside into a bloody pulp. The Harlequin noted the strange style of her enemy's armor. The helmet wasn't fully enclosed, it only covered half his head, leaving plenty of space exposed. Truly a failed armor design. As the Harlequin's kiss entered Zeke's vicinity, it was visibly hindered by an unknown forced resistance effect kicking in. When the tip of the blade finally touched the skin of Zeke's neck, the feedback from the weapon didn't feel like piercing flesh at all. How? The Harlequin was confused. I clearly aimed for his neck. The armor is just for show, the defense value is what's real. Zeke had seen the Harlequin aiming for his neck long ago. That move was useless against a blockman. His entire body was one solid unit with no weak points. He checked his health bar. Only 7 hearts of damage. Passable. As long as it doesn't take half my health in one hit, this damage can't one-shot me. As long as he timed his enchanted golden apple consumption right, he couldn't lose no matter how recklessly he played. Zeke took a casual swipe with his Genestealer sword, but the Harlequin, relying on her supernatural flexibility and the flip belt, evaded the strike and opened the distance again. So annoying. Like a mosquito, impossible to hit. He decided to change tactics. Instead of actively chasing, he would wait for the enemy to come to him. He pulled out a brewing stand. Using some sugar he had swiped from Bella, along with mushrooms from the orc cave and the spider eye that had just dropped, he crafted a fermented spider eye. Next bonus at 450 power stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 28 chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 55, Chapter 55, Creative Mode. Zeke expanded his potion inventory once more. Potion of Swiftness 2 and Potion of Slowness 4, both in splash variants. He brewed every type he possibly could. If skill isn't enough, make it up with potions. Speed, strength, regeneration. Zeke's buff bar had never been this crowded. The effect of speed 2 was surprisingly good. It didn't just increase his physical speed, even his neural reaction time was enhanced. The Harlequin's movement trajectory became much clearer in his eyes, allowing him to barely predict her general direction. Zeke concentrated intensely. When the Harlequin attacked again, he proactively moved to meet her short sword. Simultaneously, his left hand unleashed the splash potion of slowness 4 he had prepared, throwing bottle after bottle at her front, back, left, right, up, and down. Surrounded by lava on the factory outskirts and confined within this narrow space, dodging so many splash potions was a fantasy. Glass bottles shattered, and gray-black swirls splashed out. The Harlequin inevitably got hit by some of the splatter. The effect of slowness 4 was tyrannical, movement speed reduced by 60%, and field of view slightly narrowed. The Harlequin faltered noticeably. She felt her body suddenly become incredibly heavy. Every movement required several times the usual effort. Her proud speed advantage was slashed by more than half. Zeke wasn't about to let this godsent opportunity slip. He used an ender pearl to teleport right in front of her and smashed a large wad of cobweb right into her face. The milky white web wrapped around half of the Harlequin's body. With the slowness debuff and the binding effect of the cobweb stacked together, the Harlequin was finally pinned down. She struggled furiously, making the web creak, but breaking free would take time. Zeke's fighting style was completely beyond her comprehension. He was impossible to kill, pulled out endless bizarre items, and she had never fought such a frustrating battle in her life. Her hand reached for the flip belt at her waist again, attempting to activate a last-ditch displacement. Zeke gave her no chance, his hands moving in a blur. With practiced muscle memory, he stacked blocks of obsidian around the web-trapped Harlequin, building a sturdy cage. Zeke was all too familiar with obsidian trap tactics. Back in the server days, pranking friends with obsidian water prisons or lava baths, all that practice wasn't in vain. An obsidian cage with a small opening at the top now confined the Harlequin inside. The internal space was cramped, barely enough for one person to stand, making even turning around difficult. It's humiliating. She never thought she would be captured like this. Standing atop the cage, Zeke didn't plan on wasting words. For this Harlequin with unclear intentions, he had a more direct way of dealing with her. He opened the top of the cage and poured in a bucket of water, completely submerging the Harlequin. Obsidian water prison, complete. Enjoy the feeling of being overwhelmed and helpless underwater. Zeke stood by with an empty bucket, ready to scoop the water out just before she drowned. He didn't intend to kill her yet. A few bubbles floated up, but the Harlequin inside was still lively, her muffled curses drifting up through the water. Wait a minute. Is Ildari physiology different from humans? Can they not drown? That's a bit awkward. Zeke scooped up the water and swapped it for a splash potion of poison, throwing it down. Now that's effective. Zeke watched the Harlequin's 80+ health points steadily drop. Poison deals true damage and ignores armor. Zeke observed her health bar and confirmed this conclusion. Even the Ildari, a highly adaptable race, were susceptible to the poison effect. This suggested that poison in this context was more of a conceptual damage type rather than literal biological toxicity. That meant whether it was mechanical lifeforms, necrons, or whatever other random entities, they would likely all be damaged by poison. Zeke threw in several more bottles of poison, suppressing the Harlequin's health until only half a heart remained. The rapid drain of vitality was too much. The Harlequin collapsed at the bottom of the obsidian cage, leaning against the wall. Before completely sealing the cage, Zeke reached in for her weapon and belt. The Harlequin felt a hand touching her body. What are you doing? Ignoring her, Zeke snatched the Harlequin's kiss and the flip belt, then sealed the top opening with 2 blocks of obsidian. Let her cool off in this dark prison for a while and grind down that arrogance. Accessory obtained. Accessory slot unlocked. The flip belt was recognized as an accessory. Simultaneously, slots for belt, ring, necklace, and charm appeared to the left of Zeke's armor slots. I have 10 fingers, I can wear 10 rings, so why do I only get 2 ring slots? Still, something was better than nothing. Zeke equipped the flip belt in the newly opened belt slot. Flip belt, cooldown 60 seconds. Grants creative mode, flight for 5 seconds upon use. Creative mode. Seeing those first 2 words, Zeke's heart skipped a beat. It was only when he saw flight and the duration that he calmed down. Scared me to death. I thought it changed my game mode to creative directly. Turns out it just grants the ability to fly like in creative mode for a short time. Zeke tried activating it. He felt his body become weightless, his feet naturally leaving the ground. With a mere thought, he drifted forward smoothly. Turning was agile, requiring no wind-up. He tried ascending vertically, and his body rose straight up. With another thought, he slowly descended. There was even a sprint mode to increase speed. Pity it's only 5 seconds. Can't fly too high, or I might die from fall damage. Zeke dropped from about 3 meters up. After playing with the belt for a while, Zeke's attention turned to the other spoil of war, the Harlequin's kiss. Harlequin's kiss, damage 11 plus 3, piercing. Enemies killed have a high chance to drop their head. Wearing the head will have unexpected effects. Heads. In Minecraft, these were mostly decorative. Aside from wither skeleton skulls used to summon the wither, they didn't have much use. But the description said wearing them would have unexpected effects. I'll have to farm a few heads later and try it out. But I have to say, as expected of the Ildari, their loot drops are top tier. Zeke approached the obsidian dungeon and knocked. The sounds from inside were faint. Hey, do you know about the Black Library? Zeke asked. The Black Library, the home base of the riddle-loving Harlequin troops, hid secrets even the gods coveted, along with endless treasures. Human, release me at once. The Harlequin was still relentless inside, showing no intention of having a proper conversation. Seriously? Let's move to a different location then. Zeke mined the obsidian cage, built a nether portal, and reconstructed a Blackstone prison in the nether. With the Harlequin at only 1 HP, he wasn't afraid of resistance. He dragged her directly into the Nether and locked her in the Blackstone cell. Before being locked in, the Harlequin witnessed this bizarre dimension. Wait, we can talk properly. The Harlequin's tone finally changed, but Zeke didn't give her the chance. He walked out of the Nether portal, leaving the Harlequin stranded there. How is this possible? The Harlequin sat in the Blackstone cell. Here, she couldn't sense her gaze. Slaanesh. Doesn't this mean the Yildari can finally be free of her? We can talk. We really can talk. The Harlequin's hysterical screams echoed in the Nether, unable to settle for a long time. She remembered what the Shadow Seer had told her before she left. Do not anger him. He will become the Yildari's most reliable ally. 56, Chapter 56, Golden Apple and Potion of Weakness. Wait, we can talk properly. From within the Blackstone cage, the Harlequin's voice finally changed its tune. Zeke couldn't be bothered with this belated request for negotiation, especially after she had just tried to have an intimate exchange with him using her weapon. By stepping into the Nether portal, he had entered the deathly silence of the Nether. For the Yildari Harlequin, this silence was profound. Leaning against the obsidian wall, she tentatively extended her psychic senses, which she had been suppressing. The Harlequin hadn't used her psychic powers during the previous battle. Using psychic powers in the material world was tantamount to suicide. It would attract the covetous gaze of the Prince of Pleasure. But here, it was different. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. In this space, even Slaanesh's tentacles couldn't reach. How is this possible? The Harlequin murmured to herself. As an Yildari, and especially as a Harlequin, she knew better than anyone about the inescapable curse of her race. For 10,000 years, all of the Yildari's efforts at concealment were largely to gain a moment's respite from the hunt of that chaos god. This dimension, which looked like a burning hellscape, had achieved something even the most powerful Yildari craft worlds found difficult to accomplish. What did this mean? It meant that if the Yildari could enter and survive in such a dimension, they might truly be able to escape Slaanesh. At the very least, they could find a safe sanctuary. We can talk. We really can talk. Anything is up for negotiation. She was afraid not of death or imprisonment, but that this singular hope would be completely snuffed out because of her initial foolish probing. Amidst these extreme emotional fluctuations, she suddenly remembered the Shadowseer's warning before her departure. Only now did she fully understand what the Seer had meant. Damn Shadowseer. It's all your fault for always speaking in riddles and acting mysterious. Would it kill you to speak plainly? The Harlequin began to curse, unaware that she herself, and the entire Harlequin troop, acted the exact same way. Wait, with so many people in the troop, why did the Shadow Seer send her, the most reckless one? Was this also within your calculations, Seer? The Harlequin quieted down. Perhaps waiting was the only thing she could do now. She didn't know that the time flow in this dimension was vastly different from the material world. This wait was destined to be a long one. Stepping out of the Nether portal, Zeke returned to refinery number 2, which had just undergone a trial by lava. Zeke temporarily retracted the lava source above the refinery. As the source disappeared, the lava gradually receded, revealing the scorched, blackened earth. Apart from the core factory building constructed with special alloys, most other facilities had melted into unrecognizable piles of slag. It was a gruesome sight, but Zeke didn't care. All he wanted was the ore inside. Everything else was of little use to him. The storage warehouse of refinery number 2 was still filled with piles of ore, stacked like mountains. Years of mining accumulation on this planet had ultimately benefited Zeke. Mining like this is way faster than digging like an idiot with a pickaxe. After taking inventory, Zeke's backpack was flush with lapis lazuli, coal, iron, gold, and diamonds. He was no longer short on these basic resources. Zeke didn't see any redstone. The redstone present in the warehouse was literally just red-colored rock. These dark red marble slabs were building materials, not the redstone capable of transmitting signals in Minecraft. The Warhammer world is huge. I'll find it eventually, Zeke thought. Now that he had achieved ore freedom, Zeke finished his inventory check with satisfaction. He decided to have a discussion with the mechanical Skitarii squad sent by Muggos Klein, perhaps give this planet a little create mod mechanical shock. Having secured refinery number 2, he jumped through the Nether portal again to refinery number 1. Stepping out of the portal at refinery number 1, Zeke saw Dante squatting alone not far from the entrance. Dante was an ordinary miner at this refinery, not a technician or specialist, just a regular guy. He had no common topics with the Cadian soldiers, let alone the Space Wolf Asteroids or the Skitarii. The latter two groups didn't even give him the time of day, tolerating him only because of Zeke. So, Dante's position in this refinery was very awkward. He often sat alone, dazed and distanced from the groups. Zeke paused in his stride toward the factory area. After a moment's thought, he turned and walked toward Dante. "What's wrong, Dante?" Hearing the voice, Dante jerked his head up like a startled animal. Seeing it was Zeke, he instinctively straightened his back, just as he used to do for his superiors at the refinery. "Report. I met my co-worker." Dante's voice was dry, his eyes dodging contact. Zeke waved his hand, signaling him to relax. Just as Zeke had predicted, a despoiler warband had indeed attempted to raid refinery number 1 through the underground man-made tunnels. The result, naturally, was disastrous for them. They were nearly routed by Zeke's traps. Combined with Blood Owl's leadership, they were wiped out without much effort. Among them, Dante had encountered his co-worker. But by then, the man was no longer human. He had chosen corruption. Bastard. And to think I kept wanting to save him. Corrupted? Zeke looked at the milk in his backpack. Isn't this a perfect, ready-made subject to test my earlier hypothesis? Did Bloodhowl wipe out all the attackers? Zeke asked probingly. Dante looked up, shook his head, then nodded. Most are dead, but my co-worker seems to be alive. Still alive? That was unexpected. Given Bloodowl's personality, he usually just chopped them down and was done with it. Zeke went down to the underground tunnels. The battle had ended not long ago, and the tunnels were a mess. Bloodowl's forces had mostly sustained only light injuries. Thanks to Zeke's traps, they had achieved an overwhelming victory. On the field, Zeke saw the co-worker Dante had mentioned. His appearance was nauseating. Large patches of pustules covered his body, and several wounds were rolled outward with slowly wriggling granulation tissue. One side of his cheek had even sprouted a small cluster of fleshy growths. His eyes were cloudy and yellowed, bereft of much sanity. A Cadian soldier was aiming a lasgun at his forehead, finger on the trigger. From the whispers of nearby soldiers, Zeke learned why the co-worker had only just been captured. Faced with Bloodowl's overwhelming assault, he had decisively sold out his teammates. He had dived headfirst into the man-made tunnels, trying to flee. The Cadian soldiers had a hard time catching him. Everyone knew that Dante had been searching for his co-worker these past few days. So, the soldiers didn't kill him immediately. They brought him to Dante for a final look, to give him closure before the execution. Now, they were preparing to carry out the sentence. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 57, Chapter 57, Hollow Out This Planet. Zeke raised his hand, stopping the soldier from pulling the trigger. He walked up to the bound co-worker, examining the various mutations on his body. I'm going to run an experiment, Zeke said simply to those around him. The soldier lowered his gun. He didn't understand, but he chose to respect the order. The man before him had saved the Cadians multiple times. Zeke didn't see any buffs on the co-worker. It seemed milk wouldn't work. Despite knowing this, Zeke still handed the milk to him. Drink it. The co-worker stared blankly at the milky white liquid before him. Poison? Some new form of torture? He didn't have much choice. The muzzle of the soldier's gun forced him to lower his head and sip the milk from Zeke's hand. As the milk went down his throat, he smacked his lips and mumbled indistinctly, "It actually tastes pretty good." Zeke stared at him. There was no change. Looks like no effect. Zeke didn't give up. He began the second wave of experiments. He used fence gates to build a crude cage, trapping the co-worker in the center. Then, he pulled out a splash potion of weakness and threw it. The liquid splashed over the co-worker. Already weak, he became even more withered, his strength drained significantly. Then, Zeke did something that made everyone's eyelids twitch, especially Wolf Lord Bloodhull, who had just arrived upon hearing the news. Zeke pulled out a golden apple and handed it to the corrupted co-worker. Bloodhull's face darkened. He pulled out the golden apple he had been treasuring. He looked at the apple in his hand, then at the apple Zeke handed out without a hint of heartache, realizing they were obviously the same thing. What does this mean? Does this mean the gift you gave me is actually worthless to you? Inside the cage, the co-worker was also bewildered by the golden fruit presented to him. This thing looks expensive. Why did this person give me a tasty drink first, and now this? Is this a last meal? A final mercy? Under the gaze of countless eyes, and amidst the almost fire-breathing glare of Wolf Lord Bloodhull, the co-worker reached out a dirty hand and took the golden apple. His body was weak, but his intuition told him this thing would be incredibly beneficial. Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing was exceptionally clear in the underground space. Hiss! Sizzle! A sound like high-temperature quenching emitted from inside the co-worker's body. It's working. Zeke saw a strength buff icon appear in the co-worker's status bar. In Minecraft, when a zombie villager is hit with a weakness potion and then fed a golden apple, they also emit a sizzling sound, begin to tremble, and gain strength and after 3 to 5 minutes, they convert back into a villager. Zeke didn't know if the successful conversion of the co-worker before him was due to the nature of Nurgle's corruption, but it was a good start. The co-worker, having swallowed the apple, curled up and screamed. For minutes later, he regained his human appearance. The co-worker raised his hands, placed them before his eyes, and checked them repeatedly. He was on the verge of tears. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Wolf Lord Bloodhull felt like his brain was short-circuiting. He had witnessed a corrupted individual being forcibly snapped back into human form. This is inconceivable. Dante stood at the edge of the crowd, looking at the familiar yet strange co-worker with a complicated expression. The surrounding soldiers remained vigilant. Even though he had turned back into a human, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. The co-worker looked up only to see eyes filled with questioning, disgust, and suspicion. Under their gaze, he lowered his head deeply again. Some mistakes, once made, cannot be undone. Zeke, Bloodhull walked up to him. Are you human? Nonsense, of course I'm human. Zeke looked at Bloodhull. The Wolf Lord realized he had misspoken. I didn't mean it like that. Sigh, anyway. Bloodhull couldn't articulate his thoughts, so he simply changed the subject and pointed at the co-worker. Even if the physical infection can be reversed by your methods, Bloodhull continued, what about the psychological aspect? You saw it, he fell willingly. A man like this, even if you pull him back this time, the next time he faces a desperate situation, he will make the same choice. He might even slide back more easily because he's been saved once, thinking there's always a way out. The Wolf Lord's meaning was simple. From the moment he chose corruption, he lost the value of being saved. That's not my business, Zeke said. Control him, lock him up alone, and monitor him closely. That shouldn't be hard for you, right? Just treat him as a long-term observation sample. Zeke didn't entirely agree with Bloodhull's one fall, never trust again mentality. He leaned more towards the idea that human choices are largely driven by their environment. I've already got the result I wanted, Zeke concluded. Bloodhowl stared at Zeke for several seconds before finally signaling 2 men to take the co-worker away. "Guard him strictly," Bloodhowl ordered. Bloodhowl wanted to chat more, but Zeke had already vanished from in front of him, taking a group of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel with him. Back on the surface, Zeke arranged the collected ores neatly. "Alright, time to do some real work." Zeke opened his crafting table and processed the ores into various cogwheels, shafts, gearboxes, and other basic mechanical components. Then, he began discussing plans with the tech priests beside him. He intended to build a tunnel bore to practice his hand. A tunnel bore is a mining contraption with multiple drills at the front, capable of collecting all mined blocks and ores. Zeke explained the concept and handed a cogwheel to the tech priest, telling them to hold to ponder, TL/N, referencing the create mod tutorial mechanic. With the assistance of the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, Zeke soon built the first one. For this first experimental model, Zeke was relatively conservative. It could only mine a vertical shaft of about 4x4 blocks. Its power source was a steam engine. This was considered one of the stronger stress-generating devices in the create mod. The tech priests were extremely puzzled. They had never seen such an ancient energy supply facility used in their lives. You wouldn't understand," Zeke said. "The older the tech, the more powerful it is. Shouldn't the Adeptus Mechanicus feel this more deeply than I do?" After finishing the facility, Zeke recorded it with a blueprint and named it Mining Rig Number 1. He went outside to test it, and then, it failed. The tech priests gathered around, pointing fingers at the tunnel bore. "Why isn't it moving? Why is it moving now? I thought it should be moving?" There was a minor issue, but it didn't matter. Under the professional guidance, confused staring, of the personnel, Zeke made some improvements, and this time it finally succeeded. The tunnel bore mined downward continuously, collecting ores with incredible speed and efficiency. With this small success, Zeke prepared to build something bigger. "Let's go for a 10,000 x 10,000 area. Set a small goal, hollow out this planet first." 58, Chapter 58, Eve of War. In the vast emptiness of the cosmos, a colossal ring-shaped object that blotted out the stars hummed and sang with an eerie resonance. This was the Blackstone Fortress. An ancient construct of the gods, nothing could stop its advancer, so Mokas had always believed. There was less than 2.5 days' journey left to reach Cadia. The Blackstone Fortress's weapon systems were fully activated. Warmaster Abaddon, her father, would get his wish. Cadia was destined to fall. Everyone had gathered in the war room to pay their final respects to their warmaster. Skyrock, the Nurgle representative, was shrouded in a putrid cloud of decay. Urkrathos, the Kern representative, dripped blood constantly, emitting a sickeningly sweet, metallic stench. "Within 2 days, we will arrive at Cadia," Warmaster Abaddon said in a deep voice. "Phase 1 will commence." Urkrathos, the Warmaster said, "You will spearhead the assault, leading half the fleet to strike at Cadia's orbital defense platforms." "But, Warmaster." "No buts." Urkrathos lowered his head. As a representative of Kern, he didn't care for hit-and-run raids. He wanted slaughter. Endless blood. Mission guaranteed, Warmaster. Urkrathos had no choice but to obey. Skyrock. The Warmaster turned his head, his eyes fixing on the Nurgle worshipper. "You will." Suddenly the massive doors burst open. A psychic shockwave, like a gale force wind, slammed the doors against the walls with a resounding bang, drawing everyone's attention. Zaraphiston, Abaddon's sorcerer advisor, strode into the room. "Warmaster, I did not intend to interrupt your council, but I have a matter of grave importance." Zaraphiston spoke, his voice projected psychically into everyone's ears. What matter could outweigh the impending doom of Cadia? The Warmaster was displeased, but he signaled for Zaraphiston to continue. "Mariadus has fallen," Zaraphiston stated. It was bad news. The room fell silent for a moment. It took Abaddon a few seconds to retrieve information about this planet from the depths of his memory. Mariadus, a resource-rich planet in a star system neighboring Cadia, had been infiltrated and effectively controlled by Chaos forces. It served as one of the outposts for monitoring Cadia and stockpiling supply as a pawn, but not a critical one. Warmaster Abaddon was surprised, but only for a few seconds. "Cadia is right before us. Such a trivial matter." "No, Warmaster. The fall of Mariadus is not the point. What matters is the warp divination I received of that planet." Zaraphiston's body trembled slightly. The tremors were minute, but Abaddon's keen senses picked up on them immediately. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Warp divinations, those things never brought good news. Zaraphiston spoke. "I saw a totem. It is a treasure of vital importance. And this treasure will soon intersect with that man who has slumbered for so long. The 500 worlds. Macragge, in the Temple of Hera. Gil. Silence. Boom. A rage far more violent than the psychic wind that opened the doors erupted from Abaddon. It wasn't psychic energy, it was pure wrath. "Do not speak that name." Abaddon's roar was deafening. This was the first time since boarding the Blackstone Fortress that the Warmaster had displayed such undisguised fury. "So even you can lose it." Urkrathos lowered his head, a flash of near pleasure passing through his eyes. The Warmaster before him had maintained a facade of absolute control and calm since the start of the crusade. And now, that calm was shattered by a single name. Laughable. Could this be a trap? Warmaster Abaddon quickly pulled himself out of his rage and began to think. The conquest of Cadia was imminent. Yet, at this critical juncture, Mariadus fell. And coincidentally, his sorcerer captured such a prophecy at that exact moment. "Warmaster, your wisdom pierces the fog." The sorcerer chose to be vague, avoiding a direct answer. Abaddon pondered again. Both matters were extremely important, and they had collided at this exact moment. Clearly, he could only choose one personally, while the other had to be delegated. Truth be told, Abaddon was uneasy. In the end, do I still have to rely on the power of these demons? Abaddon thought of a suitable candidate, the Iron Warrior's warsmith, Crumgat. On the Blackstone fortress, he didn't belong to any of the 4 Chaos Gods factions. He would be the right choice. Send Crumgat to me, Abaddon ordered. Zeke originally thought scaling up the tunnel bore would be a simple task. In reality, it wasn't. It seemed like he just needed to make the front drills bigger, but the difficulty of every other part increased exponentially. The steam engine was clearly insufficient. However, this didn't stump Zeke and the Adeptus Mechanicus technicians. They quickly proposed a solution: build more steam engines. The massive tunnel bore was finally completed. Everyone at Refinery Number 2 saw the device that blotted out the sun. As Zeke activated this oversized contraption, the giant drills began to bore downward. Countless blocks shattered under the crushing force of the drills, turning into item drops that were sucked into chests. Zeke stood on the giant tunnel bore and looked down. A gaping abyss was carved out in moments. Next came constructing the supply line with conveyor belts to transport all the ore to where it was needed. After the tunnel bore's success, Zeke recorded it with a blueprint and named it Mega Tunnel Bore. Zeke went to the Nether and deployed this mega tunnel bore to start mining ancient debris, nether quartz, and some gold nuggets. Zeke filtered out the ancient debris. Using diamonds, he duplicated the smithing template he had obtained from the Bastion remnant. Then, he upgraded his entire set of armor and tools to netherite. Zeke donned his full set of netherite armor. At this moment, in terms of physical defense alone, he stood at the pinnacle of the vanilla Minecraft survival hierarchy. Next up, Enchanting. 59, Chapter 59, Missing Golden Apple, Bonus. Thanks for the Power Stones everyone. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 450 Power Stones. Zeke circled the ore processing plant in search of books. As vessels of knowledge, books were indeed a rarity on Moriatis. Bloodhowl and his pups obviously weren't the type to enjoy reading, and the Adeptus Mechanicus used data slates, having no need for paper books. Fortunately, paper and leather weren't hard to find. Zeke used his crafting table to synthesize a sufficient number of bookshelves. He arranged the bookshelves around the enchanting table. 16 shelves were enough to raise the table to its maximum enchantment level. Countless tiny, glowing runes flew from the books on the shelves, sinking into the open tome atop the enchanting table. To be honest, the scene looked a bit ominous. Zeke glanced around. Luckily, the location was secluded, and for the moment, no one noticed the anomaly here. Since clearing the chaos forces from 2 ore plants had accumulated a generous amount of experience and ores for him, he stood before the enchanting table and opened the interface. As usual, he could only see the first enchantment option clearly. The subsequent options were garbled code. Placing lapis lazuli into the slot, Zeke began enchanting. After a few attempts, he managed to enchant his netherite armor with a full set of protection 4. TL/N, full netherite armor with protection 4 offers the highest general protection in Minecraft, reducing damage by approximately 96% and providing superior durability and knockback resistance. For his netherite pickaxe, he rolled Fortune 2, Unbreaking 3, and Efficiency 3. It wasn't the absolute top tier, but it was sufficient for his needs. TL/N, Fortune 2 increases or yield, example, diamonds, coal, by an average of 75%. He then used an anvil to rename the pickaxe. He decided to call it My God Pick. Zeke took his newly enchanted gear and packed up the enchanting table. The next step was to build an automated factory. The first component was an automatic tree farm. The wood was secondary. The main objective was apples. Zeke found that while he had enough gold, he was actually running short on apples. After establishing the automatic tree farm, Zeke set up a supply line linking the apples with the gold mine, creating a golden apple synthesis factory. According to the statistics from the Mechanicus Tech Priest, the golden apple factory was now producing roughly 10,000 units per day. TL/N, he is doing this with the help of the Mechanicus Tech Priests, since he can't do it alone this fast. Of course, these were standard golden apples, not enchanted golden apples. Once the golden apple factory was complete, the next project was the potion brewing factory. Swiftness, slowness, strength, poison, regeneration, fire resistance, night vision, and invisibility. These potions could be produced. However, since the raw materials required Zeke to personally kill mobs to obtain the drops, he couldn't mass-produce them in extreme quantities. As for leaping, healing, and the turtle master potions, Zeke hadn't found the source materials yet, so they couldn't be brewed for now. With the tunnel bore providing a sufficient supply of iron blocks, Zeke also established an automatic pumpkin patch. By connecting these 2 supply lines, he created an iron golem factory capable of producing iron golems around the clock. All of these things happened in just 2 days. Everything went smoothly. Relying on the powerful infrastructure capabilities of Minecraft, Zeke had largely completed all the tasks he had set out to achieve upon arriving on this planet. However, in the afternoon, during the half-day trial run of all the factories, Zeke received some bad news. Since all items stored in chests could be displayed numerically, every single item Zeke produced had a precise quantity record. A supervising tech priest reported the discrepancy. The warehouse is missing 1 golden apple, 1 enchanted golden apple, 1 bottle of every type of potion, and 1 iron golem. The other items he could understand, but how on earth do you lose something as massive as an iron golem? Zeke was shocked. He went to the iron golem factory, but there were no signs of battle. The thief was either a friendly entity or possessed overwhelming power. This feeling of turning around and finding his belongings missing, it felt incredibly familiar. Zeke hadn't forgotten that when he first spawned into this world and saved Dance, he had lost a torch and a block of cobblestone. Zeke wandered aimlessly through the iron golem factory, looking for clues. When he reached the entrance, he noticed a black scarab on the wall. The scarab just sat there, fluttering its wings as if afraid Zeke wouldn't notice it. Seeing Zeke's gaze land on it, the creature shook its body and crawled out the door, moving very slowly, as if waiting for him. Zeke already knew who the thief was. This type of scarab was a necron Canoptex Spidera tomb maintenance construct. Following the scarab, Zeke gradually moved away from refinery number 1 and arrived beside a hill outside. Standing there was a tall, hunched skeleton frame, with a reactor in its chest emitting a green glow. "Human, allow me to introduce myself. I am Trazyn the Infinite, Overlord of Solemnace, Archaeovist of the Prismatic Galleries, and—" "I know," Zeke interrupted. "You're the thief who stole my stuff. How disappointing." The giant leaned on his glowing staff. "Thief is such an unfriendly name. I think collector sounds much better." "Thief. Collector. Robber." Zeke stared at Trazyn before him. He had long heard of the fame of this Necron overlord. According to the name displayed above the health bar, this was merely one of Trazyn's surrogate bodies. "You lured me here." Zeke looked around. "What is your objective?" "You humans," Trazyn shook his head, "are always so impatient. Regardless of your objective," Zeke extended his hand, "I think you should return the things you took from me." "Things? What things?" Trazyn flicked his skeletal hand and pointed at his own body. There were gaps in his metal ribcage, clearly hiding nothing. "Oh, you mean those little trinkets? I'm terribly sorry." He spread his empty hands, looking innocent. "I ate them. A necron needing to eat?" Facing Zeke's skeptical gaze, Trazyn remained motionless and unbothered. Zeke felt that this necron actually had a sense of humor. At the very least, he didn't seem to harbor much malice toward him as a human. "Fine, it seems you have a big problem with me." Trazyn opened his dimensional pocket and took out a tesseract labyrinth. He activated the labyrinth and tossed it onto the ground. "It appears we need to be honest with each other." Countless items appeared within the dimensional rift. Zeke saw a torch, a block of cobblestone, as well as all his missing items, the golden apple, the enchanted golden apple, the potions, and the iron golem displayed within. It was all worth it. A thread of satisfaction flowed through Trazyn's mind. A tiny sampling mission had yielded such fresh and interesting exhibit categories. In his long life spanning millions of years, he had acquired countless collections. Small things, like the perfect clone of Primarch Fulgrim, large things, like the Yildari craft worlds. He had witnessed the rise and fall of the galaxy. Even the rarest treasures became somewhat tedious after staring at them for too long. But now, Zeke, this human with no peculiar background, and the items he brought with him, Trazyn had to admit, it stirred the desire to collect within his heart. This would be unique. Zeke looked at the final exhibit in the dimensional rift. It was a familiar figure, placed inside a stasis field. "Cow." Zeke couldn't believe his eyes. His face looked like an overturned paint box, turning red then white. "You dared to catch my cow." "Stop, stop, stop. You humans, always so impatient." Trazyn sensed something was wrong. "Look closely. That is merely another one of your pet species. I thought it might produce that miraculous substance like yours does." Trazyn shook his head as he spoke. "I even specially prepared the most prominent display cabinet for it." Only then did Zeke realize that the two merely looked alike. Obviously, this one wasn't nearly as fat as Cow. Next goal, 600 power stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 60, Chapter 60, you fell for it, Trazyn. Zeke leaned closer to the dimensional rift for a careful inspection, confirming that this wasn't Cow. Having spent so much time with Cow, Zeke recognized the specific color patterns on her hide. The necron hadn't lied. The creature before him was merely another biological entity of the same species as Cow. However, the fact that he even knew about Cow raised the question, just how long had Trazyn been stalking him? "I came here in search of a unique addition to my collection." His finger pointed at Zeke. "A small, blocky device. I've noticed that the majority of your items are crafted upon it." Zeke pulled out his crafting table. "This? Precisely. That very device." Trazyn couldn't fathom where this human had picked up his tools. According to his observations, every time the human finished using this object called a crafting table, he would immediately break it down, leaving Trazyn no opportunity to snatch it. "I am curious. If someone like myself were to use it, what would happen? Why are you acting so familiar?" Zeke looked at Trazyn, who was chatting him up. Trazyn's attitude seemed driven more by interest than hostility. He was even willing to engage in this near-equal dialogue. "Nothing would happen," Zeke answered honestly. He had already let Dance try Iderdinari. People couldn't use the crafting table. "So the issue lies with you, not the objects?" Trazyn began to ponder. He had seen Zeke extract a miraculous liquid from the creature named Cow, so he traveled to that creature's home planet and acquired one for himself. The result, however, had not met his expectations. Now, the revelation about the crafting table further verified Trazyn's hypothesis. The magic wasn't in the items, but in the human standing before him. Perhaps the term human deserves a question mark. Is he a psyker? No. Trazyn immediately rejected the idea. He had dealt with the warp extensively. He could say with certainty that this individual's power did not stem from the warp. Then is he a Tin? As the race that had once shattered and enslaved the star gods, the Necrons understood the Tin better than anyone else in the Warhammer universe. The Tin were born from the Big Bang. As gods of the physical universe, they were powerful enough to tear reality apart at will. However, they lacked one thing, a constraint known as morality. Based on Trajan's observations, this human clearly possessed morality and a sense of good and evil. It was unlikely he was a tin. Not a psyker, not a tin, yet possessing incredible abilities. Trajan had long wanted to place this human into one of his stasis displays, but given the massive commotion this human had caused on Cadia, and the fact that the entities in the warp hadn't made a move against him yet, Trajan decided to let him be for now. Better to observe than to try and bite off more than he could chew and break his teeth. Without knowing that he had almost become a display item of the Necron overlord, Zeke had actually been somewhat happy when he first met Trajan. Things that were useless to Zeke might be precious collectibles in Trajan's eyes. Zeke had thought about trading these items with the Necron for some high-tech goodies. He hadn't expected Trajan to go straight for the crafting table right off the bat. Seeing this, Zeke realized the score. Aside from a few key items, this bastard had definitely stolen quite a lot of his stuff. His ordinary items probably wouldn't attract Trajan's interest anymore. But don't worry. No matter how much you've eaten, you'll have to spit it all out sooner or later, Zeke thought. Trajan, do you like treasure hunting? Treasure hunting. Trajan raised his metal head, the green glow in his ocular sensors brightening slightly. You mean? In his long existence, the journey of chasing rare treasures was one of the few ways he combated the eternal void of boredom. He enjoyed the process immensely, sniffing out the scent of a unique artifact from clues in ancient records. It allowed him to briefly recall the curiosity for the unknown he had felt when he was still an Necrontyr, a way to mourn the echoes of a soul long since lost to the dust of time. Then I think you will definitely like this. Zeke caught the other's reaction. Trajan was walking step by step into his trap. Zeke took an ender pearl and blaze powder from his backpack, placed them in the crafting grid, and synthesized an eye of ender. Finally, he pulled it out and held it under Trajan's gaze. It was a peculiar eye, its center a green core resembling a pupil. The light of that pupil seemed to faintly point in a specific direction. Whether in the Warhammer universe or the warp, wherever it was, a stronghold must exist. Zeke had thrown an eye of ender before. It would fly a certain distance in a specific direction. Most of the time, the direction was upward, indicating that the stronghold was not on this planet. That was a problem. The Warhammer universe was vast, God knows which corner of the galaxy the stronghold was hidden in. Zeke had no way of knowing, and with the shadow of the Blackstone fortress looming, his few means of travel were limited to Nether portals, which couldn't support aimless exploration following an eye of ender. But Trajan was different. Necron technology was the pinnacle of physical reality in the universe. Their teleportation technology had reached inconceivable levels. If they wished, with the aid of the celestial orrery, they could appear in almost any corner of the known universe. Zeke had a brilliant idea. Why not let this treasure-obsessed Trajan act as his pathfinder? Let him take the Eye of Ender and track down those unknown coordinates. Even if he actually found the entrance to the end portal, without a sufficient number of Eyes of Ender, he wouldn't be able to enter the end dimension. At that point, Trajan, eager to complete his collection, would inevitably come back to find him. And then, I can conveniently suggest tagging along. The next step was to pique Trajan's interest. Zeke felt this wouldn't be difficult. This object, Zeke raised the Eye of Ender in his hand, feigning depth, leads to a place called the end. The end. Trajan repeated the syllables. A place he had never heard of. Zeke continued to embellish. That dimension is inhabited by pitch-black demons. Never look them in the eye, or they will attack you. And their strength. Trajan tapped his staff lightly. Strength, well. Zeke sized up the Necron overlord before him. Obviously, for an ancient monster of Trajan's tier, an Enderman's attack power probably wouldn't pose much of a threat. To you, they might be nothing. He shifted his tone. But they are unique creatures in this universe, possessing miraculous characteristics. I believe they would be very worthy of collection. Trajan silently searched his memory banks. In his immensely long life, he had never seen such a creature. It was indeed a worthy target for collection. Also, Zeke continued, seeing that Trajan was intrigued by the end and decided to up the ante. There is also an undead. How should I put it? Do you know what a dragon is? Yes. You refer to those massive creatures with wings on their backs. Trajan's attention was captivated by the adjective undead. An undead dragon? 61, Chapter 61, Trajan's Journey to the End. That's right, a dragon that is very hard to kill, Zeke confirmed. Zeke only spoke half the truth. He didn't tell Trajan the other half, that this was only true if you didn't destroy all the end crystals first. Sounds like another worthy collectible. Trajan nodded slowly. It seemed he wouldn't be bored for quite some time. There is also something in the end that can kill even a god. Remembering something, Zeke's expression turned serious. You must never fall off the edge in the end. Otherwise, there is only one outcome for you: death. The void. Since arriving in the Warhammer world, he had yet to discover the existence of the void in either the overworld or the nether dimensions. The Warhammer universe had no concept of a world border. Digging straight down would only lead to the other side of the planet. In the nether, he had also tried digging to the extreme top and bottom, but he hadn't hit a limit, only endless netherrack. Neither of these places had a void. The only place Zeke could imagine the void existing was the end. Thinking of the void made Zeke shudder. He remembered when he first played Minecraft as a child. He had started a creative mode flat world and dug straight down. Suddenly, he fell into a pitch-black abyss, watching the continent drift further and further away. It scared him to tears right then and there. He even forgot he could fly, taking constant damage, then death. That was the first time he learned that creative mode wasn't completely invincible. Let alone Trajan. Zeke estimated that as long as they had a physical form, even a tin might not be able to withstand the void. Only command block code could survive it. Something that can kill even a god? A weapon, perhaps? if this human isn't lying. Trazyn didn't care much about Zeke's warning. This was merely one of his surrogate puppets. Even if it died, it would be no great loss. So, how does one find this place? Good. Zeke looked at Trazyn, knowing his plan was already more than half successful. It seemed this necron before him was completely captivated by the description of the end. Zeke held the Eye of Ender in his palm. To find that place, one had to use this device. Zeke demonstrated it to Trazyn on the spot, throwing the Eye of Ender into the air. The eye emitted purple particle effects as it flew upward. After ascending about a few dozen meters, it shattered with a pop and fell back down, reverting into the Eye of Ender. Just follow it, and you can find that place, Zeke said. You mean to tell me, Trazyn's synthesized voice drawled, that you want me to follow this little trinket, which only flies a few dozen meters at a time, and search aimlessly through the boundless cosmos? Trazyn was deliberately making a fuss to gain more leverage in the negotiation. If what Zeke said was true, and this strange bead could point to the destination, then triangulation would be very simple. One only needed to travel a sufficient distance, activate it, record its bearing, jump to another reference point, and repeat the process. In a three-dimensional universe, theoretically, the intersection of two directional lines would be the target coordinate. That was the ideal scenario. If the target was too far away, the lines might be nearly parallel, or if it wasn't in this dimension, there were still many variables, but for the necrons, these weren't insurmountable problems. That's not something for me to worry about. Zeke spread his hands, looking innocent. I trust that with the necrons' technology that dominates the galaxy, you surely have a way. After all, it's just a key. How to use it depends on the skill of the key holder, doesn't it? Zeke subtly complimented Trazyn's race. Trazyn didn't respond immediately. He was evaluating. Is this human lying? Is this place worth my effort? And what is his motive for telling me all this? Zeke watched Trazyn, who seemed indecisive, and felt a bit frustrated. Trazyn, I've only told you a small part about that dimension. There are actually many other interesting things inside. He leaned closer, sharing a secret. For example, bedrock, an object that can never be destroyed, the hardest block in existence. Once the Ender Dragon was killed, a portal frame constructed of bedrock would generate. Can you imagine? Even your Necron Gauss weapons wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch on its surface. And, shulkers, Zeke described, a peculiar portable space. You can think of it as a variant of your Tesseract labyrinth. The benefits are plentiful, Zeke concluded with a brilliant smile. Trazyn felt he had fallen into this human's trap, but he had also achieved his goal, obtaining more intriguing information about this space. Human, Trazyn finally spoke. Your proposal is good. I accept this eye. Hey, wait a minute. Zeke immediately pulled back the hand holding the Eye of Ender. Who told you this was free? Trazyn's brain short-circuited for 0.01 seconds before he immediately reacted. I can help you find that place, and you provide the compass to get there. This is already a transaction. You actually want to charge an additional fee. Aha. Zeke lifted his chin, putting on a so what attitude. Who asked you to steal so much of my stuff before? It's time you paid it back with interest. Since that place is so miraculous, why don't you go yourself? I know you definitely need to borrow my power. Stop yapping. Just say it. Do you want to go or not? Zeke interrupted Trazyn. Trazyn hated this feeling of being edged. Either don't mention it, or tell the whole story. What was this halfway nonsense? Human, I am the overlord of the Nihilak dynasty. You know that to kill a human like you, I only need one finger. Trazyn gritted his teeth if he still had teeth. He aimed his skeletal hand at Zeke's head and made a pew sound. If you had the ability or desire to kill me, you would have done so already, wouldn't you? Zeke was unbothered. Trazyn stared at Zeke. Then, suddenly, Trazyn let out a metallic laugh. Ha ha. The laughter wasn't warm, it was cold, but one could tell its owner was indeed in good spirits. You are truly an amusing human. A greedy one. Trazyn emphasized the word greedy. To be honest, this was the first time in ages that Trazyn had met a human who didn't call him a filthy Xenos, and he could even provide entertainment. This was incredibly rare. Ever since that mountain was dropped on poor Orican the Diviner, Trazyn had been like a lonely old man, rarely finding anyone he could openly chat with. If the opportunity arises, human, I will definitely place you in my most prominent display cabinet. I'll even open a dedicated row just for you. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. And don't call me human, my name is Zeke. What do you want, Zeke? Trazyn asked. This time he was much more relaxed, leaning his weight with both hands on his staff. I think that stick in your hand is pretty nice, Zeke said, asking for the moon. What Trazyn held was a weapon called the Empathic Obliterator. The center of the long staff contained a glowing energy core. The technology behind the Empathic Obliterator came from the old ones. When an enemy was killed by the Empathic Obliterator, it would simultaneously kill nearby creatures who shared the same thoughts or allegiance. It was essentially the enemy-clearing version of Vayne Minor. No, Trazyn rejected it without leaving a sliver of room for negotiation. This was his favorite weapon, there was no way he would trade it. In that case, Zeke said, how about taking me on a tour of your gallery? I'd like to choose for myself. Next goal, 600 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 62, Chapter 62, The Power of Potions, bonus. Thanks for the Power Stones everyone, this is the bonus chapter for reaching 600 Power Stones. Now, Trazyn asked, you have guests arriving on this planet very shortly. Are you sure you don't need to entertain them? Guests arriving. Zeke realized what Trazyn was implying. Enemy attack? Talk about someone passing you a pillow right when you're dozing off. Ever since establishing the potion brewing factory and the golden apple synthesis factory, Zeke had been wondering something. If the various miraculous potions and enchanted golden apples from Minecraft were supplied in unlimited quantities, how much of an impact would they actually have on a war? Could they directly turn the tide of a battle destined for defeat? In the end, this required practical testing. And look, volunteers had just delivered themselves to his doorstep. Zeke left a message and rushed nonstop towards refinery number 2. He removed the lava curtain above the plant. The curtain had been there to survive the difficult early development phase. Now that the iron golem factory was basically complete, refinery number 2 had a certain degree of defensive capability, so the lava curtain was no longer needed for the time being. After communicating with Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, most of the personnel stationed at refinery number 1 were summoned. Zeke began to impart knowledge about potions and golden apples to them. He wanted to see if these soldiers could win this war on their own, without his direct intervention. Judging by Trazyn's tone, the guests were not weak. The potion knowledge from Minecraft wasn't hard to remember, but there were few dull minds present. Zeke spent some time explaining the mechanics of the potions clearly. When he saw the potions being distributed to some of the Cadian shock troops, they looked at them as if they had received precious treasures. Zeke thought for a moment and began to teach them the final lesson. If you're going to eat a golden apple, do it early. Never try to save it. Dead men can't eat golden apples. The same logic applies to potions. Don't save them for the very end, them early. Consumables are meant to be consumed. Hoarding them because you can't bear to use them is not a good strategy. With that concluding remark, the potion mini-class came to an end. In the sky, 4 streaks of fire plummeted towards 4 locations on the periphery of refinery number 1. Drop pods, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl identified them. Only 4. Too few. Bloodhowl was filled with suspicion this didn't look like a full-scale assault. He ordered a scout squad to investigate the landing sites. In orbit, Iron Warrior Crumgat was receiving real-time data transmitted from the 4 reconnaissance pods. These 4 drop pods had been launched solely for intelligence gathering. Information was critical on the battlefield. On the tactical hologram, the defensive forces of refinery number 1 were analyzed. A squad of Cadian infantry, a unit of Skitarii rangers, and a small pack of space wolves. Is this all the manpower they have? This was completely inconsistent with Crumgat's expectation of a force capable of purging the entire planet of Mariatis. Among the 3 groups, only the space wolves posed any real threat. Impossible. To break the planet's entire defensive line, the enemy must have hidden forces, Crumgat muttered. Behind him, the Iron Warriors' warband stood silently like iron statues. They were awaiting their leader's command. Crumgat knew that the situation on a battlefield can change in an instant. Hesitation was the greatest taboo. As a commander, he had to make decisive choices even with incomplete information. His gaze swept across the hologram, finally landing on the fireman as Fong mentioned in the intelligence reports. He evaluated the ship's carrying capacity. Even counting that ship's capacity, the enemy's numbers cannot possibly exceed our warband. The dictionary of the Iron Warriors contained no word for retreat. Since he had confirmed the number of the most threatening space wolves was limited, then, Sons of Iron, the enemy is below. Show them the meaning of an iron tide. Countless drop pods rained down from the heavens. Everyone saw them. Quick, assemble. The Cadian soldiers grabbed their weapons and, following the guidance of a veteran, huddled together. The veteran in the center pulled out 3 potions: Splash Potion of Strength, Swiftness, and Regeneration. According to what that lord said, the veteran began to recall Zeke's potion class. If there are many people, it is best to use splash potions, Zeke had said while demonstrating. The range of a splash potion is a circle, and the duration decreases the further you are from the center. So don't throw it at your feet. Throw it above your heads. Let it explode over you to get the most perfect potion effect. The veteran threw the 3 potions into the air one after another. Crash, crash, crash. 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the effects of the potions began to surge through their bodies. Every potion has a duration. If you sense the effect fading, remember to replenish it immediately. Following the veteran's orders, the Cadian soldiers, now buffed with potion effects, began to move. Another unit, the Skitarii Rangers, looked out of place on the battlefield. They had stripped off almost all removable equipment. Remember, you must keep track of the potion's duration. The ranger in the center pulled out a splash potion of invisibility and threw it overhead. The potion exploded, and the squad of rangers vanished from sight. Except for the occasional particle effect and the items they held in their hands, their entire bodies had become transparent. The description of the invisibility potion stated that it made the entity's model transparent and reduced the detection range. The latter half was the key. Simply having a transparent model wasn't as useful as one might imagine on a high-tech battlefield, but reducing the detection range that phrase was intriguing. Tests showed that even space wolves, with their acute senses, only detected someone behind them when an invisible squad came within 2 meters. Combined with the fact that these Skitarii had highly modified bodies, standard infrared reconnaissance equipment couldn't detect them either. Unfortunately, one couldn't wear armor or carry overly conspicuous weapons while invisible. The primary role of this invisible squad was reconnaissance and linking up the entire battlefield. However, as mortals, even with the buffs from the potions, they couldn't influence the overall outcome of the war. Victory or defeat would depend on Wolf Lord Bloodhowl and the space wolves he led. What a rip-off, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl muttered through gritted teeth as he pocketed an enchanted golden apple. According to Zeke, one enchanted golden apple cost how many tons of gold again? Bloodhowl couldn't quite remember. Anyway, it was a lot. Zeke was generous, truly generous. He didn't hide away these life-saving items. If you wanted to use them, he would give them to you. But he was also serious about the accounting. Whatever you used, you had to pay for. It didn't matter. The Imperium was rich anyway. Lord Castellan Creed could deal with the bill later. Let them go find that old man for the money. After this campaign, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl planned to head back to his home planet to lie low for a while. Surely they wouldn't chase him to another planet just to collect a debt. Thinking of this, Bloodhowl suddenly didn't feel the pinch anymore. He grabbed several more enchanted golden apples and distributed them to all his subordinates. Let's see if this golden apple is as miraculous as that kid says. Bloodhowl hefted his storm axe and looked up at the countless Dreadclaw drop pods plummeting down. Dreadclaw drop pods. As a veteran of countless brutal battles, Bloodhowl was all too familiar with this advanced aerial assault vehicle commonly used by Chaos Space Marines. It wasn't just a transport, it could use its built-in weapons upon landing to sweep the surrounding area with firepower. Bloodhowl knew that this was the real attack. This is a war without suspense, both the Space Wolves and the Iron Warriors thought to themselves. A bit hard since we don't have much time, but the next goal, 750 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 63, Chapter 63, I have a golden apple, do you? Zeke used flight mode to return to Trazen's side, holding a spyglass in his hand as he looked down at the battlefield below. The Dreadclaw drop pods crashed down, their built-in storm bolters firing indiscriminately at the surroundings to clear a landing zone for their passengers. The Iron Warriors emerged. Their armor was cold iron gray, mottled with the scars of countless battles. Silent and efficient, like living machines, the Iron Warriors completed their combat formation deployment the moment they hit the ground. 2 warriors took the flanks to suppress, while 4 wielding bolters formed a wedge and surged forward. With unified steps, they began their advance toward refinery number 1. Steady and entrenched, they moved like a massive steamroller, crushing all obstacles in their path. The first to engage them were the Cadian troops and the Skitarii Rangers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Cadians relied on the fortifications built around the plant's perimeter to mount a defense. Volleys of lasgun fire wove through the air, joined by the plasma weapons of the Skitarii. However, the gap in strength was a chasm. Bolter rounds easily tore through cover, blasting the Cadian soldiers behind them along with their courage into fragments. The battle line shrank back, step by step. The Cadian soldiers fought bravely, but against the Iron Tide, a dam built of mortal flesh and blood was simply not enough. Sitting in the rear, Crumgat watched the battlefield situation through a tactical screen and frowned. Where are the Space Wolves? Why hadn't those barking Fenrishenkers appeared on the frontal battlefield? And the speed of the advance according to his calculations, against these mortals and Skitarii, the Iron Warriors should have pierced through rapidly. The actual advance was significantly slower than he had anticipated. The resilience of the Cadian resistance was abnormally high. The battle was gridlocked within the fortifications. With the boom of a close-range bolter shot, half of a Cadian veteran's body was blown away. Quick, drink this. His companion pried open the injured veteran's mouth and poured a potion of healing into it. That thing is too weak. The sergeant beside them snatched the healing potion away and replaced it with an enchanted golden apple. Lord Castellan Creed's military budget, minus 10,000. Don't be stingy with them. The sergeant cursed as he shoved the golden apple into the dying veteran's mouth. As the golden apple was consumed, the Cadian soldier who was missing half his body and hanging by a thread was forcibly dragged back from the brink of death. He looked around blankly as a gun was shoved into his hands. Stop daydreaming, keep defending. Miracle after miracle occurred, greatly boosting the morale of all Cadian soldiers. Did you see that? Not even death can harvest us. Cadians, hold the line. Morale was soaring. With no fear of the consequences, they fought with even greater bravery. Why is their morale getting higher the more we fight? Damn it! Crumgat cursed under his breath. He had never seen mortals whose morale didn't drop upon seeing asteroids, but instead rose higher. Something was definitely wrong. Just as Crumgat was trying to analyze the situation, a green glass bottle appeared out of thin air about 30 meters to his rear right flank. It fell toward a squad of Iron Warriors. Enemy attack, 3 o'clock. A warning immediately rang out over the Vox channel. The Iron Warriors turned their muzzles the instant the glass bottle appeared. Their ballistic trajectory not only covered the area from which the bottle came but also shattered the bottle in mid-air. Simultaneously, their bodies rolled away, distancing themselves from the potential splash zone. The poison potion failed to hit. Crumgat's face was livid. Where was the attacker? None of their standard detection methods had revealed the lurker. Invisibility potions combined with poison potions? Truly a dirty tactic with no bottom line. High above, Zeke watched the rear through his spyglass. The invisible squad was lurking and flanking in the backlines. They not only relayed real-time information but also threw debuff potions at critical moments to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. This forced the Iron Warriors to divert a portion of their attention to deal with these unseen flies. The battle fell into a tug-of-war. The Iron Warriors were being whittled down, as were the Cadians, but thanks to Zeke's powerful logistics, the Cadians were in much better shape than the Iron Warriors. The decisive force finally made its grand entrance. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl had received the location of the enemy Iron Warrior leader from the invisible squad. Leading his squad, Bloodhowl charged out of refinery number 1 like a pack of wild wolves galloping across the plains. To catch the bandits, first catch their king. The Cadians and Skitarii had created enough of an advantage now, they intended to take the offensive. Speed 2, Strength I. The effects of the potions manifested with even greater power in the bodies of Space Marines. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl had never felt so wonderful. He felt power surging from every fiber of his being. He moved. 5 wolf guards followed close behind Bloodhowl like 5 streaks of silver-gray lightning. They swept past burning wreckage, leaped over trenches, and wove through the hail of bullets at incredible speeds. The swiftness potion brought not only speed but also a significant enhancement to neural reaction times. Knowing the direction, they charged forward with indomitable will. Bloodhowl's squad moved as if entering an uninhabited land, appearing near Cromgat's command point. They actually delivered themselves to me. Cromgat, who had been frustrated by the stalemate on the front lines, suddenly realized the Space Wolves had appeared right in front of him. Numbers, 2 to 1. Environment, this was his temporary command point, possessing preset cover and firing points. The advantage is mine. As long as he eliminated this group of asteroids, the others weren't worth mentioning. Cromgat was overjoyed. Arrogant Fenrischen curs. Cromgat taunted. Your recklessness ends here. The 5 wolf guards needed no orders. As Bloodhowl moved, they scattered with telepathic coordination, actively intercepting the charging Iron Warrior bodyguards. In the center of the clearing, Bloodhowl and Cromgat, 2 battle-hardened commanders, faced off. In the middle of their battle, Cromgat watched as Bloodhowl suddenly held up a shiny, round object. 64, Chapter 64, Outsmarting, 1. Compared to ranged weapons, Space Wolves favored and excelled with melee weapons. Bloodhowl gripped his Stormax, its power field crackling. The effects of Strength 2 and Swiftness 2, combined with the already formidable physiology of an asteroids, produced a miraculous chemical reaction. Cromgat. Bloodhowl's golden eyes widened, his rage bristling. He recognized the renowned warsmith before him. The Stormax drove straight in, hacking towards his opponent. Cromgat was startled by the speed. He had long heard of the Space Wolves' agility, but witnessing it firsthand far exceeded his imagination. He reacted immediately. At such close range, instead of his bolter, Cromgat chose the Siegebreaker mace at his side. He slid back into the side, swinging the heavy mace diagonally upward to parry the flat of the axe blade, attempting to deflect the attack. His other hand, equipped with a lightning claw, thrust straight for Bloodhowl's exposed ribs. Clang! Mace and great axe collided. Cromgat felt his arm go heavy as the impact jarred the heavy mace right out of his hand. Damn it, how is this barbarian so strong? The block still served its purpose. Bloodhowl's chop was deflected, the axe blade embedding deeply into the ground beside him. Bloodhowl didn't even bother trying to pull the axe out. He let go of the handle and smashed a fist directly into Cromgat's head. The two wrestled together. Bloodhowl fully utilized his speed advantage, using every means necessary, even headbutting his opponent with his helmet completely immersed in the fervor of battle. Thanks to the potion effects, Bloodhowl indeed held the upper hand. His speed and strength left Cromgat overwhelmed. Cromgat took several heavy blows, his chest plate denting inward. However, Cromgat was experienced in battle. He quickly adjusted his strategy, shifting entirely to defense, patiently enduring and waiting for an opportunity. His side had the numerical advantage. As long as he held out until his bodyguards finished off those 5 Space Wolf dogs, they could surround and kill this one. Cromgat glanced at the surrounding melee out of the corner of his eye. He saw a wolf guard endure the impact of a bolter round to saw through an Iron Warrior's leg armor. Another Iron Warrior attacked from behind, running a sword through the wolf guard's chest. And then, that wolf guard acted like nothing had happened. He stuffed something whole into his mouth, forcibly pulled the sword out of his own chest, and then stabbed it back into its owner. On average, it was 2 Iron Warriors against 1 Space Wolf. Despite the numerical superiority, they were unable to take them down. Damn it, are these wolf guards possessed by Kern? Cromgat knew very well that the Iron Warriors he had personally led might not match the Emperor's executioners in single combat, but their coordination far exceeded that of the Space Wolves. Why was the gap so massive, resulting in such a one-sided situation? You dare get distracted while facing me. Bloodhowl's voice pulled him back. Cromgat had hesitated due to his shock. Bloodhowl also saw his pups fighting 1 against 2 without losing ground. A surge of pride welled up in his heart. As their wolf lord, how could he lag behind? The Stormax swung again. Bloodhowl abandoned all defense. Cromgat's mace smashing toward his vitals? He didn't care. Cromgat's lightning claw aiming for his heart? He simply thrust his chest forward, letting the claw tips pierce his armor. This way, he could better pin down one of his opponent's hands. You reckless maniac. Cromgat began to lose his footing, looking incredibly ragged. Bloodhowl was like a maggot in the bone, pressing closer with every step, every strike carrying the resolve of mutual destruction. He's hurt worse than I am. He can't hold on. Cromgat gritted his teeth and persevered, desperately protecting his vital points. He firmly believed that Bloodhowl couldn't sustain this suicidal fighting style for long. Cromgat was being pounded like a sandbag by Bloodhowl, thump after thump, but he sensed Bloodhowl's strength waning. It's getting weaker. Sure enough, he couldn't maintain that berserk state for long. There was still hope. Are the potion effects wearing off? Wolf Lord Bloodhowl realized what was happening. He halted his rain-like offensive and used the momentum to leap backward. Taking advantage of this gap, Cromgat gasped for breath and looked at the retreating Wolf Lord. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl pulled out 2 potions and simultaneously fished an enchanted golden apple from a pouch at his waist. Holding the golden fruit, he grinned at Cromgat. He pulled off his helmet and threw it on the ground. With this thing, I don't even need a helmet anymore. Under Cromgat's gaze, Bloodhowl wolfed it down, consuming the potions along with the golden apple. Cromgat watched helplessly as the wounds on Bloodhowl's body and his slightly flagging aura vanished completely. Amidst a burst of golden light, the opponent's condition returned to its peak, perhaps even better than before. You have got to be kidding me. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. It was all over. All calculations, all tactics in this moment, they meant nothing, for Russ and the Ulfather. Bloodhowl roared, forcibly knocking aside the heavy mace with his storm axe and cleaving it into Crumgat's head. With the sound of shattering metal, Crumgat's helmet, along with a small portion of his skull, flew off. Without the helmet, Bloodhowl finally saw Crumgat's true face. Through those eyes, Bloodhowl could feel the traitor's hatred for the Imperium, very hatred that had driven him to sell his soul to chaos. Betrayal. Bloodhowl loathed that word. The surviving Iron Warrior bodyguards, seeing their leader in mortal danger, let out roars of fury. Disregarding the wolf guards in front of them, they raised their guns and fired a volley at Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. Bloodhowl just stood there, bathed in the hail of bullets. The bolter rounds exploded but failed to shake him in the slightest. The damage absorption and regeneration provided by the enchanted golden apple made him a god of war. The Space Wolf squad let out a low, collective growl that rippled from one end of their unit to the other. Like a wolf pack celebrating a successful hunt. Bloodhowl enjoyed this sound. He could feel the joy coursing through his veins. He had relied on a little bit of outside help, but that didn't stop this from being an overwhelming victory. He pointed his storm axe at Crumgat. It was time to end this battle. Next goal, 200 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 65, Chapter 65, wringing every ounce of value from a traitor. Lost. With twice the troop strength. I lost. It was that damned golden object. Crumgat had noticed the item that had been a constant throughout this battle. Space wolves will always be space wolves. Reckless and brainless. Contempt rose within him in his final moments, accompanied by a twisted sense of vengeful pleasure. Crumgat raised his remaining functional arm. In his hand, he held a golden apple, identical to the one Wolf Lord Bloodhowl had used. He had stolen it during the clash when he took Bloodhowl's fatal blow, using the impact as cover. Crumgat had seen it clearly. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl possessed such immense power only after eating this thing. Leaving such a critical item in the most conspicuous place, that was your greatest mistake. A grotesque smile stretched across Crumgat's ruined face. What? Bloodhowl feigned shock. You vile traitor, when did you? He made a move as if to lunge, acting as though he would do anything to snatch the golden apple back. Seeing Bloodhowl's loss of composure, Crumgat was even more certain. Whatever you don't want me to do, I will do. Let the tides turn. A voice deep within Crumgat screamed, warning him not to swallow this object of unknown origin. But that voice was instantly drowned out by his hatred for the enemy. He could not accept the reality of being so easily defeated by this pack of space wolves. He opened his mouth and bit down on the enchanted golden apple. All panic suddenly vanished from Bloodhowl's face. His face changed faster than the dying Crumgat could perceive. A splash potion of weakness had already smashed against Crumgat's body. Zeke watched this scene through his spyglass. Not bad. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl actually learned my golden apple curing technique. He even set a trap for the enemy in the midst of a rapidly changing battle. It seemed Wolf Lord Bloodhowl wasn't as reckless as he appeared on the surface. The potion enveloped Crumgat's upper body. Under the effect of weakness, the dying Crumgat consumed the golden apple. Crumgat could never have anticipated that the golden apple potent restorative combined with the weakness potion would become a poison as deadly as arsenic to him. Did it work? Bloodhowl watched Crumgat's movements. Ever since he witnessed Zeke use a weakness potion and golden apple to forcibly revert a corrupted individual back to human form, Bloodhowl had been observing that worker. As expected, under pressure, the man showed signs of corruption again. Physical corruption could be reversed, but for psychological corruption, the golden apple and weakness potion were evidently powerless. Bloodhowl had finally come to a realization: even the smallest betrayal was unacceptable to him. Forgiveness? Absolutely impossible. His wolf brother, Orven Highfell, Wolf Lord of the Iron Wolves, great company stationed on Cadia, had said countless times, once tainted by chaos, never to be trusted. There is no returning from the path. To save them is to murder your own future. No matter how miraculous Zeke's methods were, they couldn't change the fact of betrayal. He exchanged opinions with Zeke, and eventually, Zeke agreed with him and proposed a new use: to interrogate the enemy. Even the tightest chaos lips will loosen under the influence of a weakness potion and a golden apple. Crumgat was an Iron Warrior. It was highly likely he knew the internal structure of the Blackstone fortress, or even parts of Abaddon's plan. Prying open his mouth would be of immeasurable value for the upcoming decisive battle for Cadia. After obtaining the intelligence, letting him burn away his last shred of value for the Emperor would be the best end for a traitor like him. Crumgat swallowed the golden apple and laughed maniacally. Die! A crackling sound erupted from within his body. Power surged through him, and Crumgat felt like he was back in the game. He swung his heavy mace and charged at Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. 1 step, 2 steps. Crumgat's charge froze on the 3rd step. The world spun. A sense of weakness, stronger than ever before, swept over him. His eyelids grew heavy. With a thud, he fell to the ground, entering a peaceful coma. Zeke put away his spyglass. It's over. He saw Wolf Lord Bloodhowl cleaning up the remaining Iron Warriors. This battle perfectly demonstrated the effects of the potions and golden apples. Both provided percentage-based enhancements. The stronger the base target, the more terrifying the boost. An ordinary Cadian soldier drinking a potion might just become a super soldier. But an already powerful space marine combined with a golden apple could easily crush opponents of the same level. After finishing off the last Iron Warrior, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl walked over, carrying his dripping storm axe. Kid, I think we might need to change our plan. What do you mean? How about we go raid the Blackstone fortress directly? I feel like in my current state, I could take Abaddon down easily. Zeke looked at Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. His face was taut, without a hint of jest. Fight Abaddon right now? Are you serious? Wolf Lord Bloodhowl saw the skepticism in Zeke's eyes. Forget it, he waved his hand, seemingly realizing his proposal was a bit of a leap. Anyway, kid, I think we can start thinking about our next move. No need to keep hiding on this mining planet. On this point, Zeke strongly agreed. My thoughts exactly. Once you pry something useful about the Blackstone fortress out of this Iron Warrior's mouth, we should get moving. Eventually, they had to get back on track. The thought of Abaddon throwing a tantrum at the end and crashing the entire Blackstone fortress onto the planet gave Zeke a headache. What method can stop a Blackstone fortress that massive? Bidding a temporary farewell to Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, Zeke quietly returned to the hill. Visiting your gallery won't take too much time, will it? Zeke asked. Trazen looked at the human before him. I don't recall agreeing to his request to visit, but thinking about it, his gallery hadn't had a visitor in a long time. It was quite lonely having no one to appreciate such perfect collections. Trazen waved his hand, and a green portal appeared before them. Trazen's gallery was on a tomb world named Solemnace. This dark exhibition hall stretched for 25 square miles, its layout meticulously arranged to satisfy Trazen's aesthetic tastes. For the past millennium, nothing in this gallery had moved, save for the maintenance scarabs. Countless precious and bizarre exhibits were stored within. Just at first glance, Zeke saw a perfect clone of the Primarch Fulgrim, several Salamanders Space Marines, a Tinshard, embedded in a crown. Zeke even saw an Inquisitor, Katerin Greyfax. This Inquisitor belonged to the Ordo Hereticus, just like the one on Cadia who had openly opposed him at the Iron Golem meeting. They might even be colleagues. If everything went according to history, another old acquaintance would soon be added to this collection, Lord Castellan Creed. Yes, Trazen would even collect the old man during the final battle. According to Trazen, the old man was the figure who best represented the Cadian War, carrying with him a respectable piece of history. 66, Chapter 66, Old One's Technology, the Webway. Is this one okay? No. What about this one? No. The answer remained concise. Then this one must be fine, right? Trazen still shook his head. This wouldn't do, that wouldn't do. Zeke knew things weren't progressing smoothly. For those unique exhibits, it was impossible for Trazen to use them as bargaining chips. What about that teleportation technology you used to bring me here just now? Zeke switched targets. You mean the Veil of Darkness technology? Necrons didn't travel through the warp like other races in the galaxy. They used a much older and more obscure technology. A teleportation device known as the Veil of Darkness, its principles currently unknown. I must state beforehand, Trazen raised a metal finger, this teleportation technology cannot be used for large-scale transport. Trazen warned. Beside him, a multi-jointed android held a tray, serving Zeke an unknown beverage. Sunnet, Solemnus Chief Curator and Chief Technomancer, responsible for the maintenance and restoration of the gallery's collection. After Zeke took the drink, Sunnet returned to the gallery to continue his patrol. Zeke took a sip of the liquid in the cup. It tasted like some kind of tea. What a unique flavor. You have eaten 5 different types of food. Max health +1. Zeke's max health reached 24. Can't do large-scale teleportation? That's even worse than my nether portals. After listening to Trazen's explanation, Zeke abandoned this option. The Nether Express was sufficient as a means of transport between star systems. But for longer distances, extending to the scale between galaxies, it wasn't enough. Zeke wanted to find a once-and-for-all solution. If it's teleportation. Trazen saw through Zeke's needs. He turned, tapping his staff on the ground, and walked forward with a halting gait. I believe this will be very much to your liking. He led the way, and Zeke followed closely behind. Passing through several halls, they stopped in front of a slightly broken gate. According to its displayed name, this was a Webway gate. The Webway was a high-dimensional network opened up by the Old Ones, capable of isolating the warp to a certain extent and safely transporting travelers to various parts of the galaxy. Zeke decided instantly. This was the one. The Old Ones were long extinct, and most of the existing Webways were guarded by the Eldar. It was a diminishing asset. Observing the Webway gate, his system displayed. Webway gate. Mining requirement, netherite, silk touch. Zeke took out his spare netherite pickaxe and lapis lazuli, starting his enchanting attempts on the spot. After a few tries, a fresh netherite pickaxe with silk touch was ready. You're really giving it to me just like that. Zeke held the pickaxe, looking suspiciously at Trazen, trying to find some reluctance on that skeletal face. Trazen simply nodded calmly, his emotions unreadable. The calmer he was, the more panic Zeke felt. This old thing definitely prepared a trap somewhere. Then it's decided. Zeke handed over an Eye of Ender. Trazen took the eye and handed it to Sunnet. Sunnet, take this eye down for research, and open the display case for the Webway gate. The massive gate was now completely presented before Zeke. Zeke raised his pickaxe to mine, then thought for a moment and put it down. The value of the Webway gate lay in the tunnel behind it. These Webways were densely distributed like a spider web, allowing users to travel to places connected by the Webway. Mining the Webway gate itself seemed useless. You could compare it to a nether portal. What Zeke wanted were the purple swirls inside the portal, not the obsidian frame. However, system indicated that the pickaxe in his hand could mine it. After deliberating again and again, Zeke chose to trust his system. The pickaxe had contacted the gate, making a dull clang 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 sound. When the progress reached 100%, the entire gate turned into a drop item and fell into Zeke's hand. Unexpectedly, there were 2 drop items. One was the portal itself in the shape of a gate. Webway gate, damaged. The other was a cylindrical tunnel model shimmering with starlight. Webway fragment, 100%. Silktouch had mined the webway behind the portal along with it. Is this even mineable? Holding the webway fragment in his hand, text popped up in Zeke's chat box. Mod, immersive portals, unlocked. You can now connect 2 nether portals to each other using webway fragments. Immersive portals. Zeke had a deep impression of this mod. This mod was a famous hardware killer. Its functions were truly powerful, but the frame rate drop was also real. After activation, it lagged every 3 steps and crashed every 2 steps. Combined with shaders, the computer would straight up smoke. But in the Warhammer world, there were no frame rate limits. This mod had nothing but benefits left. With this mod, he could connect all star systems together. Distance would no longer be a difficult issue for the entire Imperium of man. Zeke looked at the damaged webway gate. It seemed that since he broke it while mining, this gate was useless now, at most a decoration. The important thing was the webway fragment. Once the transaction is complete, no refunds or exchanges. Trazen watched Zeke staring blankly at the cylinder in his hand and offered a timely reminder. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. This webway gate was something I borrowed from a group of Eldar a long time ago. Trazen recalled. We didn't part on good terms back then. There was a little friction, and the gate was involved, so it developed a tiny malfunction. Zeke's face was starting to darken. So the damaged status on the webway gate isn't my pickaxe's fault, it's your fault. It's not a big problem. Trazen's tone was so relaxed it made one want to punch him. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask earlier, either. Trazen was very happy to see this human suffer a setback. Humph, good thing I don't need that gate. Zeke stuffed the webway fragment into his pocket and walked towards the green portal he came from. Zeke stepped in. Before leaving, he raised his head and flashed a brilliant smile at Trazen. By the way, Trazen, I suddenly remembered there's something I forgot to tell you too. Watching the familiar scene before him, this Eye of Ender, Zeke mimicked Trazen's tone just now, has a usage limit. It will shatter directly on the spot after being thrown about 5 times. So, use it sparingly. It's best to be precise when calculating the location. Don't waste it. Trazen's body stiffened for a second. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me either. Zeke retorted with the exact same sentence. Anyway, the next Eye of Ender will also cost you. Zeke disappeared into the portal. He wouldn't give Trazen many Eyes of Ender at once, preventing Trazen from finding the end portal and going there himself. Almost 1,000 Poepel are reading this book daily. Power Stone's goal, 200, only 130 remaining. 67, Chapter 67, Return to Cadia, mini-game. Zeke stood on the surface of Moriatis, the webway fragment clutched in his hand. There was no time to lose. He decided to test it immediately. He built a nether portal on the spot and placed a wooden sign next to it, labeling it Nether Portal A. Not far away, he constructed Nether Portal B. Now was the critical moment. He raised the webway fragment, focused his mind, and fixed his gaze on Nether Portal B before him. The starlight within the fragment was awakened, flowing out in several strands of light. Zeke saw every Nether Portal he had built so far, including those at Refinery Number 1 and Refinery Number 2. Zeke selected Nether Portal A and Nether Portal B, linking the 2 gateways together. The connection was established. The durability of the webway fragment in Zeke's hand dropped by 1%. At the same time, the 2 nether portals underwent a transformation. The originally swirling purple vortex turned transparent, becoming a thin, water-like film. Through this film, Zeke could see the wooden sign standing beside the opposite portal. Zeke stood before Nether Portal A and stepped into the film. This time, he didn't arrive in the Nether. Instead, he stepped directly out onto the sandy ground of Nether Portal B. Incredible, Zeke murmured, excitedly beginning further tests. This time, he stood outside Nether Portal A and poked his head into the gate. His entire head emerged from Nether Portal B. He turned his head slightly and could even glimpse his own headless body standing outside Nether Portal A. He pulled his head back, and everything returned to normal. After a few more tests, Zeke realized that the durability consumption of the webway fragment was related to the link distance. The farther the distance between the 2 linked nether portals, the greater the durability cost. However, he didn't panic. Trazen wasn't the only source of webway fragments. The Ildari, as one of the creations of the Old Ones, had taken control of the vast majority of the webway following the Old One's demise. As it happened, he still had an Eldar Harlequin as a guest back home. He'd have to prod her a bitsy if he could dig out a few more webway fragments. Zeke returned to Refinery Number 1. He carried all the obsidian mined he had obtained over the past few days. Using a blueprint, he began constructing a colossal nether portal outside the refinery. This portal was large enough to allow the fireman Isfon to pass through. The machine had been very effective. The amount of obsidian excavated was enough to meet such a massive construction requirement. He activated this supersized nether portal with flint and steel, and a purple glow enveloped the entire Refinery Number 1. Per Zeke's instructions, personnel from the Adeptus Mechanicus were gathering all supplies. The Golden Apple Farm, the Potion Brewery, and the Iron Golem Farm were all being consolidated, ready for transfer. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl stood with Zeke in front of this supersized nether portal. Have you decided? Head back to Cadia first to assess the situation, or charge straight for the Blackstone fortress and take Abaddon's head? Bloodhowl asked. Is it impossible to have both? Zeke asked in return. Zeke took out a newly crafted ender chest and handed it to Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. If there are urgent matters in the future, we can communicate through this chest. Just write what you want to say on a slip of paper and put it inside, and I'll receive it. Zeke was the only player in the Warhammer world regardless of who placed an ender chest, it would always link to Zeke's inventory. Bloodhowl took the chest. Does this thing have a distance limit? No distance limit. Will it be interfered with by the warp? No, Zeke shook his head repeatedly. Use it with confidence. Alright, I'll hold on to it. By the way, did you get in touch with Castellan Creed? I did. It took some time, but your message was finally delivered. That's good. Zeke had been urging Bloodhowl to find a way to contact Creed. The Ender Pearl, currently held in a stasis field, was ready to be released. In a little while, I'll probably just go whoosh and return directly to Cadia. Zeke pointed to himself. Keep an eye on this Nether portal, Zeke said. I guarantee it will give you a big surprise. Zeke left it as a teaser. Thinking about his imminent return to Cadia, Zeke felt a bit emotional. He hadn't seen Dance or Cow in a long time. He wondered how they were doing. Strictly speaking, only 2 or 3 days had passed since he arrived on Moriatis. But amidst the ceaseless fighting, it felt as if a long time had gone by. Waiting for the Ender Pearl was getting a bit boring. Zeke looked at Bloodhowl, who was also staring blankly at the Nether portal, and his hands began to itch for something to do. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, Zeke leaned over. Since we're idle anyway, want to play a mini-game with me? A mini-game. I'll take that as a yes. Without waiting for an answer, Zeke pulled a blueprint from his backpack, flipping through until he found an entertainment facility he had saved during his spare time. On the open ground, a large arena encased in obsidian appeared before them. The internal structure of the platform was divided into 4 layers. The bottommost layer was empty. Above that was a layer paved entirely with TNT. On top of the TNT was a layer of sand. The topmost layer was covered in stone pressure plates. TNT wasn't very useful in the Warhammer world. It felt less effective than a Lehman Russ tank, so Zeke rarely used it. The rules are simple. Zeke hopped onto the arena stage first, stepping on a few pressure plates to demonstrate. As long as you step on a pressure plate, it activates the TNT, and the sand will fall along with it. Whoever falls to the bottom first loses. Zeke said to Wolf Lord Bloodhowl and handed him a stack of snowballs. No jumping allowed, Zeke added. When Wolf Lord Bloodhowl first stepped onto the pressure plate-covered arena, the click-clack sound of the plates under his feet and the loosening of the sand layer immediately put him into a state of high alert. After just a few rounds of engagement, a look of excitement like finding a new toy surfaced on his face. This game suited his appetite perfectly. The first test was speed. On a limited platform, whoever could move faster to seize the safe zones held the initiative. For a space wolf known for rapid assaults, this was practically instinct. The second test was adaptability. Not only did one have to avoid the pressure plates they triggered themselves, but they also had to predict their opponent's movement. Just as the blocks beneath the opponent's feet were collapsing, a perfectly timed snowball to the face would cause a brief stagger, enough to send them plummeting. Interesting. Bloodhowl began to run in a circle with Zeke as the center. Wherever he passed, patches of pressure plates lit up, and blocks fell away. He was creating an encirclement of death, compressing Zeke's operating space to the minimum until there was nowhere left to run. Since jumping was forbidden in this game, if you triggered all the blocks around your opponent, victory was essentially yours. Trying to trap me. How could Zeke not see his plan? He fired multiple snowballs in succession. One snowball smashed into Bloodhowl, causing the Wolf Lord's movement to pause for a split second. Zeke seized this opportunity to rush straight out of the encirclement of death before it could close. Breaking out of the trap, Zeke didn't stop for a moment. He turned back and fired 2 more snowballs in rapid succession. The Space Wolf's speed was simply too fast. Even if his snowballs hit, Bloodhowl could still escape before the blocks beneath his feet fell. As the two faced off, the remaining blocks in the arena grew fewer and fewer. Their combat space was being compressed. Victory or defeat would be decided any moment. Zeke pulled a potion of speed 2 from his backpack and downed it. His speed surged instantly. Sorry, Wolf Lord. Coming through. Riding the momentum of speed 2, Zeke charged toward the area where Bloodhowl was standing, his target clear. He aimed for the few remaining, crucial pressure plates connecting the solitary patch beneath Bloodhowl's feet to the main platform of the arena. Zeke rapidly stomped on those 3 vital pressure plates. Bloodhowl watched helplessly as the 3 plates lit up. The sand lost all support and plummeted. The area beneath Bloodhowl's feet turned into a solitary peak suspended over nothingness on all 4 sides. The only bridge had been destroyed by Zeke's own hands. Cheater! Wolf Lord Bloodhowl's face flushed red. You're playing dirty. Zeke was just about to explain that all is fair in war. Suddenly, he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl stared at the arena, now containing only himself, realizing that Zeke had already returned to Cadia. The sand beneath his feet finally gave way, sliding downwards. Bloodhowl allowed himself to fall along with the sand and stone into the deep pit several meters below. His armor crashed into the sand pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay at the bottom of the pit, looking up at the broken frame of the arena above. Ha 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 ha. He sat up. That was pretty interesting, that little game. With no opponent, the game was naturally over. He powered his legs and, with a crisp, clean leap, jumped back up to ground level. Once this business with the Blackstone fortress is over, I'll have a proper match with that kid. Next time, I'm definitely winning. 68, Chapter 68, I will make them pay. Stepping back onto the soil of Cadia, the lingering scent of sulfur no longer haunted him. For the personnel working on Moriatis, the gap between retirement age and the age of death was shockingly only 1 year. It truly wasn't a habitable planet, it was more like a furnace burning itself out to provide fuel for the war. Zeke turned back to look at the spot where he had just materialized. He was in the rear cargo compartment of a Torox carrier. Beside him was the stasis field that had confined the Ender Pearl. It had ceased functioning. Apart from himself, the compartment was empty. I thought I'd get a welcome party, Zeke muttered as he stepped out of the Torox's rear hatch. Zeke looked up at the sky of Cadia. Beside the Eye of Terror, another wide, pitch-black object had appeared. It looked like a gigantic black widow spider crawling across the firmament, slowly approaching Cadia. The Blackstone fortress was advancing on Cadia. This war machine was so colossal that it was clearly visible even from the surface. At its current speed, it would arrive very soon. At Cassicroft, almost everyone's gaze was drawn to that unidentified object in the sky. It seemed there was a guest whose entrance was 100 times more dramatic than his own, stealing his thunder. Castellan Creed stood on the ramparts, silently gazing at the Blackstone fortress. Zeke did a rough count. An iron golem was stationed every 100 meters or so along the wall. Castellan Creed had clearly taken the matter to heart. He looked much more haggard than the last time Zeke had seen him. Standing on the windy ramparts, he wasn't even wearing his signature greatcoat. Cadia stands. He was still giving a speech into the Voxcaster, trying to lead the troops in a chant. But as the Blackstone fortress and the sky drew closer, these rallying cries seemed increasingly thin and forced. "You're back, Zeke." Castellan Creed lowered the Voxcaster handset and turned to face Zeke. He took a few extra moments to study the enchanted, glowing netherite armor Zeke was wearing. It looked even tougher than the armor he had worn when he left. Creed lit a cigar and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Kel says my cigar consumption has gone up more than threefold recently. If this keeps up, I'll smoke myself to death sooner or later." Castellan Creed took a deep drag on the cigar. "I need to get a few more puffs in while he's not around. Can't let him catch me, or he'll start nagging again. Your iron golems are very useful. They've reduced the casualty rate of our Cadian troops by more than half. Also, with your iron golems standing guard, plus the null-field matrix that Muggos Klein is activating, we are fully capable of facing the Blackstone fortress. I also have some good news." Zeke spread out a blueprint, showing him the supersized nether portal. "I've solved all of Cadia's logistical problems, and I've even developed some miraculous potions." Zeke stood in the center of Cassicroft. After asking Castellan Creed about the coverage range of the null-field matrix, he chose to build the supersized nether portal right there. "Don't be too surprised, Castellan Creed," Zeke warned beforehand as he activated the blueprint. A colossal nether portal rose from the ground, towering so high that even straining one's neck, it was difficult to see the top of the frame. The attention of most people in Cassicroft shifted from the Blackstone fortress in the sky to this spot. The nether portal, emitting an ominous purple glow, caused a bit of commotion among the crowd. Zeke took out a flint and steel, activated the nether portal, switched to the Webway shard, and connected it to the portal on Mariatus. Durability dropped by 15%. The nether portal transformed into a transparent film of water, and a figure Creed never expected to see stepped out from the portal. It was Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. Bloodhowl looked around at the familiar Cadian architecture and the stoic face of Castellan Creed. Just a moment ago, he had been at the entrance of the refinery on Mariatus. "Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, weren't you off to raid the Blackstone fortress? Why are you here?" "Castellan Creed, I should be asking you that. Is this Cadia?" Wolf Lord Bloodhowl and Castellan Creed stared at each other in bewilderment. Behind them, more people and supplies swarmed out of the nether portal. Squads of Cadian soldiers and Skitarii were transporting goods. Crates of golden apples were hauled out. Potions sat on racks, the glass clinking as they were pulled along. And iron golems, like a white sea, filed out of the nether portal one after another. The soldiers of Cassicroft momentarily forgot about the Blackstone fortress overhead. They didn't know what the golden apples and potions were, but they recognized the iron golems. Those cute white guys had been very conspicuous in recent battles, preventing the deaths of many Cadian soldiers. Castellan Creed watched the traffic flowing in and out of the nether portal, convinced this was some kind of teleportation technology connecting Mariatus and Cadia. "Zeke, you've really brought me a massive surprise. I'm starting to suspect the Emperor sent you to save us." Castellan Creed reached into his pocket, wanting to pull out another cigar to calm his nerves. It was snatched away by Cawl. "Castellan Creed, please no more smoking." Deprived of his cigar, Castellan Creed's attention shifted to the golden apples and potions. He picked up a potion from a basket. "What is this?" "These are the good stuff, Castellan Creed. Things that can increase your soldier's strength. Are you ready for your wallet to bleed? Speed, strength, weakness, poison, unprecedented methods." Zeke explained the effects of each potion to Castellan Creed. "These must be very precious." Castellan Creed carefully placed the potion back into the basket. He signaled the porters to be careful. "Of course, Castellan Creed. However, I've established a fully automated production line on Mariatus, so the output is decent." Zeke walked to the portal, pointing at the blurry image of refinery number 1 within the water film. Castellan Creed walked up to the massive nether portal and tentatively reached his hand inside. After testing it a few times to ensure it was safe, he grew bolder and stuck his entire head in. His head appeared on the planet of Mariatus. He saw the fully automated factory Zeke had mentioned, as well as countless large holes leading straight underground work of the mining machines. Pulling his head back, Castellan Creed focused his attention on the nether portal. The value of this gate was immense. Drawing on his past experience, Creed realized the portal's potential in war. It can transport infinite troops behind enemy lines, catching them off guard. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl was thinking along the same lines as Creed. No wonder the kid told me to return to Cadia first. He had a better method of attack up his sleeve. So, Castellan Creed, about my proposal to take the initiative, ready to reconsider it. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl's eyes gleamed. He sensed that this time, he wouldn't have to storm the Blackstone Fortress alone. As long as a portal to the Blackstone Fortress was built, the entire military force of Cadia could raid it directly. Now, no matter how great Abaddon's skills were, he couldn't possibly withstand the full wrath of Cadia. Of course. Castellan Creed nodded. Realizing the miraculous nature of this portal, it would be idiotic of him not to choose an offensive strategy now. Abaddon had ruthlessly destroyed countless planets in the Cadian system, killed countless numbers of his people, and now sought to destroy Cadia itself. Thanks to Zeke, he finally had the means to fight back. I will make them pay. Creed raised his head. The Cadian soldiers present followed their leader's motion, raising their heads as well. Their eyes glowed violet brand left on every Cadian by the Eye of Terror, a mark that could never be erased. Witness the fury accumulated over generations. Despoiler. We will return it all in full. Next goal, 200 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 69, Chapter 69, Bella's Honey, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 200 Power Stones. The Blackstone Fortress drew closer and closer. On the second day, it unleashed a bombardment upon Cassacruf. Inside the walls of Cassacruf, every face turned toward the sky, watching the weapon surging with murderous intent. Illuminated by the cannon fire, the surrounding clouds turned bright, while the falling rain transformed into black asphalt. Dance stood on the ramparts beside Zeke, facing the colossal beam descending from the sky. He was reminded of the day he and his father left home. The rain had been just as heavy then. We can hold them off, right? Dance asked, though he didn't know who he was asking. Trust the null-field matrix, Zeke said, tightening his grip on the blueprint in his hand. If anything went wrong, he had a backup plan: build a nether portal immediately. He could use the nether portal to redirect the bombardment directly into the nether. Zeke hadn't tried it before, but there was a high probability it would succeed. On Dance's chest, a new badge was pinned. In the 2 days Zeke had been away, Dance had been promoted. By the way, Dance mentioned, you should go see Bella. He's prepared something good for you. Zeke tried to pry some information out of Dance, but the man's lips were sealed tight. He wouldn't reveal a thing. It's a surprise, Dance said, keeping the suspense. Muggos Klein, are you certain we can withstand this? Castellan Creed stood beside Muggos Klein, asking the question again and again. Trust in the Omnisaya. Right, trust in the Omnisaya. Of course I believe. Castellan Creed paced back and forth from one end of the room to the other. Suddenly, the surroundings went dark. The power in Cassacruf was cut. A protective shield rose on the horizon as the null-field matrix activated. The impact of warp energy exploded above Cassacruf, generating a massive cloud of steam, but it failed to penetrate the null-field matrix. The null-field matrix is stable, Muggos Klein said, clutching a data slate. Though the personnel in the power supply division might feel a bit uncomfortable. Its power consumption is immense. Then they'd better get used to it. Creed shouted excitedly. Did you hear that, soldiers? The battle is not over. That cannon could not pierce our defenses. The despoiler wants to make Cadia kneel. How do we answer him? Cadia stands. Kel led the shout, and the slogan echoed through every street and alley of the fortress city. The war had officially begun. In the underground strategy room of High Command, Creed leaned over a massive holographic table. Officers were shouting to one another, the noise incessant. The Blackstone Fortress's bombardment failed. The despoiler will be furious, Creed said. He was now the general commanding the entire board. He will send troops to make planet fall. Their primary target will be Cassacruf, and they will try every method to destroy our null-field matrix. The hologram displayed the war zone of Cassacruf. It was clear enough that even a layman like Zeke could understand it. There were 4 directions from which to attack Cassacruf: north, south, east, and west. The north, an officer spoke up first. Wolf Lord Bloodowl's battle brother, Orven Heifel, is stationed there. The officers introduced the forces stationed in the 4 quadrants one by one. Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars Asteroutes, who had given Zeke the stasis field, was stationed in the east. Canoness Eleanor was guarding the shrine of Saint Moricon, incidentally holding the line in the south. Zeke knew this defense would be arduous, but the victory would definitely belong to them. In the original lore, Castellan Creed had won this defensive battle through his brilliant command skills. Now, with Zeke's potions and golden apples, this defense would only be easier. Castellan Creed, when do you plan to raid the Blackstone Fortress? This was the only thing Zeke cared about. Soon, Castellan Creed replied. The more troops the despoiler deploys to Cadia, the weaker the defenses of the Blackstone Fortress will become. That will be the perfect moment for our all-out attack. Having received the information he wanted, Zeke turned and left the underground strategy room. Passing through the underground tunnels, he returned to the camp he had originally built. Not much had changed after all. He had only been gone for 2 or 3 days. It was looking more and more like a village, Zeke mused. Iron golems patrolled, Cadian soldiers were garrisoned there, and matchbox-style houses and farmland dotted the area. It was only missing a well to be a carbon copy of an original Minecraft village. Hey, isn't that Zeke? Bella, carrying a crate of cabbages, was the first to recognize him. Zeke greeted Bella. After huffing and puffing to move the cabbages to their destination, Bella mysteriously pulled Zeke into a corner. So, that mold soup I gave you last time, did it come in handy? Bella asked. Zeke fell silent. With the golden apples, other food items were basically useless to him, but saying that so bluntly would be a bit too heartbreaking for Bella. Bella pulled out a jar of yellow, viscous liquid. Since you liked the mold soup, I figured you must have a special fondness for thick substances. Look, I found another good thing for you. Zeke took the jar of liquid. It was honey. Similar to milk, but more specialized honey could remove the poison debuff from the body without affecting other status effects. Next goal, 400 power stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 70, Chapter 70, A Heldrake versus a Man. Where did you get this? Zeke shook the jar of honey, dipped his finger in for a dab, and tasted it. It was exactly that taste, sweet and silky. I got it from A. Bella's sentence was cut short by a burst of static from the radio. Something's coming out of the gate. It's Heldrakes, a whole flock of them. Quick, angle the flak cannons up. Zeke heard command after command blaring from a nearby soldier's radio. He looked toward Cassacruff. There were 3 Heldrakes, 2 smaller ones trailing behind a clearly massive alpha leader. They sped out from the upper section of the colossal nether portal, crossing Moriatis and arriving at Cadia. Soldier, weren't you ordered to strictly guard the portal? The portal is too massive, the airspace is difficult to secure. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel are already scrambling to install defensive structures. Excuses. Zeke raised his spyglass and looked towards Cassacruff. The 3 Heldrakes, having just crossed the nether portal, were startled by the sudden change in environment. For a moment, they hovered above the portal, unsure of what to do. Only when they saw the dense clusters of humans within the bastion and the gun barrels trained upon them did they react. They immediately flapped their wings to ascend, unleashing fire from the Hades autocannons in their maws in retaliation. 3 Heldrakes against the entire garrison of Cassacruff were simply outmatched. The anti-aircraft guns locked onto the lead Drake and began spewing lead. The leader executed a barrel roll to accelerate and evade, leaving the flak fire to strike the 2 smaller ones beside it. Specialized armor-piercing rounds hammered against the Heldrakes' iron bodies, tearing through their metallic carapaces. After a single volley, the 2 smaller Heldrakes disintegrated in midair, turning into 2 balls of burning wreckage that crashed onto the open ground outside the bastion. Concentrate fire. Take out the last one. More anti-aircraft firepower shifted toward the lead Drake. Bolter rounds, lost beams, and flak shells filled the air. Realizing the disparity in strength, the lead Heldrake attempted to flee. Its demon engine roared, and the thrusters on its tail wings erupted with white-hot flames. With a burst of speed, the Heldrake fled in the direction opposite to Cassacruff. Armor-piercing shells chased its retreat, shattering half of one wing. The lead Heldrake wobbled in the air but, hugging the ground, managed to escape. Cassacruff was already in a state of full combat readiness, so they responded timely to the 3 sudden intruders, sustaining minimal damage. Over the radio, an officer sternly ordered the immediate strengthening of the nether portal's defenses to prevent any more creatures from Moriatis from using it to raid the bastion. The nether portal connected Cadia and Moriatis, establishing a supply line between the 2 planets, but simultaneously offering a fast lane straight to Cadia's heart. Without reinforced precautions, it could easily be exploited by the enemy. Through his spyglass, Zeke watched the receding figure of the Heldrake. The last time he had fought such creatures, he had used a curtain of lava to melt them down, but all the loot drops had rolled into the lava. He still didn't know if they dropped anything good. This Heldrake looked far more impressive than the 2 smaller ones, definitely a mini-boss. Zeke pulled out an ender pearl, deciding to see if he could catch up and kill it. Throwing it by hand at this distance was unrealistic. Zeke went to the perimeter of the camp, where a soldier was operating a mortar. The weapon in question was an Acatron pattern mortar. This type was known for being easily modified if used correctly. You could stuff a propane tank inside and fire it as a shell. After a brief exchange with the soldier, Zeke handed over the ender pearl. The soldier first loaded a standard shell into the mortar, then placed the ender pearl in after it. After some visual calibration and estimation, he aimed for the path the Heldrake was taking. The soldier handed the control unit to Zeke. Following the direction the soldier pointed, Zeke pressed the red firing button. The mortar recoiled, and the muzzle flashed. The ender pearl traced a high parabolic arc, falling toward the direction of the fleeing Heldrake. The soldier's aim was precise visually. It looked like the ender pearl would land not far from the target. When I have time, I must commission Muggos Klein to build me a specialized ender pearl launcher, Zeke thought to himself. He whipped out potions of swiftness and strength, and ate an enchanted golden apple silky smooth combo. He had to take out the Heldrake while it was hugging the ground, otherwise, if it got alerted and took to the skies, hunting it down would become significantly more difficult. The Heldrake was dragging its frame along, fleeing close to the earth. The shattered halfwing made its flight extremely unstable. Prolonged high-altitude flight risked structural disintegration, so it was forced to choose this humiliating, ground style of movement. As it skimmed over a relatively flat gravel beach, the ender pearl smashed into the ground 50 meters away from it. The distance was a bit off. Zeke teleported in, landing and immediately sprinting toward the Heldrake. The Heldrake, having just had its wings smashed, originally wanted to fly up to avoid combat, but then it saw a puny human running toward it. Where did this bug come from? Its jaws parted, revealing the gun barrel within. Its mouth had been modified. Unlike the Hades autocannons of the 2 smaller ones, this was a modified baleflamer. The balefirian interweaving of dark green and orange red washed over Zeke in a deluge. The stones at his feet cracked and popped with the sound of thermal shock, splitting down the middle. Balefire was a flame capable of igniting both flesh and soul, a nightmare that had claimed many Imperial tanks. Zeke, fearless, charged straight into the blaze. He was instantly swallowed by the surging flames, vanishing from sight. The fire was so violent that the sheer concussive force of its eruption was enough to blow a mortal away. To any distant observer, Zeke, who dared to face the Heldrake head-on, must have been reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. It is over. Another arrogant insect. This judgment flashed through the Heldrake's chaotic logic circuits. Just as the Heldrake prepared to cease its stream of fire, an arm reached out from the inferno, completely unharmed, gripping a Harlequin's kiss. All that flashy nonsense, go talk to my fire resistance. In a panic, the Heldrake tried to flap its wings and soar, desperate to put distance between itself and Zeke. But the flank torn apart by the flak cannons destroyed its balance. That fatal sluggishness gave Zeke his final window of opportunity. Gotcha. 71, Chapter 71, The Bestiary, Giants and Medusae. Zeke's silhouette shot forward like a cannonball leaving the chamber, crossing the last few meters. Thwack! The Harlequin's kiss stabbed into the Heldrake's snout. Leveraging this stab like a rock climber anchoring a piton, Zeke suspended his entire body beneath the Heldrake's thick neck. The Heldrake shook its neck and swung its right forelimb becapade with piston claws, attempting to dislodge Zeke. These specialized steel claws could easily pierce fighter jet armor. They were the weapon of choice for dogfighting Imperial aircraft. Sparks flew as the piston claw slapped against Zeke's protection for netherite armor, bouncing off with a loud clang. Using the Harlequin's kiss as a pivot point, Zeke executed an aerial roll, flipping onto the Heldrake's back and seating himself at the base of its neck. Clamping his legs tight around the dragon's neck, he pulled out the Harlequin's kiss with one hand. Zeke aimed for the vital joints in the dragon's neck beneath him and began a rapid series of stabs. Schlick, schlick, schlick. Every time the Harlequin's kiss struck, it brought up a splash of motor oil, and the Heldrake's health bar dropped. The Heldrake began to panic. It could feel its life force draining away. Realizing that shaking off the insect crawling on it was no longer feasible, the Heldrake kicked off the ground with its hind claws and took to the skies with a deafening roar. This was Zeke's first time being a dragon knight, though he never expected it to be in this posture. The wind screamed frantically in his ears, and the scenery around him began to blur. Why is that Heldrake back? Quick, adjust the flak cannons and aim at it. The officer on Cassacruff saw the Heldrake circle around and return, and hurriedly issued orders. There's a person on top of it, a soldier manning a flak cannon shouted, holding up his binoculars. The officer snatched the binoculars and looked at the figure on the Heldrake's back. He recognized that person. Cease fire. Everyone, cease fire. The officer called off the gunners. The Heldrake roared as it streaked past Cassacruff, drawing the gaze of countless soldiers. That kid really knows how to have fun. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, relying on his superhuman Astaroth's vision, saw the person on the dragon's back. He had chopped down Heldrakes before, but he had never ridden one. That kid had beaten him to it. Exciting! Zeke shouted into the wind. As the Heldrake flew over the camp, Bella heard Zeke shout, her eyes filled with shock. The Heldrake maneuvered in the air, sometimes shooting almost vertically upward, other times stopping abruptly or making sharp turns. The inertia tore at Zeke's body, bringing discomfort but also spiking his adrenaline. Riding it gave Zeke a thrill of satisfaction. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? Especially when the mount was a mecha dragon. Zeke's backside could feel the violent vibrations sound of the demon engine revving madly. God, this is 100 times more exciting than those coin-operated rides in front of the supermarket. Under the strain of high-intensity flight, the Heldrake's wings began to disintegrate. Realizing death was inevitable, a flash of spite flickered in its eyes. The demon engine in its chest went into overload. Pouring all remaining energy into its thrusters, it aimed straight for a mountain peak ahead and charged. Even if it died, it was going to take the human on its back with it. In the final split second before impact with the mountain face, the dying mechanical demon displayed its last bit of cunning. It rolled over, exposing Zekuho was on its back to the direct point of impact. Zeke sighed. Happy times were always short-lived. The Harlequin's kiss stabbed into the Heldrake one last time, reducing its health bar to absolute zero. Simultaneously, he threw the Ender Pearl in his left hand forcefully upward. The teleportation and the dragon's collision with the cliff happened at the exact same moment. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The Heldrake's body smashed against the rock face, pulverizing the stone and tumbling down toward the ground below with the debris. Zeke, clinging to the cliff face with one hand, watched the disastrous scene below. Once everything settled, he used an Ender Pearl to teleport down. The Heldrake was buried under rubble, but it hadn't turned into loot drops yet. Zeke used his pickaxe to smash all the fallen rocks. The Heldrake had turned into a lifeless corpse. Jade, the HUD mod, displayed, harvestable. The Inquisition had argued endlessly about whether Heldrakes were mechanical or biological entities. The final conclusion leaned toward the latter. One of the conditions for a Heldrake's transformation was preferably a fighter jet piloted by an Astaroths. During the corruption process, the Astaroths would fuse with the fighter, their flesh gradually covering the machine until their souls merged, forming a Heldrake. Compared to traditional fighter jets, Heldrakes were more like living dragons. But compared to traditional dragons, they were more like jets. They essentially absorbed the advantages of both. Following the prompt from Jade, Zeke took out several empty bottles and right-clicked on the Heldrake, obtaining 3 bottles of dragon blood. TL/N, the Heldrake is not a dragon but his system is classifying it as a dragon. Then came dragon bones, dragon flesh, a fire dragon heart, and fire dragon scales. The Heldrake exploded with a ground full of materials. Mod, Ice and Fire, unlocked. He briefly flipped through the recipes. Dragon blood plus iron ingots in a dragon forge could create dragon steel, an excellent material for crafting fire dragon armor and weapons. But the most important thing was the egg. After Zeke collected all the materials, a Heldrake egg hovered above the ground. The egg was oval-shaped, a dull reddish-brown, with flame patterns coiled across its surface. Placed in fire, it could hatch equivalent to a fire dragon from the Ice and Fire mod. There was also a new book in his inventory, the Bestiary. In the Ice and Fire mod, this bestiary required manuscripts to craft, but in Warhammer, it seemed the system had saved him the trouble. Opening the bestiary, he found many familiar names, though the creatures looked vastly different. Ogrin, Giant/Cyclops. Drops Cyclops Eye, inflicts weakness 2 on all mobs within a 16-block radius when held. Description: the Ogrin is an abhuman strain of Warhammer. They are larger than average humans, not very bright, and extremely gluttonous. They often cause laughable situations but serve as decent combat power, often seen in military ranks. Medusae, Gorgon. Drops, Gorgon head, enemies gazing at this head will be turned to stone. Description: the Medusae is an invertebrate parasitic creature that inhabits the Eldar Webway. This creature feeds on the daydreams and nightmares of mortals. Locking eyes with a Medusae leads to horrific consequences. Sirens, cockatrices, all sorts of exotic beasts appeared in the notebook, complete with their drops, weaknesses, and home planets. The drops from these creatures were incredibly powerful, especially the Gorgon Hiata Supreme Heart Crowd control item. Zeke returned to the camp with a backpack full of loot and headed to his personal matchbox house. He cleared a small empty space next to the hut, laid down a block of netherrack, and lit it with flint and steel. The fire on the netherrack would burn eternally, providing a stable heat source. For safety, he built a ring of obsidian around the fire to prevent his wooden matchbox from catching fire. Once done, he took the Heldrake egg from his inventory and placed it into the flames. Creak, creak. Upon contacting the fire, vibrations came from inside the shell, and the egg rocked rhythmically a few times. It shouldn't take more than a few days to hatch. Zeke squatted by the fire, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, even after it hatched, it would be a baby. It would likely need to pass through 2 or 3 growth stages. Not far behind Zeke, a pair of beady black eyes watched him and the egg in the fire with heartbreak. It was Cawl. Upon hearing the news that Zeke had finally returned to camp, Cawl had immediately kicked up its hooves and trotted over happily. However, what it saw was this scene. Cow's eyes widened in disbelief. So, does love simply vanish? 72, Chapter 72, Chicken. Zeke left the Heldrake egg to hatch on its own. As he stepped out of his matchbox hut, he spotted Cawl under a tree. It was facing the trunk, its backside turned towards Zeke. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten fatter, Cawl, Zeke said as he walked over and gave Cow's flank a pinch. The fat on Cow's body jiggled. It shot Zeke a side eye, snorted, and turned its head away. Having a tantrum, are we? Zeke reviewed his recent actions but couldn't think of anything he had done to mistreat Cawl. I got it, Zeke thought, looking at Cawl. It must be puberty. It's rebelling. I recall Trazen having one of your kind in his gallery. Next time, I'll ask if it's male or female and find you a partner. Regardless of whether Cawl was listening, Zeke patted its head. His gaze fell upon a black collar around Cow's neck. Lifting Cow's head, Zeke felt the collar. It was a tracker. Zeke asked a passing soldier and learned that Bella had put it on Cawl to prevent it from getting lost or taken by someone with ill intentions. Zeke looked towards Bella, who was outside his tent. He had been managing Zeke's farm quite well. Everything looked proper and orderly. It's been a while since I freeloaded some good food. Feeling extra sneaky, Zeke headed towards Bella's tent. Bella was holding a tray filled with many round objects. You left in such a hurry earlier. There's still a jar of honey here. Bella tilted his head to the side, signaling for Zeke to take the jar of honey on the table. Zeke picked it up. 4 bottles of honey could craft a honey block, which was useful for some redstone contraptions. TL/N, a redstone circuit is a contraption that activates or controls mechanisms. Circuits can act in response to player or entity/mob activation, continuously on a loop, or in response to non-player activity, mob movement, item drops, plant growth, etc. What do you have there? Zeke picked one up from the tray. His system displayed it as an egg, throwable. Artificial eggs, made through technology mimicking the real thing. Bella set a stack of eggs aside. Chickens, as a poultry species, were confirmed extinct in the Warhammer universe. This stack of Bella's was entirely made of tech and hard work simulation eggs. Zeke took an egg and smashed it against the ground. White shell particles splashed out with a splat. Scientifically speaking, artificial eggs are definitely not fertilized and cannot hatch chicks. However, under Minecraft rules, Zeke remembered that every thrown egg had a 1/8 chance of spawning a baby chicken. Zeke took 3 more eggs and threw them at the ground. Crack, crack, crack. All 3 broke, but still no chick. Zeke reached out and grabbed the entire stack. What are you doing? Bella stopped Zeke's hand. These eggs aren't cheap. They're high-end goods that mimic 75% of the flavor of real eggs. If you want to eat them, I can give them to you, but throwing them away is just wasteful. Bella looked at Zeke's behavior, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zeke looked at the baskets of potatoes and wheat Bella had harvested nearby. What are you afraid of? Don't we have plenty of vegetables? It's not the same. Bella stopped trying to block Zeke. Meat is scarce and the camp protein is hard to replenish. In Warhammer, raising livestock for meat was costly. Let alone eating meat daily, even an occasional meal was unaffordable for ordinary people. Zeke swept the entire stack of eggs into his inventory, 18 in total. Holding them, he started throwing them everywhere. He listened to the sound of eggs shattering all around. Is it really a 1/8 probability? Zeke looked at the last egg in his hand. My luck is terrible. Bella watched Zeke waste a whole box of eggs and closed his eyes in despair. Maybe it's my form. Zeke mimicked a basketball shot and tossed the last egg high into the air, landing it on the tent roof. This time, the cracking sound was different, more muffled. Plop! A small, fluffy, milky white thing fell from the roof along with the shattered shell. It flapped its tiny wings in midair, slowing its descent, and landed in front of Zeke. It shook its little head, revealing a pair of beady eyes. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The wheat seeds in a nearby basket caught the chick's attention. It flapped its wings and ran toward them. The chicken. As the most successful direct descendant of the dinosaurs, this species had survived countless eras with its amazing adaptability, yet it had failed to survive the dark age of Warhammer. TL/N, this is true by the way XD. But at this moment, in a completely baffling manner, it had reappeared on this continent. The legacy of life had begun anew. This chick didn't yet realize it carried the glory of reviving its race. It just flapped its wings desperately, trying to reach the wheat seeds in the basket. Wah, what is this? Bella, a man of this era, had naturally never seen such livestock. As someone with a basic education, he understood the concept of oviparous animals. But these were artificial eggs. How could they hatch anything? His worldview suffered a simple, brutal shock. One is here. As long as we get another, we can breed them. Zeke thought. Got any more? Zeke looked at Bella. Bella didn't hide them. He took out the last stack of eggs from a hidden lower shelf. The meat of this creature is an excellent source of protein. Zeke pointed at the white chick still struggling with the wheat seeds. Meat? Is it tasty? Bella, the chef, was intrigued. Is it as good as Grok's meat? Look at your lack of experience, Zeke mocked Bella mercilessly in his mind. How do you think chicken meat secured the throne of all meats in the M2 era? Aside from breeding fast, what's the most important thing? It's delicious, versatile, and smells good no matter how you cook it. Fried, deep-fried, stewed, poached, salt-baked, roasted, braised. What is Grok's meat? Roadside trash compared to chicken. He threw the entire stack of eggs. This time, luck was on his side. 4 baby chickens popped out. He fed them wheat seeds one by one. Each feeding reduced the growth time of the baby chickens by 10%. Zeke and Bella watched over the little guys in the tent, waiting quietly for them to grow up. Half an hour later, the little ones transformed from juvenile forms into adults. Zeke used wheat to breed them in pairs, turning 4 chickens into 6. Such rapid growth. Bella watched the noisy creatures flying up and down inside the tent. He reached out, grabbed one, and felt its chest. Bella weighed it in his hand, estimating the meat yield. Simple to raise, short growth cycle, and judging by Zeke's tone, the taste wasn't bad either. They were practically livestock designed specifically to provide meat. Bella realized the value of chickens. If this livestock were popularized, it would absolutely be loved by everyone. I choose you. Zeke slapped his thigh. Bella, I'm handing that chicken in your hand over to you to cook. Let's see just how delicious this thing is. Leave it to me, but I don't know how to process this creature. Zeke looked around. There was wheat flour, there was oil, the ingredients were ready. I'll teach you. Zeke rolled up his sleeves, standing by to guide Bella. 73, Chapter 73, Mod Mine Colonies. As a chef, Bella quickly got the hang of it. Under Zeke's tutelage, he cleaned the chicken with efficient speed, coated it in batter, and began to fry it. Using fresh chicken for deep frying was a bit of a waste, but Zeke just loved this stuff. Zeke also took the opportunity to cut some potatoes into strips to make fries. While the food was frying, Zeke stepped outside, summoned a soldier, and contacted Muggos Klein via radio. Fried chicken and fries were still missing something. A glass of cola would make it perfect. Muggos Klein, do you have soda water there? It's a type of water infused with carbon dioxide to give it a unique zest. Zeke spoke into the radio. Some Cadian soldiers seem to favor that beverage. If you want it, I can acquire some for you, Muggos Klein agreed. The environment around Klein was noisy. Zeke could vaguely hear sounds indicating that the battle lines were expanding and the situation was favorable. There were requests for more potions, golden apples, and pilots. I'm counting on you, then. Zeke hung up the radio. After the call ended, the servitor beside Archmuggos Klein voiced a query. My lord, what is the use of this water? Archmuggos Klein glanced at the servitor. Zeke has chosen to do this, so there must be a logic to it. Zeke's golden apples and magical potions were now known to everyone in Cadia. His style of doing things was eccentric, but the results were genuine. No one would question a man who had repeatedly rendered such meritorious service. This item will definitely play a crucial role in the upcoming Cadian War. 1 hour. You, along with servitors 3 and 4, complete this task for me. As you command. The servitor retreated. Archmuggos Klein stood before his podium, lost in deep thought. So, what exactly is the utility of a beverage made by flushing carbon dioxide into water? It's naturally for drinking. Zeke asked Bella for a bit more sugar and began to make a syrup base for the cola. What Zeke wanted was the sense of ritual. He didn't need to recreate the flavor of cola 100%. Getting it somewhat similar was enough. When Archmuggos Klein's servitor delivered the soda water, Zeke lightly mixed it with the syrup. Then, he arranged the French fries, fried chicken, and cola on a single platter. Fried chicken and fries set, with cola, provides 8 hunger, 6 saturation, 30 minutes of happiness. He never thought there would come a day when he could eat fried chicken and fries in the Warhammer universe. Zeke drooled uncharacteristically. Don't just stand there, try some. Zeke invited Bella to taste it with him. A bite of chicken paired with a sip of homemade cola. If only there was ketchup for the fries, it would be even better. The sinful pleasure brought by the golden, crispy fried chicken and fries, combined with the cloying sweetness of the cola, whipped up a storm in their mouths and stomachs. Happiness appeared in the buff bar. Zeke swept the junk food before him clean. He calmed himself to carefully savor this buff. He wasn't doing anything, yet he felt happy for no reason, the corners of his mouth turning up uncontrollably. Beside him, Bella sipped the cola with small mouthfuls, a faint look of delight on his face. I don't know why, I just feel very joyful. Trazyn and the Silent King would definitely love this set meal, Zeke thought. Their race, having been transformed into necrons, had long since lost the ability to experience various emotions. Bella, I see you've managed those farmlands quite well, Zeke said, his mouth still stuffed with the last bit of chicken. How about I hand these chickens over to you to raise as well? Bella was startled. Me? No. The value involved here is too great. I'm just a small cook, how could I? Bella wasn't brainless, he could see the terrifying value hidden behind these chicks, capable of generating frightening profits. If not handled properly, it could even stir up a storm of blood. I remember ratlings are natural-born merchants, right? Zeke said. Experts at making deals. Those are just petty trades. I'm completely unskilled in this kind of massive, interstellar commerce. Besides, this is too precious. I am just a nobody. Bella looked at the egg in his hand. Who made that necklace on Cow's neck? Zeke asked. Bella paused for a moment. I did. You put heart into it, Zeke nodded. That is why I chose you. It didn't matter to Zeke, who served as the promotional ambassador for the chickens. Having a familiar face he found agreeable was the best case scenario. However, regarding the money earned this time, you can't be as greedy as last time. Zeke's face turned stern. He clearly remembered how miserably he had been ripped off during his first transaction with Bella. Zeke, you still remember that? Bella laughed heartily. But, even if you intend for me to do it, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill this function. Bella picked up a wheat seed and held it in front of two chickens. The chickens didn't even spare him a glance. See, I don't have those miraculous powers of yours, Bella said. Since you left, I could only harvest the crops on your farmland. I couldn't replant, nor could I expand. Mine colonies, unlocked. You can assign roles to the colony residents, including potion brewing, equipment enchanting, farming, animal husbandry. A book titled Resident Manual appeared in Zeke's inventory. Opening the manual, the first page was a dynamic thumbnail sketching out the current overview of Zeke's camp. Major buildings were marked, with basic data scrolling beside them: population, food reserves, security status, resident satisfaction, etc. Zeke's finger slid across the page, touching a chapter titled, Talent Market. The page listed a clear roster showing all personnel currently settled in the camp. Behind each name was the system-determined profession and level. His gaze first landed on Bella's name. Resident, Bella, Ratling. Current profession, cook/farmer, level 0. Abilities, none. Upgrade requirements, Emerald X12, Experience X500. Zeke looked further down. He could increase their profession level using emeralds and experience to unlock more abilities. Upgrading Bella to level 1 would grant him the ability to autonomously farm land and raise livestock. Continuing to upgrade would improve crop quality and allow the growing of giant crops. Zeke even saw content related to the mods, Botania, and Pam's Harvest Craft further down the line. High levels could unlock specific mods. This was truly saving the world through farming. Then there was his old acquaintance, Carmine. She had been holed up in the laboratory these past few days, still researching cow's milk. Carmine's profession was apothecary. Upgrading would unlock brewing abilities. Subsequently, she could refine potions. Breaking through the original potion levels strength 3 and 4 potions would no longer be a dream. He flipped through more pages. There were mixture potions, creating new potions, many functions, but they required a lot of emeralds and experience. And dance. Just as he had told Zeke, he had been a blacksmith before, so his profession was blacksmith. His future path involved directed enchanting, breaking enchantment caps, and more enchantments. Zeke even saw a god-tier enchantment mod, Apotheosis, in the blacksmith's future unlocked path. More enchantments, enchantment compatibility, infusion enchanter. Zeke revealed a smile of poverty. Emeralds, either you don't need them, or you need a sea of them. He took out the dozen or so emeralds from his backpack. This amount was just enough to upgrade Bella to level 1, allowing him to farm and raise livestock. Zeke gritted his teeth and invested these emeralds in Bella first. After all, having just made a promise, he had to keep it. The emeralds turned into green light. Zeke's experience bar dropped by a chunk as the light merged into Bella's body. Of course, Bella was completely unaware of what was happening before him. He only saw Zeke holding a book up towards him. In the instant the emeralds turned into a stream of light, Zeke caught a fleeting glimpse. Within every stream of green light, a blurry human face seemed to emerge, looking as if it were in prayer. Emeralds were not as simple as they appeared. Zeke understood in his heart. In the original Minecraft, emeralds were the currency for villager trading, symbolizing commerce. In the Warhammer world, they had become linked to things like souls. Next goal, 400 power stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 25 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 74, Chapter 74, The Nether Convert in Warhammer. Leaving Bella to enjoy the pleasures of farming, Zeke walked around the camp a few times, exchanging items from his inventory for more emeralds. After one lap, since each person could only trade once and most soldiers in the camp were unemployed villagers, Zeke only managed to exchange for 15 emeralds. He spent 3 of them trading with someone for some cactus and built a cactus farm. Arriving at the center of the camp, Zeke constructed a nether portal. It wasn't connected using webway fragments, it was simply a pure nether portal for entering the underworld. At dusk, in front of the nether portal in the camp center, Zeke waited for the person he was expecting. With a series of slightly hurried footsteps, Dante approached Zeke, carrying a bulging, oversized backpack. Lord Zeke. Dante stopped in front of the gate, looking at Zeke with fervent eyes, though his gaze couldn't help but drift toward the Nether portal. Zeke looked at this miner who had now found a new direction in life with complex emotions. He didn't say much. He took out 3 fire resistance potions and a golden apple from his inventory and handed them over. Take these. Be careful on the road. Zeke's tone brooked no refusal. Unable to decline, Dante accepted them and stuffed them into his backpack. As Dante zipped up the bag, Zeke saw that all of Dante's worldly possessions were stuffed inside that package. Have you really thought this through? Zeke asked one last time as he took out the flint and steel and struck it against the obsidian frame. Of course. I have considered it deeply for several days. Clutching his large bag, Dante could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Zeke looked at Dante's trembling body. Is this guy a masochist? What was so good about the Nether? It was hot as death and completely red. Dante was a strange case. Ever since he survived his escape from the Nether combined with the trauma of his co-worker falling to Chayashay had suddenly become depressed. He spent his days muttering about how this dogshit world doesn't give ordinary people a chance to survive. Ironically, it was Hell Nether that saved him from his suffering. Dante fell in love with that place. Back in Mariadas, he would run into the Nether whenever he had free time. Later, he even begged Zeke to let him live inside it. After much thought, Zeke decided to let Dante follow him to this camp first, and then enter the Nether from here. That way, if something happened, Zeke would be close enough to handle it. The Nether is very dangerous. Zeke tried to dissuade him one last time. When I first met you, you were half dead. Do you not remember? Hearing this, Dante revealed the expectant look of a pilgrim. Lord Zeke, the Nether is actually not dangerous at all. His tone was certain. Look, as long as you carry gold products on you, those humanoid monsters covered in dark red skin won't actively attack you at all, and those black demons, as long as you don't stare into their eyes, they usually have no interest in you. As long as you act according to the laws of that world, it is very safe. Not bad, man. Zeke patted Dante on the shoulder. This guy, Dante, relying on just a few expeditions, had figured out the core rules of most vanilla Minecraft monsters in the Nether. With that kind of observational skill, being a miner was indeed a waste of talent. You flatter me. Dante smiled sheepishly and pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Those humanoid monsters are called piglins. Zeke had appropriately pointed out that the humanoid monsters were actually called piglins. Correct, piglins. Zeke affirmed. Wearing gold equipment could eliminate their hostility, and one could use gold to barter with them. Dante took out a pen and wrote the name down in his notebook. Zeke leaned in. The notebook was densely packed with extremely neat records. It was entirely filled with transaction details regarding piglins. Even the probability rates of bartering had been statistically calculated by Dante. Seeing the book reminded Dante of something. He dug around in his large bag and handed Zeke a pile of miscellaneous items. They were all things he had exchanged from the piglins: an enchanted book with soul speed, which prevents players from slowing down on soul sand, along with some iron nuggets, crying obsidian, and other sundries. Where did you get so much gold? It was my life savings. You threw it all in? Yeah, not a penny left. Dante scratched his head awkwardly. This kid is going to go places, Zeke concluded. However, before that, Zeke cursed loudly, sternly reprimanding Dante for this behavior. In the future, before doing something like this, report it to me first. Truly ignorant or fearless. Wasn't he afraid that carrying such a book would attract the attention of certain entities? Dante realized his behavior was indeed inappropriate and lowered his head. I am very sorry, Lord Zeke. So, what I wanted to say is, this time, once I enter the Nether, I might not come out for the rest of my life. The scolding words stuck in Zeke's throat. There was no joking expression on Dante's face. He stroked the book in his hand that recorded the secrets of the Nether. I'm not afraid of Lord Zeke laughing at me, but ever since I learned about my co-worker's corruption, I tossed and turned every night, unable to sleep. I was terrified of ending up like him. It just so happened that Lord Zeke said the Nether could isolate outside influences. After falling into the Nether the first time, I felt that everything there was attracting me. I figured, since we are mutually attracted to one another, why can't I just live in that place forever? Dante smiled, as if he had found the value of his life. He placed his backpack in front of the Nether portal and looked up at the sky of Cadia. Does Lord Zeke know? This fucked up world doesn't give ordinary people a way to live. The Imperium, it wants to save humanity as a whole, not specific humans like me. Cough, cough, cough. As Dante spoke, he looked up to the sky and coughed violently. No one cares if we live or die. Not even him. Zeke couldn't refute Dante's words. Compared to the godforsaken cesspit that was Warhammer, the Minecraft Nether was indeed more than a little bit better. Won't you be lonely? Zeke scrutinized Dante. How could I be? Virgil is there. I am not alone. Who is Virgil? A piglin. Everything I have was traded from her. I gave her a name, Virgil. Zeke took a few steps back, looking at Dante in horror. There is something very wrong with this kid. He shook his head, saying no more, and stepped aside to unblock the path to the Nether portal. Standing before the purple light generated by the portal, Dante took a deep breath and took the most crucial step of his life. Just as he was about to be completely submerged by the portal, he turned back and said something profound to Zeke. Lord Zeke, do you think the creature in the Nether called the piglin, do you think it possesses intelligence? Dante vanished into the Nether portal. The Nether had welcomed its first human resident. 75, Chapter 75, Wither vs. Word Bearers. Dante had finally returned to the place he had longed for day and night. Gazing at the hellscape before him, he couldn't resist bending down to kiss the netherrack. Here, he was finally free from fear here, he could finally live a good life. Standing before the Nether portal, Zeke pondered Dante's parting words. The more he thought about it, the more it nagged at him. Since when had Dante turned into the Riddler? Today, I have to get to the bottom of this, Zeke muttered, stepping into the portal. The thing I hate most in my life is people stopping halfway through a sentence. Dante, what did you mean by piglins have intelligence? Explain it to me right now. Dante insisted it was merely a guess. He had been closely observing the piglin named Virgil for some time and had noted their obsession with gold and their capacity for trade. A creature that possesses greed and understands the concept of exchange must possess some level of intellect. Dante speculated that the piglins appeared dull and wouldn't mindlessly performing program tasks without communication because their intelligence was being suppressed by something. So, it's just speculation. Zeke nodded slowly. Well, good luck with that. After bidding farewell to Dante, Zeke decided that since he was already there, he might as well visit another fortress. Wielding the Harlequin's kiss, he fought a fierce battle inside the fortress, farming enough materials for 3 wither skeleton skulls. He began to place the skulls onto the T-shaped soul sand structure. When the first skull was set, every creature in the Nether seemed to raise its head slightly, gazing toward Zeke. A king was about to arrive. As the second skull clicked into place, the air grew hotter, and the crackling of the lava fell into a rhythmic chant, like a prayer. The atmosphere felt wrong. Seeing that only one head remained, Zeke decided to be a despicable blockman. He chose a summoning spot deep underground, encased in netherrack, to prevent the wither from flying around randomly. To be safe, he crunched down on an enchanted golden apple. Little wither, you're easy pickings. He placed the final wither skeleton skull. Aga! A loud, groaning sound echoed through the cavern as the soul sand emitted a ghostly blue glow. The outline of the wither began to materialize, visually expanding as it formed. A health bar appeared overhead, climbing rapidly from 0. During this generation phase, the wither was invulnerable. Zeke, fully armed, waited quietly for the show to start. As its health neared full, the wither flickered between blue and black. Then, with a massive explosion centered on itself, the King of Hell re-emerged into the world. 3 heads roared silently toward the sky, their eye sockets filled with a desire for total destruction. The wither was a boss with both high stats and complex mechanics. Its health bar was more than double that of the Ender Dragon, and it attacked by firing wither skulls that caused explosions and the wither status effect. Enemies killed by it were converted into health for the boss, leaving behind a wither rose. It even had a second phase. When its health dropped below half, it gained wither armor, becoming immune to most ranged attacks like tridents and arrows. The wither focused its gaze on the human before it and spat a spinning skull. It exploded near Zeke. The damage was negligible, but the wither effect was annoying, obscuring his vision of his own health. Let's make this quick. Backing against the netherrack to absorb the impact, Zeke slashed rapidly at the monster. Under his intense offensive, the wither's situation deteriorated rapidly, and it was defeated in no time. As its black body crumbled, a nether star shining with white light dropped to the floor. Zeke picked it up, cleared the excess netherrack from his inventory, and went back to work. He didn't stop at one. He farmed another set of skulls. Utilizing the wither's hostility toward all living mobs except undead, Zeke wanted to test if he could summon it in the overworld. If it worked, it could be an excellent biological weapon and Minecraft-style bomber. At a crafting table, Zeke combined obsidian, glass, and the nether star to craft a beacon. Back at the camp, he constructed a max-level beacon base using the highest quality materials, netherite blocks. He was wealthy enough that the netherite mined by his tunnel bore was essentially inexhaustible. A level 4 beacon required 164 blocks, and atop the pyramid, Zeke placed the beacon, selecting the strength and regeneration buffs. That day, everyone in the camp saw a beam of light pierce the sky. Along with it came a surge of physical strength and the miraculous healing of old wounds. It's truly a blessing to be in this camp, Wounded 3 said, sitting on a matchbox house while gnawing on a chicken leg. Not long ago, he had recovered, been sent to the front lines, stepped on a landmine that blew off his legs, and was shipped right back. The first wave of enemies arrived. Hordes of cultists attempted to breach the walls. Tattooed men and women wearing masks chanted as they advanced. The Crusader squad is over there, Marshal Amalrich said, standing on the gantry. And the brothers with heavy bolters. They must not take a single step back. Yes, Marshal, Zeltan replied, stepping back to relay the order. Nearby, 2 battle brothers stood on the gantry, firing wildly at the cultists below while snacking. Munch, 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 who do you think invented this golden apple? It's so delicious. Delicious, right? The cost will be deducted from your pension. Ha, didn't you say it would be reimbursed? Suddenly, a nether portal appeared in the rear area they were guarding. Gun barrels instantly swiveled toward it. Zeltan arrived just in time and lowered the muzzles. This style, it's reinforcements. No need to panic. Zeke walked out of the portal, arriving at the front lines. This was the east, guarded by Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars. Compared to the south guarded by Canonis Eleanor and the north by the Space Wolves, the pressure here was intense. Zeke had chosen this location specifically to deploy his Wither bomber support. Amalrich recognized the human, who was currently dual-wielding bolt guns and firing madly. They are gathering out there, Amalrich said, pointing toward the smoke. A high explosive shell tore through the void shield and exploded directly overhead. I see a banner, he continued, raising his voice. Do you see it there? Dark red. Zeltan looked through his scope at a skull with a twisted tongue. My lord, that is the filth of Lorgar. Word bearers, the marshal roared. That explains the chanting. Word bearers, huh? Zeke thought. I've decided to use you as test subjects. Marshal Amalrich. Zeke shouted. We need to pull back to the curtain wall. Why? Trust me. Zeke began his setup. The Wither didn't distinguish between friend and foe, so he needed to clear his teammates from the blast zone first. Marshal, Creed has also sent a retreat order, Zeltan added. He wants us to retreat. Amalricia's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, though he stopped pretending not to hear. Zeke placed the final Wither skeleton skull onto the soul sand. Immediately, the sky darkened. Black clouds swirled, brewing a thunderstorm with Wither's inherent environmental effect, which looked incredibly oppressive. Marshal Amalrich paused. This thing will help us crush those word bearers, but it kills indiscriminately, Zeke warned. The Wither's body was expanding, and the scent of death began to spread. Amalrich raised his hand. For the Emperor and Dorn, all units listen, retreat temporarily to the curtain wall. Repeat, this is not a retreat, this is a strategic withdrawal. Zeke watched the Battle Brothers withdraw behind the wall, then fixed his gaze back on the expanding monster. Only 30 power stones before next bonus chapter. 76, Chapter 76, a creature that represents the absolute end of life, bonus. Thanks for the power stones everyone, this is the bonus chapter for reaching 400 power stones. Zeke watched the last few Battle Brothers vault into cover behind the curtain wall just as the Wither descended. Its body hovered above the ground, 3 pairs of hollow eye sockets surveying the surrounding battlefield. Its arrival seized the attention of the entire warzone. The Battle Brothers behind the wall felt a suffocating sense of oppression and gripped their weapons tighter. Are you sure this thing is here to help us? Marshal Amalrich climbed to an observation embrasure. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Wither and himself, noting that the creature's color scheme was suspiciously similar to his own Black Templar armor. On the other side of the field, the cultists grew restless. The hunched figures who had been chanting from their tomes looked up at the 3-headed monster. Did you summon that? One whispered. I don't know. The other replied, frantically flipping through his book. Zeke pulled out several bottles of splash potion of invisibility and doused himself and the people behind him. Under the effect of the invisibility, the Wither's 3 heads swiveled, and 6 eyes locked onto the only visible targets, the word bearers. It's coming for us. A word bearer screamed. The Wither spat out a skull. The missile of death dragged a pale trail through the air, flying straight toward the densest cluster of cultists. Scatter, quick, SCA. The warning was cut short as the skull landed. Black particles mixed with the shockwave, spreading outward. A cultist at the center, whose leg had been blown off earlier, couldn't crawl away in time and was obliterated instantly. But death was not the end. His corpse shriveled, and the life force of the land within several meters was drained dry, turning the soil pitch black. An eerie flower burst from the remains of Wither rose. Its petals were ink-black and twisted, surrounded by falling dark particles. A nearby cultist stepped back and accidentally trod on the rose. His companion looked at him in terror. Why are you looking at me like that? The cultist touched his face. His eyes grew hot, and 2 streams of black, bloody tears flowed down. He began to cough up black fibrous matter, and his skin lost its luster. Life force was rapidly dissipating from his shelf power of the end. Save me. He collapsed, and seconds later, another Wither rose bloomed from his chest. Who are the real cultists here? The horrific scene left the word bearers in a state of panic. The Wither's slaughter had only just begun. Its body climbed higher into the air, heads rotating like automatic turrets, bombarding the ground with skull after skull. Explosions rang out continuously, creating more zones of death and blooming more roses on the corpses of the enemy. A black figure appeared among the rabble, standing a head taller than the cowering cultists. It was a dark apostle. Twisting his body while reading from a book, he was surrounded by floating tomes that flapped like crows. He chanted, summoning blue fireballs to strike the Wither. Zeke watched the Wither's health bar drop, but it quickly recovered. Since the Wither's skull attacks dealt area of effect damage, killing multiple cultists at once, and each kill restored 5 health points to the boss, the damage dealt by the Dark Apostle was almost instantly negated. The Wither turned its 3 heads toward the gnat that dared attack it. It spat a skull, but the Dark Apostle flicked his fingers, and one of his bird-like books blocked the projectile. Damn it, you idiots, stop chanting. The Dark Apostle cursed at the useless cultists. Chanting works on Cadian minds, but this thing doesn't care. Pick up your weapons and fire. The surviving cultists woke as if from a dream, grabbing whatever ranged weapons they had. Modern firepower was reliable, and the hovering Wither was an easy target. Its health quickly dropped from 3/4 to 2/3. The big one is coming, Zeke muttered from his hiding spot, dodging a stray projectile. When the Wither's health dropped to half, a shield flowing with ghostly blue runes emerged around it with their armor. The cultists watched in despair as their bullets were absorbed by the shield. Zeke ducked his head. Phase 2 was starting. The Wither descended slowly and then exploded with a massive boom. The blast created a deep crater, sending nearby cultists flying. From the cracked earth, black skeletal hands burst forth. 3 Wither skeletons climbed out, their bodies made of pitch-black bone, stone swords in hand. After a moment of confusion, they locked onto their targets and charged. Their stone swords slashed at the cultists, dealing damage and inflicting the Wither effect. Can't hold it. We can't hold it. The survivors cried. They were trapped between the Wither roses on the ground and the skulls raining from the sky. They were mages, but their magic couldn't break the Wither's immunity shield. The cultists routed, turning into a field of experience orbs. The chaos raid ended in a laughable manner. Zeke felt the Wither looked slightly larger than before. After killing the summoned Wither skeletons for some coal, he drank a bucket of milk to clear his invisibility, deliberately attracting the boss's attention. With open space to maneuver, the Wither was much harder to deal with, but after some effort, Zeke finished it off. Marshal Amalrich led the Battle Brothers out to clean up the battlefield. They adjusted their flammers, extremely careful to burn all the wither roses, having witnessed the consequences of touching them. The Marshal didn't say much, simply nodding to affirm the victory, though he seemed unsure how to evaluate Zeke's brutal methods. But Zeke looked at the rose-covered battlefield with satisfaction. The wither buff had exceeded his expectations. An ordinary cultist taking one explosion and a few seconds of poison had no chance of survival. It's a pity these word-bearers aren't followers of Nurgle, Zeke thought with a touch of regret. I wonder how the Plague God would react to encountering the Wither, a creature that represents the absolute end of life. Next goal, 600 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 77, Chapter 77, The Archmagos Dominus, Belisarius Cawl. Back at Cassacruff, Creed convened another meeting. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zeke began circling the Cassacruff bastion, knocking on doors one by one. There were simply too few people to trade with in his own camp, so Zeke decided to extract every last emerald available in Cassacruff. It wasn't an easy job. Zeke felt like a door-to-door salesman. Facing the Cadian people, he stood there like a fool, staring at the ground and rapidly clicking through trading panels. Villagers couldn't breed here, otherwise, he wouldn't be in a state where he couldn't even build a trading hall. As Zeke exchanged emeralds, he got used to this sales routine. Working his way from the perimeter to the center, he arrived at Creed's conference room and walked inside. There, he encountered an unexpected guest. Standing before the conference table, Zeke looked up at a figure that nearly scraped the ceiling. A tech priest entirely shrouded in gilded red robes. Belisarius Cawl. Archmagos Dominus, prime conduit of the Omnissiah, father of the Primaris Space Marines, savior of Guilliman. His titles were endless. He was an ancient monster who had lived for who knows how many thousands of years, so long that even his primary personality couldn't remember it all. Incidentally, he had the highest HP of anyone Zeke had ever seen. A full 5,000 points. 500 were red, and the other 4,500 were blue. Zeke surmised the blue represented void shields or something similar. Archmagos Cawl was a monster unit, in the same weight class as a titan. You could never imagine how many weapons and unknown devices were hidden beneath those red robes. Whenever survival was at stake, Cawl would pull out some black technology from under his robes that even he didn't fully understand. That was why Zeke jokingly called him Doraemon Cawl, or simply, Dora Cawl. Zeke Mason, I know you. Cawl lowered his head, looking at Zeke before him. Klein mentioned your name to me. He said you possess some very miraculous machinery. Yes, mechanical power, that is what I call it, Zeke replied. Cawl bent his massive frame to enter the conference room, and Zeke followed close behind. The room was filled with old acquaintances: Creed, Wolf Lord Bloodhull, the Imperial Fists. Is the Archmagos Dominus here because of an interest in the Blackstone fortress? Creed sat at the head of the table. He really couldn't figure out what wind had blown this personage here. Half correct. To be precise, not the Blackstone fortress, but the Blackstone itself. Call's chatterbox switch was flipped, and countless words spilled from his vocalizers. At first, Zeke could somewhat follow along something about Blackstone suppressing the warp. But as it went on, it felt like being back in a university advanced mathematics class. His brain started to feel heavy and drowsy. And this, Cawl concluded, is the proof of my hypothesis. Not a single hero in the room could offer a response. They were like students called upon in class to answer a question, stammering and unable to say a word. Are there any questions? Cawl asked, witnessing the silence of the commanders around him. Yes, Creed said. What does all that mean? Correct, Wolf Lord Bloodhull added. Please explain it again. Which part do you find ambiguous? Can you be specific? Cawl replied. He showed a hint of agitation and annoyance. Zeke took a step forward. I understood what you meant. You're saying that Blackstone can help us defeat Abaddon more effectively, correct? Archmagos Cawl revealed a gratified smile. If you were on Mars, someone like you would become a tech priest far easier than those others. Become a tech priest? Forget it. Zeke shook his head mentally. I don't want to go through another college entrance exam on Mars. To become a tech priest on Mars, one had to undergo a series of studies and exams. The difficulty and pressure were comparable to 3 years of agonizing entrance exams, actually, far beyond that. The Elysion Pylons. There exists an extremely complex underground mining network there, permeating with Blackstone veins. Castellan Creed, I apply for permission to investigate that area. Cawl stated the purpose of his visit. Go ahead and do it, Creed nodded. Where are the Elysion Pylons? Zeke moved to Wolf Lord Bloodhull's side and asked quietly. Bloodhull spread out a map and pointed to the southwest corner. A while back, Air Forces found a crashed merchant ship there. It was smuggling animals. Zeke compared the location. Isn't this near my spawn point? No doubt about it. A crashed animal smuggling ship, that was exactly where he had found Cawl. Archmagos Cawl declined Creed's offer to send soldiers for support as he exited through the door, heading toward the location of the Elysion Pylons. Seizing the moment, Creed pulled Zeke aside. Abaddon can't hold back anymore, Creed said, unable to hide the turbulence in his heart. Unable to break our defenses for so long, he is deploying more and more troops onto the Cadian continent. Creed didn't finish the sentence, but Zeke knew what he was going to say. The opportunity to raid the Blackstone fortress was coming soon. During this time, I will gather all troops and mobilize every ounce of power available, Creed stated firmly. Zeke nodded to show he understood, then pushed open the door to chase after Cawl. Zeke intended to go to the Elysion Pylons as well. According to the Tinker's Manual, Blackstone was a material he could now collect since he had a netherite pickaxe. Mind if someone hitches a ride on your research trip? Not knowing what tone to use with such an ancient monster, Zeke decided to just state his request directly. You are also interested in the Blackstone? Sort of. Then you should know the rules of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Knowledge in exchange for knowledge. Zeke felt a slight change in the tone and vocabulary Cawl used. Perhaps he had switched to a subpersonality to converse. Knowledge? That was the one thing he didn't lack. Besides, even if you have Minecraft knowledge, it doesn't mean you can use it. Zeke agreed without hesitation. 78, Chapter 78, combining 3 old into 1 new. Archmagos Cawl chose to travel via a transport ship, and Zeke tagged along for the ride. The Elysion pylons were not far. Back when Zeke and Dance rode Cawl, it had only taken them a single morning to arrive. The transport ship was massive. Besides Zeke and Archmagos Cawl, Creed had insisted on cramming in a squad of Cadian soldiers as a precaution against any accidents. The road to the Elysion pylons had already been cleared by Creed's orders. After all, research into Blackstone was a matter of critical importance, and he intended to ensure Call's journey was as smooth as possible. Aboard the ship, Zeke gave Archmagos Cawl a brief introduction to mechanical power. Perhaps because he had seen so much of the galaxy, the Archmagos was far calmer than Zeke had expected. He asked many incisive questions, which Zeke answered based on his own understanding. Cawl expressed regret in his tone with the pressing matter of the Blackstone at hand. He lacked sufficient time to study the mechanical power Zeke described. However, if everything this human said was true, Archmagos Cawl believed this incredible technology would surely bring further innovation to the cult Mechanicus. For the first time in a long while, he felt filled with passion. Zeke, are you interested in visiting my forge base? I mean, after this is over. Cawl pointed toward the ground of Cadia below. Cawl had established his own forge bases on many planets, places where he frequently conducted his personal experiments. The Primaris Space Marines had been produced in one such facility. There, I would have ample time to converse with you. Cawl extended the invitation. Finishing his conversation with Zeke, Cawl turned to his servitor, Quo. This plasma generator needs replacement. Quo, install a new one. Ensure the power supply is sufficient. Quo dismantled a harness-like component from the Archmagos' body, removed the 3 cores inside, and replaced them. As for the old ones, judging by Quo's actions, he seemed ready to discard them. That's a waste, Zeke said, gnawing on a chicken leg he had pulled out. Through Jade, he could see the items were called fuel rods, and they still had 20% durability left. Tau technology, Archmagos Cawl explained. These have been largely depleted, and the power supply has become unstable. If a problem were to occur during combat, it would cost me my life. Why don't you combine the 3 old ones into a new one? Zeke blurted out. In Minecraft, identical equipment and tools with low durability could be combined to create one with higher durability. Although he didn't use this trick often, it came in handy sometimes. Combine 3 old ones into a new one? What is this guy talking about? Archmagos Call's thoughts. Zeke slapped his forehead. Playing too much Minecraft did that to you. He asked for the fuel rods. Examining them in his hand, he saw the durability bars were red, leaving about 1/5 remaining. If placed in the crafting grid, 3 rods at 1/5 durability could be combined into one with roughly 1/2 durability. If I combine them into a new one, you have to give that fuel rod to me. Certainly, if you can do it. Zeke gathered all the used fuel rods and, right in front of Archmagos Cawl, synthesized a fresh one on the spot. He waved the new fuel rod triumphantly in front of the Archmagos. Alright, this new one is mine now. Zeke decisively pocketed the fuel rod. Free stuff always tasted best. Archmagos Cawl was speechless. He made no move to ask for the rod back. He simply stared at Zeke's hands. What had he just witnessed? 2 objects of the same type, merged through some inconceivable method to restore their original state. Archmagos Cawl leaned closer to Zeke, his voice revealing a thirst for knowledge. If there were 2 titans of the same model, damaged by enemy fire, do you have a way to combine them into a new one? Zeke nodded. You could detach the most critical parts from those titans, and I could collect them individually to combine them into a new one. Or, Zeke added, I could restore their durability directly on an anvil using the corresponding materials. Regarding the fuel rod he just acquired, Zeke saw through the crafting recipe that he could use a material he had never seen before to fully repair its durability on an anvil. Archmagos Call's thoughts raced. The Adeptus Mechanicus possessed many Archaeotech weapons recovered from digs. They didn't know how to manufacture or repair them themselves, but Zeke's skill could perfectly bridge that gap. You absolutely must visit. I believe we will have much to share. Of course, Zeke replied. The transport ship skimmed over the ridgeline of the Resla Mountains, and the familiar axle sea of trees came into view below. Zeke perked up. They were almost there. The ship circled and descended, its thrusters kicking up clouds of dust. The crashed merchant ship was still there. The thick smoke from before had long since extinguished, leaving it looking dead and silent. Zeke, Archmagos Cawl, and the servitor Quo stepped onto the soil. The Blackstone array lies below. Cawl released several servoskulls. Like small reconnaissance drones, they began to patrol the perimeter. Cawl received the visual feedback. There are signs of recent activity in this area. It could be chaos forces. Abaddon will not turn a blind eye to the Blackstone on Cadia. His claws are likely prowling here as well, with the same goal as ours. Listening, Zeke began to search the ground for the hole he had used to escape. Over here, Zeke called out. He performed a water bucket drop, leaping into the vertical shaft. Archmagos Call's massive frame could not enter directly. He leaned over, sending multiple servoskulls diving in to transmit real-time internal visuals. Below the series of narrow, square tunnels was a cavern filled with many promethium barrels. Finally, a face appeared on the feed. Zeke held a servoskull up to his own face. "Hello, Archmagos, can you receive this?" After getting a reply, Zeke pointed the servoskull at a block of black rock underground. This was the Blackstone he had dug out previously. "It is indeed Blackstone." Archmagos' call confirmed his target, though he now faced a dilemma. The hole was too narrow, he couldn't go down. "That's easy," Zeke's voice came from below. "Give me a moment." Zeke pulled out his enchanted pickaxe and shovel to widen the entrance. Cawl ordered the accompanying Cadian soldiers to set up a perimeter at the entrance, then led Quo into the passage Zeke had carved out. Archmagos' Cawl walked slowly, stopping frequently to examine the tunnels composed of perfectly uniform cubes. He had watched the entire process of Zeke's excavation. Faced with such distinct methods, Cawl chose to observe, record, and attempt to analyze while the group made their way to the exposed black rock. This time, with Jade installed, Zeke could see the detailed information of the stone. Blackstone. Harvest level, netherite. Next goal, 600 power stones, only 100 remaining. 79, Chapter 79, The Blackstone Spires, A New Dimension. Zeke pulled out his netherite pickaxe. Archmagos' Cawl, "Do you need to study this?" He asked for Call's confirmation. If not, he was going to start mining. Archmagos' Cawl extended a mechanical arm. "This piece of blackstone is too small. I am searching for the Blackstone array." Cawl placed an augmented hand onto the black surface of the stone. Zeke expected the dull clank of metal on rock, but instead, the Blackstone vibrated with a hum. It seemed Cawl had applied a specific force and frequency. From beneath Zeke's feet came a heavy, resonant echo, one wave after another. Cawl continued to tap with his augmented hand. "Quo, record the location of the sound source." Beside him, Quo faithfully executed Call's command. "This is merely a spire tip," Archmagos' Cawl explained to Zeke. "A spire tip." Zeke looked at the Blackstone before him. "Correct." Archmagos' Cawl nodded. "Just the tip of the iceberg." He pointed downward. "Our destination lies below it." Zeke used his pickaxe to clear the area around the Blackstone. As Cawl had said, the deeper he dug, the thicker the main body of the exposed Blackstone became. The initial spire tip expanded into a massive pillar. This Blackstone spire runs extremely deep. Quo has determined its lowest point. Archmagos' Cawl looked at the pickaxe in Zeke's hand. He had already witnessed Zeke's ability to clear a path. "We may need you to lead the way." Cawl felt incredibly fortunate to have brought Zeke along. Otherwise, this research trip might have taken much longer. "Leading the way is what I do best." But before that, Zeke began to hammer at the Blackstone with his pickaxe. He needed to mine some for himself first. The Blackstone spire tip before him was so massive it seemed endless. He mined several dozen blocks. Each block dropped 3 to 5 Blackstone shards. The dropped shards could be used as tinkers construct materials, or 9 could be crafted into a single Blackstone block. Blackstone was an excellent building material. It was extremely harder than obsidian and resistant to explosions and corrosion. Zeke mined an extra dozen stacks or so to use as blocks. Then, following the coordinates provided by Cawl, he began to dig downward in a staircase pattern. He spiraled down along the top of the Blackstone spire, digging deeper and deeper. After digging for 3 hours, the mining speed of his pickaxe slowed down. The surrounding stone was changing rapidly, becoming harder and harder. When the block beneath Zeke's feet disappeared, it revealed a darkness below as thick as ink. Archmagos' Cawl activated several searchlights. However, the beams failed to illuminate the space below. The light was swallowed whole by the darkness, causing not even a ripple. "Use this." Zeke pulled out several bottles of night vision potion and downed one, finally seeing the space below clearly. It was a subterranean world. Countless Blackstone spires burst from the ground below, piercing toward the cavern ceiling above. Some spires remained perfectly vertical, but more were tilted at various angles. Zeke placed platforms in a spiral around a Blackstone spire, and they descended step by step. Looking back along the route they had taken, the spiral path of blocks clinging to the outer wall of the Blackstone spire seemed as tiny as an ant trail on a skyscraper. And the spire beside him was merely an ordinary member of this endless forest of towers. When Zeke's hand touched the Blackstone spire, text popped up in his chat box. "Unlocked Blackstone amplifier. New dimension unlocked." Blackstone could manipulate the warp. People of the Imperium only knew it could suppress it, but in reality, if arranged in a special way, it could also amplify the warp. This Blackstone amplifier was used for directional amplification and induction of warp energy, thereby allowing Zeke to travel to a new dimension's warp. This time, it was the real warp. Unlike the Nether, which, while located within the warp, was insulated from most of its effects. As for how to travel there, Zeke saw 4 new dimensions listed in the JEI, just enough items, description, representing the domains of the 4 chaos gods. First, the Palace of Slaanesh and the Circle of Avidity, the paradise of the Dark Prince. On the Blackstone amplifier platform, build a portal frame using glowstone, then pour a bucket of water. Glowstone frame plus water? Zeke raised an eyebrow slightly. He was all too familiar with this combination. He had tried it plenty of times back when he first started playing Minecraft. "Careful." Archmagos' Call's voice rang out. Zeke immediately closed the interface and looked around. Through the night vision potion, he saw that apart from themselves, there were other visitors in this space. It was Chaos Forces, and they weren't stragglers. Abaddon's Black Legion. 3 Chaos Space Marines in deep black armor adorned with blasphemous symbols. The leader was particularly massive. His name was Zufel. Behind them were 5 or 6 Ogren slaves, standing over 4 meters tall. These giants, possessing low intelligence but terrifying strength, were assisting a dark mechanicum priest in mining the Blackstone Spire under the direction of the Chaos Space Marines. At the same moment Zeke and Cawl spotted them, the enemy completed their identification as well. Zufel was one of the first Space Marines to pledge loyalty to Abaddon and join the Black Legion. He had been studying Blackstone pylons for 10 millennia. The function of these Blackstone spires far exceeded imagination. Under Abaddon's orders, he intended to bring a Cadian Blackstone pylon back to his warship for study. It seemed they had encountered enemies with the same idea. Kill them, Zufel ordered. The Ogrins behind him, holding crude heavy bolters in one hand and massive cleavers in the other, rushed toward Zeke like thick, moving walls. Zeke immediately switched to combat mode, aiming at an Ogrin charging straight for him. The bestiary happens to include this creature. Let's see what good stuff you drop. Beside him, Cawl moved as well. An armor plate slid open, and a multi-jointed mechanical arm extended, firmly gripping a master-crafted power axe of the Omnisaya. He swung at an Ogrin, cleaving the 4-meter-tall giant directly into mincemeat. The real threat didn't come from these Ogrin slaves. Using the Ogrin's charge as cover, the two Black Legionnaires beside Zufel raised their meltaguns. They didn't care at all about friendly fire hitting the Ogrin slaves in front. They fired multiple shots, sending streams of superheated melta energy surging toward Cawl and Zeke. Facing the melta beams, Cawl stood there calmly, looking back to warn Zeke and Quo to get closer to him. Then, he activated his portable void shield. Void shields were typically installed on massive war engines. Portable versions were extremely rare and expensive. It could only be said that Cawl was inhumanly wealthy. Zeke scooted closer to Cawl, stepping inside the void shield just before it sealed shut. Chapter 80, Ancient City. The melta beam struck the void shield and was shunted into the warp, vanishing without a trace. Cawl. Zufel's voice was grave. It really is you. There were only a handful of beings in the entire galaxy who could be considered a thorn in the side of Warmaster Abaddon, capable of hindering his Black Crusades. The figure before him was undoubtedly one of them. It seems I'm quite famous. Cawl stood within the void shield, facing Zufel head-on. His mechanical subarm produced a solar atomizer, a highly advanced alien thermal weapon. At the center of the ring-shaped emitter, a miniature sun the size of a fist formed, and a beam of solar fire shot toward Zufel. Zeke couldn't be bothered to guess the capacity of this Archmagose's four-dimensional pocket anymore. He raised his adamantine shield, deflecting a cleaver strike from an Ogrin attacking from the side. Stepping onto the Ogrin's body, he climbed to its head and drove his weapon into its eye socket, twisting it a few times to kill the beast. A fist-sized eyeball dropped out. He Cyclops eye recorded in the bestiary. Zeke preferred to call it the kidney deficiency eye, because whoever he pointed it at would suffer from kidney deficiency. It could unconditionally apply a weakness 2 debuff to anyone who looked at it, reducing their damage by 8. It was much easier to use than splash potions of weakness, which required a direct hit. Zeke held up the giant's eye and aimed it at another Ogrin lunging toward him. Oh, that thing looks creepy. The simple-minded Ogrin locked eyes with the giant eyeball and shuddered. His body felt drained, and the arm holding the cleaver went limp. The Ogrin could only deal 6 damage to Zeke to begin with. This reduction dropped it into the negatives. Holding the giant's eye aloft, Zeke applied the debuff to every enemy present. While Zufel's 2 Chaos Space Marine companions had already been turned to ash by Cawl, he backed away. Afflicted by weakness 2, his desire to retreat grew stronger. He certainly couldn't defeat Archmagos Cawl, especially with that strange human assisting him. The Blackstone was what mattered. No matter what, he had to get this piece of Blackstone out. Cawl caught onto Zufel's intent. His solar atomizer immediately swiveled toward the excavated Blackstone spire. He incinerated several Ogrins who were attempting to drag the spire away. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Zufel raised his meltagun and fired several shots into the ceiling before fleeing into the deep darkness. Though the Blackstone spire absorbed light strongly, the meltagun blast still briefly illuminated the area. A commotion arose from the quiet forest of Blackstone spires around them. With the help of the night vision potion, Cawl and Zeke could see numerous Black Legion reinforcements emerging in the distance. Zufel hadn't come alone. He had brought a significant force. Abaddon had committed considerable troops for the Cadian Blackstone. Archmagos Cawl was not alarmed but delighted. This proves the importance of the Blackstone. It must have an impact on Abaddon's plans. Zeke looked around at the Blackstone structures. They absorbed light and blocked most sensors. Abaddon's Black Legion didn't have night vision potions, so they couldn't seize the initiative like Zeke could. Archmagos Cawl deactivated his void shield, and the group gradually faded into the darkness, disappearing into the complex maze of Blackstone spires. The Black Legion reinforcements arrived too late. Send a message. Request more troops. The priority is to transport the Blackstone out. Capturing Cawl is secondary, Zufel ordered his men with a dark expression. The Black Legion stepped into the darkness, beginning their search for Zeke and his companions. After traveling deeper for some time, the night vision potion's effect wore off, and Zeke's vision narrowed. It felt just like being hit with the blindness status effect. Zeke didn't dare delay. He downed another potion and handed a few more to Cawl. The Blackstone density is increasing continuously, Cawl said. Our direction is correct. Zeke nodded. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment changed. The Blackstone spires became sparser. Zeke noticed that between the spires were those buildings? At first, there were just square foundation stones scattered on the ground, engraved with strange symbols. Soon, these foundations formed broken walls and crumbling arches. They had walked into the ruins of an ancient city in the dark. Archmagos Cawl leaned in to examine the symbols on the stones. It's the work of the abominable intelligence, the Necrons. Zeke knew that this used to be a city of the Necron tier. During the War in Heaven, the Necrontyr had built magnificent dwellings here, serving as military bases to fight the old ones. With the passage of time, everything had faded, and this place had become their tomb, leaving only architectural remnants behind. The buildings here were exceptionally tall. Even the remaining walls were easily over 10 meters high. The material was some kind of brick mixed with blackstone and metal. Combined with the surrounding darkness and silence, Zeke wouldn't have been surprised if a warden suddenly appeared in front of him. This biome felt too much like an ancient city. They walked into a structure. Behind a half-collapsed wall lay a strangely shaped metal sarcophagus. On top of the sarcophagus were several pyramid-shaped containers. The Necrons excel at building various tombs and burial vessels. We believe this is an act of remembrance, Archmagos Cawl noted as he observed. Zeke's attention was drawn to the pyramid bottles. They looked breakable. Zeke approached, aimed at a pyramid container, and tapped it with his pickaxe. Crash! The shattering sound was particularly loud as a warden armor trim dropped out. This item could be used on a smithing table to apply patterns to armor. It actually drops loot. Zeke's eyes lit up. His scavenging addiction kicked in. No longer polite, he began swinging his pickaxe. One by one, the ornate bottles shattered under his pick. 3 glow berries and 2 soul torches dropped out. These bottles contain items? Quo imitated Zeke and smashed a bottle, but nothing dropped. Thinking it was his mistake, Quo smashed another, but it was still empty. Archmagos Cawl saw it clearly. He observed that before Zeke performed the breaking action, there was nothing inside the jar. When Zeke swung his pickaxe to smash it, a mass of matter was generated out of thin air, as if in response to Zeke's action. After smashing all the pots and pans, Zeke finally sidled sneakily toward the metal sarcophagus in the center. Trazen surely won't mind if I dig up his kin's grave. Just joking. This tomb was obviously empty, more like a decoration. He nudged the coffin lid aside, revealing the items within. It was a loot chest containing a diamond horse armor and an enchanted golden apple. 81, Chapter 81, The Warden's Game of Hide and Seek, bonus. Even though we did not reach 600 power stones, we were very close to it, so I decided to upload the bonus chapter anyway. With rewards on the line, Zeke's motivation to explore surged. He beckoned Archmagos Cawl, and together they headed toward the center of the ancient city. The density of the buildings increased, and ruins resembling city walls began to appear. Footsteps on the stone triggered chains of echoes. The first step would elicit a crisp tap, followed immediately by responses from all directions, layering over one another as if unseen residents were mimicking their strides. Fortunately, there were a few living people around. Zeke glanced at Cawl, otherwise, the eerie atmosphere would have genuinely scared him. Archmagos Cawl, and Quo, could you help me collect some of these jars? Zeke smashed another jar by the roadside, dropping a few pieces of coal. Archmagos Cawl nodded. While studying the surrounding architecture, his mechanical subarm conveniently collected nearby jars for Zeke. 3 people were much faster than one, and Zeke soon gathered a large pile of mystery jars. Then came the joyful unboxing session. Zeke smashed the jars before him with a crack crack crack. Music discs. Zeke pocketed several disc-shaped items to cultivate his artistic sentiments. 2 name tags. Perfect for cow. Zeke happily stowed them away. 6 echo shards and half a stack of amethyst shards. Some mods could use these as well. It was all standard loot that dropped in ancient cities. Just as Zeke had smashed about half the jars and was starting to feel a bit bored, a new situation arose. He shattered a particularly deep-looking container. When this jar broke, it didn't drop any items. Instead, a sculpt block dropped in its place with a poof. Dark green, its surface covered in sickly green spots that flickered like breathing. Breaking it with a pickaxe yielded a small experience orb. If sculpt blocks can be dropped, then sculpt shriekers and sensors are possible too. TL/N, sculpt shriekers are dangerous blocks in Minecraft's deep dark biomes that summon the formidable warden when activated by vibrations, via sculpt sensors, or direct player contact, causing the darkness effect and advancing the warden's spawn. Zeke paused in his jar smashing. A sculpt shrieker was nothing to mess with, it could summon a warden. Faced with this situation, Zeke naturally chose to ignore the risk and continue opening jars. Afraid of a warden? You've got to be kidding. It's just a stat stick. So what if it deals 45 damage a punch and has a sonic boom that ignores armor? It'll just turn a full set of Prot 4 netherite armor into a compressed file in a few hits. No big deal. Behind him, Foe was transporting a new batch of jars over, startling Zeke. As more jars were smashed, miscellaneous items like bottles of enchanting, books, bones, and coal dropped. More and more sculpt blocks dropped, and a block with strange protrusion saw sculk sensor also appeared. The sculk infection started spreading. The small area where Zeke stood, the ground, and parts of the ruins were beginning to be covered by the dark green sculk matter. Zeke mined some, but they gave very little XP, so he couldn't be bothered to clear them later on. Bored, he raised his pickaxe and smashed the last pyramid-shaped jar in front of him. Eruo! A shrieking sound swept through the entire underground cavern, passing through the towering Blackstone spires and sending out invisible ripples. Watch out! Not far away, Archmagos Cawl, who was scanning the energy circuits of a Blackstone obelisk with a servoskull, raised his head. It came from the direction of Zeke and Quo. He turned his body, gripping the power axe of the Omnisaya. The disruption field on the axe blade activated as he took heavy strides forward. At the same time, Zufel, searching in another part of the Blackstone ruins, also stopped. Halt! He raised his hand, listening intently. The sound came from that direction. He pointed toward the source of the shriek. Is this some ghostly noise Cawl is making? Zufel licked his lips. Let's go! He ordered, moving toward the sound. The Black Legion followed close behind. Several Ogren slaves shifted uneasily. The sound made them feel a bit panicked, but under the whip of the Black Legion, they reluctantly marched toward the ancient city. Zeke stood in the center of a small area now noticeably eroded by Skulk, his pickaxe frozen in midair. In front of him was a writhing Skulk Shrieker, its core resembling an open maw. The Skulk Shrieker had just let out its first cry. Its warning level was now 1. A 13-second darkness effect appeared in Zeke's buff bar. His surroundings went dark, flickering repeatedly between visible and dark. Zeke drank milk to clear the darkness and made a SHHH gesture to Quo beside him, signaling him to be absolutely quiet, then looked at the Skulk Shrieker. There were 2 types of Skulk Shriekers, those placed by players and those naturally dropped. The former could not summon a warden, only the latter could. Zeke was lucky. The ripples on this Skulk Shrieker were clockwise, indicating it was naturally dropped and could summon a warden. He put away his hoe. If he dug it up, it would drop a dummy Shrieker that couldn't summon anything, which would be a huge loss. Zeke, what happened? Archmuggo's call arrived in a hurry, his voice triggering the Skulk sensor. Arawa the Skulk Shrieker let out a second scream. Its warning level upgraded to 2. You feel a chill down your spine. Something is coming. TL/N. Some mods announced the arrival of bosses to make Minecraft feel horror-like. Zeke winked and made hand signs at Archmuggo's call, signaling him to be quiet immediately. Seeing Quo standing frozen and Zeke's expressive face, Archmuggo's call stopped his movements. Zeke made a sign block and began writing on it. Do not make noise. He held up the sign to show Archmuggo's call. Cawl nodded. Zeke crafted wool from string in his inventory and bridged over to Cawl and Quo 1 block at a time. It wasn't that he was too afraid to fight the warden, but there were Black Legionnaires around. Better to avoid trouble if possible. However, some people didn't think that way. Murderous intent from chaos washed over them. Cawl, I've caught you. Zuful's voice came from behind a piece of Blackstone. He emerged with a full squad of Black Legionnaires. Unlike their previous encounter, he now had an organized chaos force behind him. You won't escape this time. The Skulk Shrieker let out a third scream. Its warning level upgraded to 3, nearing the maximum. No, no. Wait, yes, yes, yes. Zeke's mind raced. The warden's summoning was inevitable. He absolutely could not let its first aggro fall on him. Time to divert the disaster. Ignoring silence, Zeke grabbed Cawl and bolted away from the Shrieker. Meltagun fire chased the moving Zeke. He raised his adamantine shield to block from the side. The Meltabeam collided with the shield, and the vibration was picked up by the Skulk sensor. The final straw broke the camel's back. The Skulk Shrieker's warning level upgraded to 4. Vrum. Centered on the Shrieker, pitch-black ripples expanded, sweeping across the entire combat zone. The darkness effect had descended, enveloping every unit in the area. Something is obstructing vision. A Black Legionnaire aiming his weapon reported. So dark. The Ogren slaves fell into a panic. They were so dumb that they started waving their weapons aimlessly. Don't panic, follow me. Zeke drank bucket milk and led Quo. As for Cawl, he had his own technological means to recognize the path within the darkness. The 3 hid behind a building. Zeke crouched down, while Cawl stared at the center of the battlefield with interest. I once scored a perfect 0 in the Don't Pee Your Pants scaring challenge with the warden. You give it a try too. Zeke pushed Quo's head down. TL/N. Achieving a perfect 0 in the Don't Pee Your Pants scaring challenge against the warden is the ultimate flex in Minecraft stealth. It means you explored an ancient city, triggered or encountered the warden, and successfully left without a single vibration detection or scare point registered. Creak, crunch, creak. A toothaking sound of grinding and squeezing came from deep beneath the Shrieker's muffled noise of soil and rock being pushed upward. 2 claws covered in Chitinu's armor burst from the earth. Ghostly green light seeped from the gaps in the shell, covered in writhing skulk matter. The giant claws dug deep into the ground for leverage. The earth trembled, and a suffocating shadow slowly rose from the abyss. Next bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. Or, you can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 82, Chapter 82, A Righteous Gangbang in Warhammer, bonus. Thanks for the Power Stones everyone, this is the bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. Also please leave some review. As the warden rose to its full height above the ground, its head drooped low, and its arms swung backward. It began to sniff its surroundings, searching for vibrations, searching for a target. At that exact moment, the Black Legion's 13-second darkness effect ended. Their vision returned, revealing the scene before them. Zeke and Cawl had already hidden away, vanishing without a trace. In their place stood a bizarre creature none of them had ever seen before. The Black Legion reacted by spreading out, raising their guns at the warden, waiting for orders from their leader, Zuful. However, the clumsy Ogren slaves weren't as astute. Seeing a big brute like themselves, one of them let out a questioning grunt. The warden's swaying head froze. It turned to face the Ogren that had made the noise. The warden had no eyes. It relied primarily on the tendrils atop its head to sense sound and locate its prey. It bowed toward the Ogren and let out a roar. Then, like a compressed spring released, its body snapped into motion. In stark contrast to its previous leisurely state, it sprinted toward the Ogren. While some Black Legionnaires were still deciding whether to fire, darkness descended again without warning, cutting off their sense of direction. This greatly increased the difficulty for the Black Legion to counterattack the warden. The warden had already arrived in front of the Ogren slave. In the Ogren's vision, everything suddenly went black, and terrifying footsteps rushed toward him. Then, within his limited range of sight, a horribly deformed monster appeared. Fear at its extreme turned into anger. Startled by the sudden appearance of the warden, the Ogren's simple brain felt insulted. The Warden was slightly taller than an iron golem, standing around 2.9 meters. The Oberyn, however, was over 4 meters tall. Looking at the Warden, which was a head shorter than himself, the Oberyn bravely swung his weapon at the creature. Ho, ho! Instead of running away, you're coming right at me? The Warden responded to the Oberyn's attack, swinging a massive fist at him, with a 0.9-second attack interval and a staggering 45 damage per hit. By the time the Oberyn landed one hit on the Warden had already struck twice, turning the noisy Oberyn into a compressed file. The Oberyn's scream drew the attention of the surrounding Black Legionnaires. At such close range, they finally saw the Warden clearly through the darkness and the Oberyn, which had been flattened into a pancake. Zufel, a veteran of the Xenocide Wars, looked at the Warden and classified it as some Xenos species. Decent strength, and capable of disrupting enemy vision. Is that all it can do? Zufel scanned for traces of Cawl. Most of his attention had been focused on searching for the Archmagos. He didn't take the Warden seriously. If he were alone, Zufel might have felt the need to probe its capabilities cautiously. But he was facing it with an entire squad of the Black Legion. Chaos Space Marines were often outnumbered, so Zufel was well versed in tactics to maximize his squad's effectiveness. Now, even the disadvantage of numbers was gone. This Xenos creature was nothing to fear. Surround it. Zufel split off a small portion of the Black Legion to watch for activity from Call's direction. He led the remaining soldiers to engage the Warden in close-quarters combat. From all directions, the Black Legion closed in. Zufel quickly analyzed the creature's actions so far and found a flaw. It targets sound. In that case, I'll use sound as bait. Ranged weapons were far less effective than melee weapons under the effect of darkness, so Zufel drew his power sword. As the leader, he roared from the front, attracting the Warden's attention. The Warden turned its head, locking onto Zufel as its target. Taking advantage of the Warden turning its head, Zufel got a clear look at the alien's full appearance. Eyeless. A massive hollow in its chest seemed to imprison countless screaming souls, radiating an aura of extreme ominousness. The moment the Warden's attention was drawn to Zufel, the Black Legionnaires on the flank seized the opportunity, hacking at the Warden's joints. The Warden's aggro was pulled by the attacks. Abandoning Zufel, it turned to strike at another Black Legionnaire. Immediately, a warrior from another direction shouted a provocation, drawing its attention again. The Black Legion used sound and constant kiting to interrupt the Warden's attacks, striking during the gaps when it turned. This was the solution Zufel had devised. He intended to eliminate this Warden not just effectively, but with minimal casualties. Humph! It acts just like a pre-written program. Zufel's estimation of the Warden dropped even further as he watched it being led around in circles by mere noise. No great intelligence. What use is brute strength for a creature like this? The Black Legion maintained a proper distance, constantly kiting the Warden with sound as the Warden's 500 health began to drop rapidly. Watching this scene, Zeke shook his head helplessly. The biggest weakness of Minecraft mobs was their lack of intelligence. If you understood their mechanics, they were easily countered. The Black Legion's kiting was excellent, but not flawless. During one exchange, a Black Legionnaire slipped up, moving just a fraction too slow. The Warden punched him squarely. His ceramite power armor caved in along with his chest, and he lost half his HP in an instant. This made Black Legion become even more cautious, maintaining a careful distance from the monster. Zufel thought he could finish off this Xenos monster just by kiting it, but then came the sudden change. The Warden stopped all movement. It faced Zufel, who was shouting the loudest. Its head dipped low, and within the hollow of its chest, rib-like structures expanded outward. A distorted sonic wave gathered at the opening, the air itself emitting a high-frequency wail. Zufel's combat instinct screamed a warning. He dove sideways with all his might as a wave of sonic particles grazed past his shoulder pauldron. Dodged it? Just as a sliver of relief rose in Zufel's heart. The next instant, a soul-shaking tremor erupted from within his body. The sonic boom hit Zufel squarely. It penetrated his ceramite power armor and the power sword he held in front of his chest, slamming directly into his fleshno, into his very soul. The Warden's sonic attack appeared to have a trajectory, but it was actually a lock-on skill. It could not be dodged. Zufel's head swam with dizziness. The shockwave possessed a massive knockback of over 7 blocks, sending him flying backward. The Legionnaires watched as their leader vanished into the darkness. Zufel managed to adjust his posture in mid-air, stabbing his power sword into the ground to steady himself. Dizziness filled his head like molten lead. Before he could even catch his breath, an ender pearl shattered beside him. Don't underestimate the bond between me and the Warden, Zeke thought. Next goal, 200 power stones. Please continue to donate power stones so we may reach top 50, current rank 60. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 83, Chapter 83, Blood for the Blood God, Skulls for the Skull Throne. The Warden had created such a perfect opportunity, stripping Zufel away from his Black Legion support. How could Zeke disappoint it? First, he applied the debuffs to Zufel. Then, buffed himself up with an enchanted golden apple for insurance. Zeke thrust the Harlequin's kiss at Zufel relentlessly. Are humans these days all this brave? Zufel stared at Zeke. There were no signs of augmentations on his body. He was undoubtedly an ordinary human. Even so, you dare to swing a blade at me? What gave you the nerve? Zufel's eyes widened in fury. He activated the disruption field on his power sword to full capacity and swung to meet the Harlequin's kiss. Quo, we strike. Call's voice rang out from behind. Just now, you guys ganged up on a Warden. Now it's our turn for a righteous gang beating. Zeke wore a wicked grin as Archmagos Cawl emerged from the darkness behind him. He raised the power axe of the Omnisaya high above his head and brought it down towards Zufel's skull with crushing force. From another direction, Cawl wielded the Arc Scourge, releasing an arc of electricity to ensnare the enemy. Attacked from 3 directions simultaneously, Zufel had nowhere to retreat. I can't dodge this, Zufel realized instantly. He made a decision so bold it was heart-stopping. He bet his life on surviving this round of attacks. Abandoning all defense, he poured all his strength into his power sword. Survive this round, kill the weakest human in front of me, and then it's 1 against 2. I still have a chance. This single thought dominated Zufel's mind as he swung his sword faster. Enchanted Golden Apple, Protection 4 Netherite Armor, Adamantine Shield. Do you seriously think you can bypass all 4 of these and one-shot me? In Zufel's despairing gaze, his power sword didn't even break through the adamantine shield. Cawl's electric arc wrapped around Zufel, pumping electromagnetic energy into him. The smell of burning ozone wafted from beneath his power armor as paralysis set in. Then came the power axe of the Omnisaya. It cleaved into Zufel's head, slicing off half of it, and continued downward to split his shoulder. The Harlequin's kiss stabbed at Zufel repeatedly like a sewing machine needle, punching hole after hole into his body. Zufel's health bar plummeted like a roller coaster. Before his vision went black, he looked toward the Black Legion. There's still one last hope. If the Black Legion can kill that alien and come to support me. The last thing Zufel saw was a second warden bursting from the ground. The Black Legion had kited the first warden too far away. Beneath the Shrieker, another warden had been summoned. If no other warden exists within a 24-block radius of a Skulk Shrieker, it will continue to summon more endlessly. Zufel's final sliver of hope was extinguished. Infinite darkness and cold swallowed him as Zeke delivered the final strike to confirm the kill. As he withdrew his blade, something rolled off Zufel's body. A head. It looked exactly like Zufel did in life. The Harlequin's kiss special effect had triggered. There was a certain probability of dropping a head. Zeke's expression turned strange. This thing isn't meant for me to wear, is it? I'm not a follower of Kern, and I don't have any special fetishes for heads. Wearing it would feel pretty gross. Still, Zeke picked up the head. Just like wearing a wither skeleton skull, he took off his helmet and put it on. Before doing so, he made sure to warn Cawl. Cawl watched as Zeke suddenly disappeared, and Zufel, whom he had just fought, reappeared in his place. His servo skulls whirred rapidly. After comparison, there was no doubt it was the same person from before. If Zeke hadn't warned him, his axe would have already swung down. The helmet's field of view was narrow. Zeke felt his vision darken around the edges, and it felt sticky. A strange impulse rose within him, reminding him of a line that perfectly fit the situation. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Zeke shouted loudly while wearing Zufel's head, engaging in a bit of cosplay. A great entity is pleased with your actions. Attract the attention of the remaining 2 entities to unlock the mod, Reliquary. A gust of wind sounded behind him. Zeke turned to see Cawl's power axe thrusting toward his face. Clang! Zeke rubbed a dent on his netherite armor. This is just a cosmetic item, he explained to Cawl, holding the head in his hand. In my visuals, you became Zufel himself at that moment. I thought his warp soul had possessed you. This head has that effect. Zeke looked at the head in his hand. In vanilla Minecraft, mob heads slightly reduced the detection range of corresponding mobs. It seemed the Warhammer world had buffed it. However, even if he looked like Zufel, it was just a disguise. Zeke could feel he hadn't gained Zufel's abilities, only his appearance had changed. If he made any significant moves, he would definitely be exposed. Unless it was an entity so high and mighty that no matter what it did, no one would question it. Zeke might have an easier time roleplaying something like that. Temporarily storing the head in his inventory, Zeke looked toward the Black Legion. Over there, they discovered they were facing yet another alien monster. And once they kited the new warden far enough away, the Skulk Shrieker shrieked again, preparing to summon a third, then a fourth warden. The Oberon slaves had completely routed. Abandoning their Black Legion masters, they turned and hid within the Blackstone structures, praying the wardens wouldn't find them. Facing the multiplying wardens, the Black Legion's kiting tactics lost effectiveness. The sheer brute force of the warden's superior stats was fully displayed. Zeke watched as a Black Legionnaire killed by a warden turned into experience orbs, which were then absorbed by a Skulk catalyst, converting the surrounding area into a new patch of Skulk. The terrain was spreading, it was infecting. If left unchecked, the entire city would likely be converted before long. This was a terrifying, geometric progression of infection. The Skulk catalyst absorbed XP to create more Skulk blocks. The Skulk infection could spread across all of Cadia. Thinking of this, Zeke used wool blocks to isolate the Skulk catalyst. I could drop a Skulk catalyst on a Tyranid-occupied planet and let the 2 dogs fight it out, but this thing becomes useless once mined. I need to find a way to transplant it. TL/N. A Tyranid-occupied planet in Warhammer 40,000 is a world in the final stages of being consumed by a Tyranid hive fleet, often referred to as a barren rock or lifeless husk once the process is complete. Tyranids do not occupy planets for territorial gain, they consume all organic biomass, water, and atmosphere to reproduce and fuel further galactic consumption. 84, Chapter 84, Menulin. When the last Black Legionnaire fell, the space finally fell silent. The warden began to patrol aimlessly, sniffing for its next target. Zeke and Cawl remained perfectly still. After 60 seconds of failing to locate a target, the warden burrowed into the blocks beneath its feet and vanished. Then Zeke used wool to seal off the Skulk Shrieker to prevent another warden from spawning. Since the Shrieker couldn't be mined directly without breaking it, Zeke decided to carve out the entire chunk of land it sat on and transport the whole thing. He discussed it with Cawl, confirming the feasibility of the plan. Cawl then turned his full attention to studying the surrounding Blackstone. After all, that was his original purpose for coming here. Let me see the secrets hidden beneath the Blackstone. Cawl stared intently at the Blackstone spire before him. Suddenly, a yellow Dota neutral unit appeared on Zeke's minimap. Zeke looked back to see Trazyn walking out of the darkness. Zeke couldn't be sure how long he had been watching. Perhaps he had been there since the Warden was first summoned. Are you surprised that I appeared here? Not in the slightest, Zeke replied. Anyway, I found that place you were looking for. Trazyn held up an Eye of Ender. The first one shattered, but everything is progressing very smoothly. Zeke didn't know if Trazyn was just lucky or if Necron technology was truly advanced enough to locate an end portal after only one Eye of Ender had shattered. You deceived me. To go in there, I still need some keys, correct? Trazyn pinched the Eye of Ender between his fingers. So, where did you find the end portal? A planet touched by the tendrils of the Great Devourer. I even wasted a clone for it. The Great Devourer. Tyranids. It seemed the trip to the end was going to be more difficult than expected. Zeke remembered the gene stealers he had encountered earlier. They were the vanguard of the Great Devourer. Zeke turned back around. Cawl was still studying the Blackstone spire. Incredible. All these Blackstone spires are connected. What is the medium of their connection? Some form of quantum entanglement. Cawl exclaimed. Yes, that is basically correct. Excellent. If that is roughly correct, then. Cawl stopped and turned around. Zeke, you understand Blackstone too? You never told me that. It wasn't Zeke who answered Call's question, but a new figure. When he saw Trazyn, Cawl froze. His combat protocols re-engaged, and target reticles flashed violently in his vision. Forgive me, Archmagos. I had no intention of interrupting you. I am Trazyn the Infinite, and I am here for the Blackstone. I mean no harm, at least to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Huma-. Abomination. Get away from it, Zeke. Cawl roared, interrupting Trazyn. Zeke took a step away from Trazyn. Why is the start always like this? Trazyn sighed. It seems I have to waste my breath again. Regardless, things eventually moved in a positive direction. After some friendly exchange between Cawl and Trazyn, and following Zeke's mediation, they finally lowered their weapons and spoke openly. Trazyn understood Blackstone, and Cawl was desperate to understand if they spoke a common language of science. Cawl and Trazyn argued. Cawl cursed Trazyn, calling him a space ape. Trazyn, on the other hand, felt that since Cawl had lived less than 10,000 years, such youthful arrogance was understandable, and he wouldn't lower himself to bicker with a child. With Trazyn's help, the progress of the Blackstone research skyrocketed. Cawl called Creed via a Voxcaster. We have made progress, Castellan. We have successfully brought a control node online and connected the two nearest pylons. 2 pylons? Only 2. Once the initial work is complete, we should be able to bring more pylons online. Creed agreed, then asked Cawl to hand the Voxcaster to Zeke. Zeke, I think we need to act immediately. Although he couldn't see Creed's face, Zeke could feel the Castellan's seriousness through his tone. The phalanx of the Imperial Fists is in Cadian orbit. They traveled via the warp. There was no news at all. I only found out 3 minutes ago. This is a golden opportunity. We have another ally. It's actually 2, Zeke thought. There's also a legion of the damned down below. The phalanx had come from Terra. While traveling through the warp, they happened to see Cadia engulfed in the fires of war and chose to intervene. Zeke then hung up the Voxcaster and built a nether portal, connecting it to the vicinity of the camp. He also sent a construction team from the camp in to separate the ground where the Skull Shrieker sat. The Necron architecture exceeded the difficulty of normal construction, and it was only with Trazyn's help that they successfully separated it. Encased in a soundproof glass cover, it was transported back to the camp. Back at the camp, Trazyn also sent someone to deliver 2 materials Zeke was missing, a melon and a turtle skit. Opening the brewing stand, Zeke used the turtle skit to craft a turtle shell, then brewed a strengthened potion of the Turtle Master, which provided resistance 4 and slowness V. He also brewed healing potions and harming potions. Except for a few extremely niche ones, Zeke had basically collected all the vanilla potions. Next was smithing. Zeke called for the weaponsmith and checked the stats of the armor and weapons made from Blackstone. They had the same stats as netherite, but with an added trait, warp suppression. It could sever the connection between surrounding enemies and the warp. This move didn't distinguish between friend and foe, so it might have side effects in a crowd. For instance, if fighting alongside the Space Wolves, rashly cutting off the warp might cause those asteroids to degenerate into Wolfen. Zeke made a set, applied the highest level enchantments, and stored it in his inventory as a backup. Also, Mr. Zeke, the weaponsmith interjected. During the time you gave me the Tinker's Manual, I successfully replicated some of the alloys listed in it using materials we had here. Menulin, the weaponsmith said. Few could pronounce the name of this material correctly. It was a material capable of cutting through stars. Menulin was a high-tier material in Tinker's construct with incredible durability, handle modifier, base attack value. Weapons made from it possessed the insatiable trait, capable of stacking bonus damage after hitting enemies, while armor possessed the kinetic attribute, where the armor reflects a portion of the damage back to the attacker. Zeke also remembered that Menulin was an alloy of cobalt and ardite. The former could still be found in Warhammer, but the latter was extremely difficult to locate. The weaponsmith flipped through the Tinker's Manual. It is made by smelting cobalt and ardite. The ratio was hard to find, but fortunately, we have the Adeptus Mechanicus. With their help we finally figured out the ratio after some time. However, when I attempted to craft a weapon using Menulin metal, a major problem occurred. My smelting technique wasn't up to par. The weaponsmith shook his head. Thanks for the power stones everyone, we reached top 50, current rank 44. Next goal, 200 power stones. 85, Chapter 85, Assault on the Blackstone Fortress, bonus. I have reduced the power stones goal so that every 100 power stones one bonus chapter, but it will increase next week, so continue donating. This week's total goal is 1000 power stones, which means 10 bonus chapter plus 2 daily chapters. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zeke flipped open the resident manual and found the entry for Weaponsmith. Weaponsmith was level 0. Upgrading him to level 1 would allow him to use various metals more flexibly and forge unique weapons. This isn't your problem at all, it's mine, Zeke muttered. Zeke used the emeralds collected from Cadia, along with experience points, to level up the weaponsmith. A light, visible only to Zeke, merged into the weaponsmith's body, causing him to tremble. I feel like I understand how to converse with it, the weaponsmith murmured, looking at his rough hands. So, what do you plan to make with this metal? Zeke asked about the weaponsmith's ideas. The weaponsmith spread out a schematic, which prominently featured a chainsword. The weapons in the Tinker's Construct manual are a bit too low level. I'm not saying this is your fault, Mr. Zeke, but that this guidebook is somewhat behind the times, the weaponsmith explained. I intend to apply the metal known as Menulan to a chainsword. The Tinker's manual states that due to Menulan's insatiable trait, it is particularly suitable for fast-attacking weapons. This fits perfectly with a chainsword. The weaponsmith explained the characteristics of the chainsword to Zeke. When a chainsword is activated, the chain rotates at high speed, driving the teeth to cut. Therefore, a single attack from a chainsword is equivalent to over a dozen small strikes from the teeth, which can quickly stack the insatiable trait to its maximum level. And look at this, Mr. Zeke, the weaponsmith said, pulling out another blueprint. This armor, I call it Menulan Power Armor, the weaponsmith said with a tone of pride. Thanks to Wolf Lord Bloodowl's generous sponsorship and technical exchange, we were able to modify the Space Wolf's power armor. He pointed to the structural breakdown on the blueprint. We cast Menulan into outer plating and attach it to the exterior of the ceramite power armor. This can imbue the power armor with the kinetic attribute, increasing the wearer's strength after taking damage. Go for it, weaponsmith, Zeke said solemnly. I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. With the point allocation from the resident manual, the weaponsmith's forging session was a complete success. The chainsword was fresh out of the furnace. Tests showed that as long as the chainsword hit an enemy twice, it would reach the maximum value of the insatiable trait. At that point, the chainsword's power would be roughly double its initial output. Even armored tanks could not withstand it and would be sliced directly open. Naturally, Zeke had a share of the latest batch of these weapons. Zeke remembered that standard Tinker's Construct weapons could not be enchanted, but this version, magically modified by the weaponsmith, could be. Zeke specially created a batch of enchanted books at the enchanting table. He applied a series of enchantments to the chainsword, including Sharpness V, Unbreaking, and Fire Aspect, raising the base damage from 15 to 18. Combined with the insatiable trait, Strength Potions, and the kinetic attribute, the damage could exceed 50, making it the highest damage weapon in Zeke's arsenal. There was also the power armor. Zeke tried it on with 30 defense points and protection 4, it provided a great sense of security. This set of equipment became Zeke's primary loadout. He then invested the remaining emeralds into Carmine's potion brewing research, successfully unlocking the potion refining capability. To put this into practice, he headed to the camp's medical area to find her. Inside, aside from standard medical equipment, he noticed her laboratory was mostly filled with cow's milk. Long time no see, Carmine. I found a new research subject for you, Zeke said, dispensing a bottle of every potion type he had and handing them to her. Carmine accepted the potions. Research on cow milk had stagnated, yielding nothing of value, which had been a significant blow to her. However, she was never one to give up easily and accepted Zeke's new task with pleasure. Back at Cadia, the atmosphere was frantic. Creed had issued a total recall order, pulling Cadian soldiers and allied factions back to the Bastion. The reason was clear: following Cawl and Zeke's strike against the Black Legion in the ancient city, Abaddon had retaliated with an offensive even more ferocious than before. Amidst the chaos of mobilization, Creed pulled Zeke aside to finalize the plan. They would utilize Wolf Lord Bloodowl's ship, the Fireman as Fawn, to launch a direct assault on the Blackstone fortress. However, the objective had changed. They weren't just attacking, they were establishing a beachhead. The goal is to open a portal connecting Cadia directly to the interior of the Blackstone fortress, Creed explained. It's possible, Zeke replied, immediately setting to work. He began placing obsidian blocks on the ferrocrete floor, constructing a frame large enough for soldiers to march through. As long as the portal's interior turns into a transparent, watery film, it means I've successfully connected the coordinates. Creed nodded solemnly. The success or failure of the entire war depended on this single night. Soon after, Zeke boarded the transport ship that would ferry them to orbit. The interior was crowded this time. The strike force was twice the size of the previous mission, a coalition of every faction available. In the cockpit, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl sat at the helm. He reached forward and flipped a switch, opening the fleet-wide Vox channel. A familiar, gravelly voice crackled over the speakers, resonating through the hull. Please imagine, my friends, the shape of a fist. Down on the ground, Creed stood atop the massive Leviathan command vehicle. The mobile fortress, which Zeke had once brought down, had undergone extensive repairs and was finally back in service. From this high vantage point, the Lord Castellan addressed his troops. Attacking an enemy with an open palm might hurt their pride, but it cannot take their life, Creed's voice boomed over the radio. Only by clenching into a fist, with 5 fingers tightly connected, can you deal significant damage to the enemy. And there are 5 factions upon the continent of Cadia. As Creed spoke, Zeke looked out through the transport's thick viewport, watching the army assembled below. "The army of Cadia," Creed announced. Zeke spotted a familiar face among the rankstons. The soldier looked up and smiled at Zeke. Beside many of the young troopers stood towering iron golems, the silent guardians born of Project Titanfall. The power of the noble Astaroth's chapters. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, fully armored and eager for battle, revved the transport's engines in response, beginning the ascent. The wisdom and technology of the Mechanicus. Though Archmago's Cawl was absent, still deeply engrossed in his study of the Blackstone, his presence was felt in the advanced weaponry wielded by the troops. The holy zeal of the Sororitas. Creed's voice rose in volume. Scanning the lines of battle sisters, Zeke's eyes locked onto a dazzling, radiant figure hovering above them. His HUD displayed her name and health bar, Saint Celestine, and the Imperial Navy. "But for a long time, we have fought separately. It is equivalent to attacking the despoiler with a slap rather than a fist," Creed concluded. "We must form a single fist. This fist will clench here at Cassacref, and tonight, we deliver a resounding blow to Abaddon on the Blackstone fortress. We will tell them one fact." Creed turned the external speakers to the crowd below. In unison, countless voices erupted in a deafening roar that shook the earth. "Cadia stands." With that war cry ringing in their ears, the engines ignited. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl pulled back on the yoke, and the transport ship shot skyward, piercing the clouds to reach the fireman as Fong in orbit. "Phew. The Blackstone fortress," Bloodhowl muttered, looking at the view screen. "Took a big detour, but we can finally attack it." He glanced sideways at his passenger. "Nervous, kid?" "Ugh." Zeke let out a burp. "No," he said, rubbing his chest. He was just thinking about the wyvern egg in his inventory. It felt like it was about to hatch soon. Bloodhowl adjusted their course a knot that he really needed to. The Blackstone fortress was so massive that he wouldn't miss it even with his eyes closed. There it hung, suspended in the void near Cadia. Confronting this fortress of death was the golden light of the Imperium phalanx. Sandwiched between these two titans were countless small assault ships and frigates, darting through the void like a school of sharks swimming around giant whales. "Sit tight," Bloodhowl growled, pushing the throttle to the max. "Next bonus 300 power stones. Or, you can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish." 86, Chapter 86, My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Frigates attempted to intercept, but the battle barge has diverted all power to its void shields and engines. "Estimated time to intercept?" Warmaster Abaddon asked. 40 minutes. "There are Fenrician runes on the prow." Warmaster Urkrathos said, "Please, let me go out and meet the enemy." "No, then what should we do?" "You shouldn't do anything," the Warmaster roared, "unless I order it." "What about the wolves? Who will deal with that pack of Astaroths?" Zarathustan asked. "I was once part of a wolf pack, too," Abaddon gave his answer. "I know how to make them howl." The Blackstone fortress grew closer. The people aboard the fireman as Fong could already see the spiky, obsidian surface. Like the maw of an abyss, getting closer, becoming clearer. A heavy atmosphere permeated the air. The Cadian soldiers gripped their guns tightly. "Divert all energy to the void shields. All hands, prepare for boarding." Wolf Lord Bloodhowl put on his helmet, an action he hadn't taken in a long time. The purple hue of Menulan was mixed into his ceramite power armor, adding a touch of eerie strangeness. Zeke looked at the armor on Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, then looked at his own. It was clearly the exact same model of Menulan power armor, yet once he wore it, it turned into a blocky, Minecraft-style armor. Zeke had actually looked forward to transforming into a 3 or 4 meter tall muscle-bound Hulk. Upon donning the power armor, it seemed he had overthought it. Upon receiving Wolf Lord Bloodhowl's order, a portion of the troops remained to guard the fireman as Fong, while the rest of the boarding party boarded the assault boats. They would use these vehicles, known as Shark-class assault boats, to board the Blackstone fortress and execute the mission. As the vanguard force for setting up the Nether portal, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl had a very clear deployment strategy for his troops. That was to be small and elite. He had selected only battle-hardened Space Wolf veterans with extensive combat experience. Zeke was squeezed between two Space Wolves. The assault boat's central engine roared, and in 3 seconds, they went from relative stillness to sublight speeds. The Shark assault boat tore through the sky full of artillery fire, accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, and slammed straight into a section of the Blackstone fortress, embedding itself within. The melted charges preset in the nose cone detonated in sync, blasting through the Blackstone fortress's outer skin. Impact complete. Path cleared. Channel established. The Space Wolves roared as they stood up, bolters racked, chainswords revving. Infected by the atmosphere, Zeke felt his blood boil and was the first to rush toward the enemy lines. He sprang from his seat and rushed to the assault boat's main airlock door. "FBI, open up." Zeke mustered all his strength and delivered a full-force side kick to the hatch. A piercing pain shot up from his toes. The door didn't budge an inch. Zeke sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl stared at Zeke for 2 seconds. Then, he pulled the manual door release lever next to him. The pressure valves hissed, releasing gas, and the door slid open inwards. Outside the door, past a patch of molten glass, lay the interior of the Blackstone fortress. Zeke felt a contradictory emotion. The Blackstone fortress was welcoming him, yet simultaneously rejecting him. The Space Wolves filed out, with Zeke following close behind. "Give me some time." Zeke took out a pickaxe. The passage was relatively narrow. If he wanted to set up a portal, he needed to dig out some space. Zeke began swinging the pickaxe, clang clang clang, destroying all the surrounding fortress walls. The Blackstone fortress hummed, expressing anger toward Zeke, the one destroying it. "The more you scream, the more excited I get." Zeke continued to expand the surrounding space. The next moment, the Blackstone fortress launched a counterattack against Zeke. Black bone spikes morphed out of a wall surface, stabbing toward Zeke. Zeke met them with his pickaxe, smashing all the spikes to pieces. Seeing this tactic fail, the Blackstone walls on both sides of the passage began to close in, attempting to crush Zeke to death. Two tall figures stepped in: Wolf Lord Bloodhowl and a veteran Space Wolf. They stood left and right, grabbing the walls with force. Using inhuman strength, they physically halted the closing speed of the walls. Zeke ducked down and slid through the gap held open by the two. As he escaped, two figures, one large and one small, slowly walked out from the corner ahead in the passage. The small one was a girl, with one pupil entirely black. The large one was a black legionnaire. Judging by his stance, he was there to protect the little girl. The little girl reached out her hand, gently caressing the Blackstone fortress as if caressing a beloved. "Are you father's enemies?" Morkoth looked up at these foreign objects that had suddenly intruded into the Blackstone fortress. She closed her eyes and began to communicate with the fortress. Using the Blackstone fortress as a medium, she read the thoughts of the group before her. Kill her. Kill her. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl took the lead. It was obvious that the series of attacks the Blackstone fortress just launched against Zeke were instigated by the person before them. Three Space Wolves followed behind him, their figures leaping through the Blackstone passage, their power armor making crisp, mechanical clank-clank sounds. Regardless of how harmless this little girl looked, as long as she stood in their way, she was an enemy. Morkoth stopped the Black Legionnaire beside her from raising his gun. She reached out and touched the giant mouth of the alcove lined with sharp fangs. The walls made of flesh and stone suddenly snapped shut, trapping a Space Wolf. Wolves are naturally tenacious, so he did not die on the spot, but the hard Blackstone was enough to paralyze his movement. At the same time, Morkoth looked up and grinned at Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, who was accelerating toward her. Her teeth were white and neat. Then, she made a fierce biting motion. From the Blackstone ceiling above Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, Blackstone pillars grew out. Arranged tightly, they bit down toward Bloodhowl below. Before the Blackstone pillars could close, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl raised the bolter in his hand and fired several shots in succession. The bullets shot through the gaps, but ultimately failed to hit Morkoth before the enclosure sealed. As the Blackstone pillars closed, Morkoth's figure revealed a brilliant smile toward Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. "Goodbye, intruders." Then, she disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Behind Zeke, rows of Blackstone pillars also rose up. Zeke's group gathered toward the middle. There were closing Blackstone pillars both in front and behind them. That little girl wanted to rely on these stone pillars to squeeze them into the center and crush them to death. Zeke remembered the information on that little girl. Her name is Morkoth. A thing spawned by chaos to help Abaddon better control the Blackstone fortress. You could consider her the Blackstone fortress's illegitimate shipgirl daughter. Morkoth, relying on having a certain blood relation to the Blackstone fortress, can control it to a certain degree. But because her birth involved the meddling of chaos, the Blackstone fortress doesn't exactly look kindly upon this child. That's about the gist of it. Zeke told Morkoth's information to the people around him. "We must designate her as the primary target," Wolf Lord Bloodhowl reacted. Morkoth would provide Abaddon with a massive terrain advantage, which would be detrimental to Cadia's offensive. "I agree. If possible, prioritize capturing her." Zeke looked at the walls gradually closing in on him and pulled out a blueprint. Trying to trap a blockman? That was simply the best joke Zeke had ever heard. "Come out, tunnel bores. Mere Blackstone walls? Hollow them out for me. 1, 2, 3. Tunnel bores were printed out by the blueprint one after another in the narrow passage, stuffing the originally cramped space to the brim. They adjusted their direction, their drills aiming in unison at the Blackstone walls closing in from all sides. Morkoth walked through the passage. "No one can defeat me inside the Blackstone fortress," she thought, wondering how to report her glorious victory to her father, Abaddon. Ugh. Ah. Without warning, a toothache struck. Morkoth fell to her knees as teeth peeled away from her gums one by one, falling to the floor and shattering into dust. The Black Legionnaire beside her tried to help Morkoth up, but then heard the rumbling sound of machinery operating from behind. If one isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then 10. Blackstone is indeed hard to mine, but there are plenty of tunnel bores. Zeke surrounded himself with a ring of tunnel bores facing all directions, churning and shattering all the Blackstone walls that attempted to compress him. The sound of mechanical gears rattled, and the surrounding space was rapidly expanding. Having dug away the obstructing Blackstone pillars, Morkoth's figure reappeared before their eyes. Without needing a prompt, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl seized the moment, gripped his Stormax tight, and charged toward Morkoth. "Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, take this." Zeke used the blueprint to deploy a tunnel bore oriented horizontally. Beneath it was a minecart, capable of automatically laying tracks, thus achieving horizontal mining locomotion. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl climbed onto this minecart tunnel bore. "That machine, it's destroying the Blackstone fortress. Stop it." Morkoth ordered the Black Legionnaire beside her. Blood gushed from Morkoth's mouth. Her senses were connected to the Blackstone fortress. Destroying the fortress caused her immense pain. The Black Legionnaire raised his Reaper autocannon and fired wildly at the tunnel bore carrying Zeke and Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. The tunnel bore was unstoppable. The drill at the very front spun madly, crushing everything in its path. "Can you summon another wall? Quickly!" the Black Legionnaire shouted. Morkoth plunged her hands into the floor. She drove her own will into the Blackstone fortress, ordering the parasitic flesh machinery to build a heavy wall capable of stopping the tunnel bore. But the fortress resisted and disobeyed. The power of the tunnel bore terrified them. The drills were wreathed in a terrifying force that could bore through even Blackstone. Morkoth's Blackstone teeth resonated. Her heavy stone eyes rotated violently in her skull, tearing at the neural connections. Extreme pain and anger made Morkoth shriek. I order you to obey my command, Blackstone Fortress. Morkoth threw a tantrum like a child at the Blackstone Fortress. Her hair came loose, covering her face, looking exactly like a madwoman. At the last moment, the Blackstone Fortress obeyed. A wall, even heavier than the ones Zeke had seen before, was closing in front of the tunnel bore. Will it work? Wolf Lord Bloodhowl looked back at Zeke. His answer was a smile brimming with confidence. Useless struggle. You underestimate my mechanical power drills too much. Zeke cranked the tunnel bore's horsepower to the max, charging forward indomitably. My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. In Morkoth's bloodshot, black tear-filled eyes, and under Xylan's despairing gaze, tremors came from behind the heavy Blackstone wall. Centered on the point of contact with the drill, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the surface fully 3 meters thick before progressively shattering into falling debris. When the wall shattered, Morkoth rolled her eyes back and fainted dead away from the extreme agony. Bloodhowl leaped from the tunnel bore, pouncing on the Black Legionnaire, Xylan, who was guarding Morkoth. Don't you think about getting close? Xylan fired his bolt pistol 3 times in rapid succession at Bloodhowl. The 3 plates of Menulan armor that were hit saw the deep purple interior become fluid. Fine, dense purple patterns of light spread out, covering most of Wolf Lord Bloodhowl's torso, and finally, all converged toward the Stormax gripped in his right hand. The kinetic attribute of Menulan armor: take damage, accumulate power, feed it back to the user. The trajectory of the downward chopping Stormax accelerated, drawing a mournful streak of purple lightning. The Stormax cleaved open Xylan's Terminator armor, the disruption field and the axe slicing the flesh and blood beneath in two. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl gave the enemy no chance to gasp for air. Riding the momentum, the Stormax slashed upward, pulled horizontally, and chopped down again. Immediately after, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl looked toward the unconscious Morkoth. Just as he was about to capture her, the floor of the Blackstone Fortress surged, and Morkoth's petite body was dragged down into the fortress. At the very last moment, the Blackstone Fortress chose to save her. Damn it! Wolf Lord Bloodhowl cursed. No one escapes the wolf pack's hunt. He looked into the depths of the passage, and after a brief farewell to Zeke, led his squad to continue the pursuit of Morkoth. On Zeke's side, he had already utilized the tunnel bores to expand enough space to build a nether portal, connecting it with the nether portal at Kessekruf. A blue water film emerged, and countless people walked out. Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars, battle sisters of the Adeptus Sororitas. The army formed lines, orderly entering the Blackstone Fortress. The Blackstone Fortress had never carried so many people before. The thoughts of countless humans surfaced within it, disturbing its own operations. The most frequent thought among them was the phrase, Cadia stands. The tunnel bores were still spinning rapidly, expanding a space large enough for the advance troops to establish a temporary defense zone. No one knew how to boost morale better than Creed. The moment the nether portal opened, Creed resolutely chose to step into the dangerous Blackstone Fortress alongside his soldiers. This act of leading by example was more effective than any spoken encouragement. Under Creed's leadership, the soldiers quickly established a command center beside the nether portal and began to flood into the various passages of the Blackstone Fortress, exploring and attacking inwards. 87, Chapter 87, The Living Saint. Urkrathos, a representative of Kern, was the first to notice the strange changes in the Blackstone Fortress. At the exact moment the Bloodhowl Wolf Lord killed the Black Legionary, he smelled the scent of blood. He could no longer restrain himself and chose to ignore Abaddon's orders. He wanted nothing but battle. He marched toward the scent of blood with his legion and 2 Lords of Skulls. Urkrathos looked down on Abaddon's caution. He believed he could handle a single space wolf on his own. 8 minutes and 8 seconds into his march, he encountered a vanguard of battle sisters sent by Creed in the corridor. Meanwhile, sitting in the command center, Creed saw Urkrathos through the combat terminal. With fleshy wings and horns on his head, he was clearly a demon prince. Creed thought for a moment this was undoubtedly one of Abaddon's high-level assets, so he needed to send someone of equal status. Saint Celestine, I must trouble you. An angel with white wings, radiating golden light, stepped out. Bright red roses bloomed from the ground beneath the living saint's feet. Living saints are angels blessed by the Emperor's power who walk the earth, possessing incredible strength. Even if they are killed, they can quickly resurrect from the warp. However, compared to the brightest one Sanguinius, there was still a slight gap. Zeke plucked a cluster of roses from near the living saint's feet, and they dropped as peonies. Since the living saint had wings and could fly at high speeds, Zeke had an idea. He picked up a basket of potions of healing and potions of regeneration. Saint Celestine, while you go to support the front, can you splash these potions on the warriors? It can help heal their wounds. Saint Celestine raised her holy face. She could feel the kindness from Zeke and the life force within the potions. Her eyes glowed with a gentle golden light as she nodded. With a wave of her hand over the basket, the potions suddenly disappeared. Zeke realized she had a space storage ability, so he brought out even more baskets. Blistering melons used for healing potions were cheap and easy to mass produce, whereas the gas tears needed for regeneration potions were much harder to find. Therefore, most of what Zeke provided were potions of healing. Saint Celestine accepted them all, taking several thousand bottles. Shining with golden light, Celestine flew over the Blackstone Fortress corridors toward Urkrathos. Her brilliance fell from her wings onto everyone below. At this moment, regardless of their faith in the Emperor, they stood on a united front. At the front line, the battle sisters fighting Urkrathos were not doing well. Urkrathos was a demon prince, and his power was more than mortals could match. His claws tore the ground as he leaped over collapsed walls and glided through the air. He crashed through ranks of sisters with just one swing of his claws. Most sisters were left clinging to life by a thread. A squad of sisters moved like arrows past his left flank. Knowing they couldn't fight him head-on, they bypassed Urkrathos to attack the legion behind him. "Let them go," Urkrathos mocked. "Let them taste the Lord of Skulls." The Lord of Skulls is a massive cornate demon engine equipped with heavy weapons like the Great Cleaver of Kern and Gorestorm cannons. Urkrathos laughed at the mindless zealots. As the sisters were forced back, Urkrathos grabbed one, intending to crush her. He realized she was trying to speak and curiously loosened his grip. "The Saint," she whispered. The voice was weak at first, then grew louder and stronger until she screamed in ecstasy. "The Saint! The Saint! The Saint!" Saint Celestine appeared in the sky. "You must be the Corpse Emperor's saint," Urkrathos sneered, bowing mockingly. "I've heard of you, but unfortunately, you're too late." Behind him were piles of fallen sisters, broken banners, and a thick scent of blood. The living saint did not answer. She flew over the dying sisters and the loyal believers. The dying sisters reached out, hoping to catch a glimmer of her light. They caught something. Splash! Cool liquid splashed onto the sisters' heads. Bottles of instant health appeared around the saint and fell onto them. Wounds healed instantly. Even more miraculous was the surge in their faith. The light in their eyes reignited, burning brighter than ever with fanatical devotion. Canoness Eleanor looked at the figure with tears in her eyes. "Look at her brilliance. Praise be to you." She pressed her prayer book to her chest and shouted praises. Hundreds of sisters joined her. Hearing the constant buzzing of prayers, Urkrathos grew angrier than ever. To his ears, the sisters' praises were more disgusting than the thick prayers of Nurgle worshippers. He realized the squad he had just crushed had returned to full health shortly after the saint appeared. He stepped forward to kill a sister once more, but as he entered the area splashed with healing potions, he recoiled as if hit by acid. The potions were damaging him. The living saint noticed this as well. Healing allies and harming enemies, could the boy who gave me these potions also be under the Emperor's name? She wondered. There was no time to dwell on it. She moved even faster, raining healing potions down upon every inch of the battlefield. The sisters, drenched in the potions, shouted prayers and launched desperate attacks against the forces of chaos. The tide had turned. Back at the combat terminal, Creed coughed awkwardly upon hearing the sisters' prayers. Zeke, don't mind them. That's just how those sisters are with their faith. It doesn't matter, the credit for this will still be recorded in your name. Zeke snapped back to reality. He had been focusing on the fact that the enemies were being hurt by the healing potions. He hadn't expected these Kern followers to be classified as undead creatures. It seemed a sword with the smite enchantment might be even more useful than he thought. "It's okay, you don't have to credit me," Zeke replied. "Just say the potions are a gift from the Emperor. Just, after the war ends, ask the living saint to film a celebrity endorsement for me." Zeke was thinking ahead. He had found the perfect spokesperson for golden apples. Creed was momentarily speechless. "If you need a spokesperson, I could do it too." "You?" Zeke looked Creed up and down. "Actually, that works. A Beauty and the Beast golden apple encounter? That's a good theme." Back to the terminal, Zeke saw that the fight between Celestine and Urkrathos was over. Urkrathos Demon Prince experienced the sensation of his soul being banished back into the warp for the first time. He was hacked, stabbed, split, burned, and torn apart by the saint's blade. "A combat healer, how terrifying," Zeke remarked. With Urkrathos defeated, the battle sisters had suffered almost no losses. They followed the living saint as she soared through the sky, advancing with songs of praise. Realizing how powerful the potions were, the saint used her high mobility to weave through all of Cadia's forces, raining down healing on the wounded. A tank that heals is an entirely different beast than one without. The Cadian warriors marveled at the beautiful sight in the sky and pushed steadily into the Blackstone fortress. Zeke and Creed kept their eyes on the terminal. The news from the front was good, and all factions were playing their parts. However, the battlefield was volatile, and casualties were still happening. The Cadian soldiers were thinning out the fastest. The sisters had their saint. The Astaroths had their superhuman strength. The Adeptus Mechanicus had the Omniscia. But the Cadian soldiers' mortals were fighting with nothing but flesh and blood. Even with Zeke's potions and golden apples, their casualty rate remained high. This was due to their suicidal fighting style. These mortal soldiers were more committed to this war than any other faction. They were the ones transporting the enchanted golden apples to the Astaroths. They were the first to investigate the dangers deep within the fortress. They joked about being cannon fodder whose value was only for scouting, yet they never stopped charging forward. They linked the entire battlefield together, exhausted from rushing between front lines. One could not deny that these mortals were the most important presence in this war. In the end, the Empire would have to rely on people like them to be saved. Creed's expression was a mix of pride and heartache. These soldiers have proven their worth. He ordered the tactical terminal to be packed up, preparing to move the command post forward to better handle emergencies. Zeke pulled out a potion of the Turtle Master 2. "I just brewed this, it hasn't been used yet. Take it." Zeke tossed it, and Creed caught it in mid-air. 20 seconds, Zeke continued. "It will significantly slow you down, but at the same time, you'll become almost invincible. Just like those turtles you had me look for, right?" Creed joked. "I'm not very good at hiding in a shell." "It's not just for you. Think about your soldiers," Zeke said, patting Creed on the shoulder. "My friend Dance is your little fanboy. If you die, he'll be very sad." "Then I'll take it," Creed said, pocketing the potion. Zeke looked at the upright old man. He knew that if Abaddon appeared, Creed would be the first to charge. He had always been that reckless. Remember, only for this week, every 100 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter. Also I may do this again if we reach around 1000 power stones at the end of this week. 88, Chapter 88, Abaddon the Despoiler, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. News from Bloodhowl's site suddenly arrived. Everyone looked toward the screen, which displayed a map. Bloodhowl was requesting that Creed send troops to block the exit of a specific corridor. Zeke realized that Bloodhowl must be hunting down Morkoth. I'll go. Zeke volunteered, racing toward the location marked by Bloodhowl. If anything happens, report back via the transponder. Creed's instructions faded behind him as Zeke sped away. Bloodhowl leaped over an obstacle in his path. He was close. He could sense the scent of the young girl, Morkoth. She hadn't run far. Morkoth woke from her swoon and looked around at her surroundings. She was in a narrow crevice within the walls. Using every ounce of her strength, she reached out and squeezed herself out of the gap. The Blackstone fortress was warning her that she was not yet out of danger. Those wolves were still hunting her like a sheep, wanting to tear her apart. Morkoth could already hear the heavy thud of footsteps growing louder behind her. Like a frightened animal, she scrambled frantically across the floor on all fours. The sound of power-armored boots pressed closer with every step. As she rounded a corner, a figure stepped out unhurriedly. Bloodhowl had marked the position where he was hurting Morkoth on the map, and Zeke had been lying in wait for some time. Oh! Zeke feigned surprise, a bright smile spreading across his face. What a coincidence, bumping into you here. It's that drill demon. Morkoth's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and the last drop of color drained from her face. All her painful memories shattered. Teeth, the wailing of the fortress, and the sight of walls being ruthlessly crushed overwhelmed her sanity. She let out a scream. Don't come any closer. Morkoth fell backward and tried to crawl away, but Bloodhowl had already arrived behind her. As Zeke and Bloodhowl stepped forward together, Morkoth had nowhere left to run. The roles were reversed before. She had forced them into a corner, but now it was their turn. Zeke, can you be a bit more serious? Bloodhowl couldn't help but remind him Zeke's current expression was a bit too terrifying. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit, Zeke said, rubbing his face and putting on a serious expression. Colluding with Abaddon to help him control the Blackstone fortress, today, I'll deliver justice to this chaos scum. Zeke pulled out a blueprint and stepped forward. In the future, the Blackstone fortress would wipe Cadia off the star charts, and Morkoth would undoubtedly play a role in that. Zeke would not be soft-hearted. The Blackstone wall behind Morkoth became incredibly soft. The Blackstone fortress was trying the same trick again, attempting to steal her away. However, before it could act, Zeke had used his blueprint to summon an obsidian cage, aiming it at Morkoth to seal her inside. Don't even think about it. You think the same move will work on me twice. The obsidian cut off Morkoth's contact with the Blackstone fortress, preventing her rescue. Welcome to being the second guest of the obsidian cage. Zeke followed his usual routine, tossing in a potion of poison to give the guest an opening lesson. He wondered how that Eldar Harlequin was doing in her hell. She should be more well-behaved now. He'd talked to her after dealing with the fortress. Father. Morkoth sobbed inside the cage, then screamed louder, Father. Zeke heard a beeping sound, and Bloodhowl heard it too. They both looked toward the source. A device covered in red runes lay on the corridor floor. It had fallen off Morkoth during her panicked flight. Inside the obsidian cage, Morkoth extended her mind, searching through the many chaotic souls dwelling in the fortress for that one peerless, incomparable presence. He was on the bridge. Morkoth saw him. Their bond was so close. She didn't want to activate this device unless absolutely necessary, as her father would surely scold her. But now, she had no choice. Morkoth summoned all her strength and shouted the word. Instantly, the device erupted with purple-red lightning. It was a teleportation device. Through a crack in reality, a screaming portal, Morkoth's father strode out. Warmaster Abaddon. Zeke jumped back as if he'd been burned. Isn't the final boss supposed to appear at the end? Regardless, he immediately applied every buff he had: enchanted golden apples, strength, night vision, and speed. He sent word to Creed through the transponder. At the tactical terminal, Creed's face turned grim as he announced Abaddon's arrival to all soldiers on the line. Saint Celestine, the Black Templars, and the Adeptus Mechanicusal forces immediately began converging on Zeke's location. Abaddon had received word of the situation minutes ago. It wasn't just space wolves on the fortress. Cadians, Mechanicus, and Battle Sisters had also appeared. They were numerous, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Worse, Urkrathos had been beheaded by Saint Celestine. It was all too sudden. One moment Abaddon was thinking about how to handle the boarding space wolves, and the next, the fortress was on the verge of falling. Just as Abaddon was about to issue orders to stabilize the front and resist the invaders, the cry of father interrupted him. Consequently, Abaddon was very, very angry. Abaddon scanned his surroundings and saw two iron golems charging him. Zeke's opening gambit. Mechanical constructs, same kind used by the forces attacking the fortress. Abaddon raised the demon sword in his left hand, Dracnian. A demon that even the Emperor himself could not kill resided within it. Most who were struck by it met only death. With a single horizontal sweep, Dracnian sliced one iron golem in half. Simultaneously, the talon of Horus on his right hand pierced the head of the other. His damage is high, Zeke thought, eyeing the sword wreathed in black mist. However, Abaddon's health bar was only about 100 points higher than Bloodhowl's. Having dealt with the two reckless iron golems, Abaddon looked toward Zeke and Bloodhowl. Flicking the blood from the talon of Horus, he walked toward the obsidian cage. He would rescue Morkoth first, then deal with the remaining enemies. Abaddon's sword struck the obsidian. My daughter, I hope you have a proper explanation for why you summoned me. Next goal: 400 power stones. 89, Chapter 89, Traitor of the Luna Wolves, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 400 power stones. The incredibly sharp demon sword, Dracnian, slammed into the obsidian cage. Then, in a moment of sheer embarrassment, it was simply bounced back. Pfft. Zeke struggled to hold back his laughter. He turned to Bloodhowl and handed him a potion of the Turtle Master too. This story tells us that a pickaxe is better than a sword for mining blocks, Zeke joked. Bloodhowl looked at Zeke and understood the tactical intent hidden behind the joke. Zeke and Bloodhowl moved simultaneously, pouncing on Abaddon from the left and right. Just because this strange stone can withstand my strikes doesn't mean your flesh and blood can, Abaddon snarled. He chose to strike at Zeke, who parried with his Menulan shield. Dracnian struck the shield, failing for the second time. Abaddon grew furious as his attacks were repeatedly thwarted. With the cursed blade pressed against the shield, the two stood face to face. Abaddon sneered with disdain, just another fool seduced by the corpse emperor. Zeke smiled at the attempt to provoke him. Does a traitor of the Luna Wolves really have the face to talk to me? Abaddon's signature topknot flew upward as his face suddenly turned a deep red. What did you say? He ground out, grit through clenched teeth as if he wanted to crush the very words. Abaddon didn't know how this human had discovered secrets that should have been long forgotten, but it had successfully pierced his pride. The words enraged Abaddon so much that he was a beat too slow to notice Bloodhowl behind him, raising his Stormrider axe for a heavy strike. Fools! Abaddon didn't even dodge. The axe bit into the War Master's breastplate, but he remained unmoved. Instead, he swung the Talon of Horus back in a counterblow, striking the Wolf Lord's face and sending Bloodhowl tumbling out of control to the side. Abaddon pulled his demon blade back from Zeke's shield, intending to follow up with a finishing blow while Bloodhowl was off balance. But Zeke followed up with another remark that stabbed straight at Abaddon's heart. What did Horus ever do to deserve a subordinate like you? He could have died with honor, but you turned him into a living joke. Nothing hurts more than the truth of the past. Sometimes words are more terrifying than weapons. Arg! Abaddon's face looked like an active volcano, though it didn't erupt. He forced himself to calm down, realizing the human was intentionally trying to provoke him. But still, how dare he mention Horus? Abaddon stopped focusing on Bloodhowl behind him. He decided to first eliminate this talkative human and silence his voice forever. With an unstoppable momentum, the Talon of Horus and the demon blade took turns lunging at Zeke. Here it comes, Zeke thought. He had been waiting for this. The biggest weakness of the Turtle Master potion is being kite or avoided. He welcomed this direct aggression. His verbal barbs were all meant to build aggro and make Abaddon desperate to kill him. Zeke gulped down a potion of the Turtle Master too. It provided 80% damage reduction, but his feet became heavy, and a nearly 90% movement speed reduction made it almost impossible to move. Zeke met Abaddon's blade head-on. The demon blade stabbed hard into Zeke's neck, and Zeke's face twisted in pain. Abaddon looked satisfied, but the pain on Zeke's face lasted only an instant, replaced by a cunning smirk. Fooled you. Guess what? It doesn't hurt. His health had dropped by exactly 20%, which, combined with the potion's 80% reduction, meant he had effectively tanked a full lethal blow. Zeke was inwardly shocked that without the potion, that strike would have killed him instantly, but he didn't stop his taunts. Abaddon, did you skip breakfast? Hit me here, Zeke said, patting his chest. He activated his Menulan chainsword, its teeth spinning frantically as he stabbed Abaddon. The teeth sparked against Abaddon's armor. A single attack stacked 4 layers of the insatiable trait. Abaddon began to wonder if something was wrong with Dracnian. Why was it failing him today after being invincible for so long? He tried to communicate with the blade, but Dracnian ignored him. Abaddon attacked Zeke repeatedly with the Talon of Horus, causing minor damage while simultaneously charging Zeke's Menulan power armor. Hey, did you forget something? Bloodhowl's voice came from behind Abaddon along with a sharp gust of wind. Abaddon might have ignored the Wolf Lord, but Bloodhowl wasn't going to show any mercy. The Stormrider axe whistled through the air toward Abaddon's face. Zeke followed up on the attack, swinging his chainsword from the opposite direction. Both weapons converged on Abaddon's head right below his topknot. Abaddon ducked, narrowly avoiding the pincer attack, but a lock of his signature topknot was sliced off by Zeke's chainsword and sucked into his inventory. Zeke felt it was a pity he missed the head. However, a second person watching felt an even greater sense of loss. That beautiful topknot had been ruined by Zeke. Trazyn, lurking in a nearby corner, clenched his fists as he looked at adorable Abaddon. Heavens, what a perfect topknot, what a burly physique, and most importantly, the history he carries. He would surely be the most charming piece in Trazyn's display case. But now was not the time. Trazyn leaned further into the shadows and pulled out 2 tesseract labyrinths. What use is this? Zeke thought, dismissively tossing the topknot into a corner of his inventory as he focused on the fight. Having cut the hair, the Menulan chainsword had reached maximum insatiable stacks. His Menulan power armor, having absorbed Abaddon's attacks, was also fully charged. Zeke felt he had everything he needed. As the 20-second effect of the Turtle Master potion wore off, he covertly threw an ender pearl behind Abaddon. His speed suddenly exploded as he reappeared like a ghost behind Abaddon, thrusting his chainsword toward the War Master's heart. Bloodhowl interfered with Abaddon's attempt to dodge, creating the perfect opening for Zeke. The move landed solidly. Under various buff multipliers, the chainsword tore through Abaddon's armor and bit deep into his flesh, drawing blood. Abaddon shuddered, letting out an incredulous grunt. The chainsword greedily drank the War Master's blood, taking out 1/5 of his health in a single strike. Combined with the previous scattered attacks, Abaddon's health had dropped to 1/2 a dangerous level. However, his regeneration speed was terrifyingly fast. Zeke remembered that Abaddon once took 3 power fist hits to the face from Marna's Calgar, so he wasn't too discouraged. After all, he was the tankiest Astaroths in the 40k universe with the strongest healing factor. Abaddon couldn't believe his defense had been breached by a mortal. As he turned his furious gaze towards Zeke, the young man simply downed another potion of the Turtle Master and began a new round of education. Next goal, 400 Power Stones. You all remember the goal of this week, right? Donate everything you got. 90, Chapter 90, Creed and Abaddon, the final battle. Bloodhowl, do you know why this war where Abaddon tries to capture Cadia is called the 13th Black Crusade? Zeke asked. Bloodhowl's mind was working unusually well at that moment. Does it mean the previous 12 were all? Exactly. The previous 12 were all failures, which is why there's a 13th. Zeke laughed loudly. 12 times. 12 whole times. Zeke wondered if Abaddon had relatives among the 4 gods, considering he hadn't been abandoned after 12 failures. Abaddon's face turned ashen. He didn't attack Zeke this time. He had seen the trick behind that potion, nearly invincible defense at the cost of drastically reduced movement speed. Since the human couldn't move, he decided to eliminate the troublesome space wolf first. The Warmaster turned his gaze toward Bloodhowl. Bloodhowl, don't be overconfident, Zeke warned, sensing the Wolf Lord's desire to duel Abaddon. The demon sword in Abaddon's hand was specialized against humans, like an ultra-high-level Bane of Arthropods, but for people it might actually one-shot the Wolf Lord. TL/N, Bane of Arthropods is a Minecraft weapon enchantment, swords, axes, maces, that deals significantly increased damage and applies a slowness 4 effect to spider-like mobs, including spiders, cave spiders, silverfish, endermites, and bees. Licking his lips, Bloodhowl finally took Zeke's advice and downed a potion of the Turtle Master too. The Warmaster's body trembled. These 2 despicable individuals only knew how to use such underhanded methods. Come on! Bloodhowl roared, performing a daring move. He took off his helmet and hurled it at the Warmaster's back. With a heavy clang, the helmet struck Abaddon squarely. Enraged by the provocation, Abaddon leaped forward, slashing and clawing. Since Bloodhowl had consumed the potion, the attacks were reduced to 1/5 damage. Combined with the regeneration from the enchanted golden apple, the damage dealt was less than the health he was recovering. Ignoring the heavy strikes raining down on him, Bloodhowl pounced on the Warmaster. He wrapped his legs around Abaddon, pinning him. Since the potion made moving difficult, he simply held Abaddon in place so he wouldn't need to move. One hand gripped the Warmaster while the other pummeled Abaddon's iron-hard face as he laughed. Haha, Bloodhowl, never learned how to spell the word lose. Crude and insulting names poured from Bloodhowl's mouth as he tried every taunt he knew to provoke the Warmaster. Abaddon the loser. Abaddon the harmless. Abaddon the incompetent. ABA Abaddon. Enough. I've had enough of all of this. Abaddon roared, unable to bear it any longer. He punched the clinging Wolf Lord repeatedly. The damage was low, but the knockback was strong enough to throw Bloodhowl off. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Abaddon looked at Zeke. You're trying to stall for reinforcements, right? He sneered at Zeke's expression. Did you honestly think only you had reinforcements? How naive. Your ragtag group is on its way to wipe me out, Abaddon continued. But is it possible that I was also just playing along with your acting? I lured you, and all the Cadian forces behind you, here to wipe you out in one fell swoop. The time has come. I can finally end this damn play. Abaddon raised Dracnian high and plunged it into the floor of the Blackstone fortress. The narrow corridor began to crack and expand outward. A massive arena was forming, and behind Abaddon, a vast army of chaos scum appeared. The Black Legion and Terminators flooded Zeke's vision. Large demons of every stripe walked among them, some winged like raptors, some slender and decadent, others bloated and self-satisfied. It was a literal dance of demons. Having come to conquer Cadia, the forces Abaddon brought were of a terrifying scale. Your only mistake was intruding into the Blackstone fortress, Abaddon declared. Oh, is that so? A familiar voice rang out from behind Zeke. Lord Castellan and Creed had arrived. At Creed's call, the Cadian army appeared before the Chaos host. Saint Celestine soared through the sky, gazing at Abaddon. A massive line of iron golems pressed forward steadily. Ordinary Cadian soldiers stepped forward with their rifles leveled. Then, Space Marines appeared, their armor decorated with emblems of bone and flame, their heads surrounded by halos of fire. These were the Legion of the Damned, who had arrived with the Phalanx to provide support. Iron golems, Cadians, Battle Sisters, Inquisitors, and Astaroths overwhelmed the Chaos army. Zeke brushed off the dust from his tumble and stood beside Creed. He had to admit Abaddon was right. Both sides had been stalling for time, both intending to kill the other once and for all. The real war was beginning. Creed. Abaddon. Abaddon observed Creed from a close distance. He knew the man's name well. He had heard it since the time he sent the Volscani traders. Creed was the man who had maintained the defenders' morale through speeches and visits to the front, withstanding the largest and most terrible offensive in the Empire's history. Creed turned to face his lifelong enemy. Abaddon advanced, his smoke-wreathed armor hissing. I will conquer you. I will conquer Cadia, Abaddon roared. Cadians, I will conquer everything you are. Your bones, your blood, your screams, and your futile prayers. I will conquer your lives and your world. Everyone, take your positions. Creed shouted. The sound of steel being drawn rang through the line. Creed took a deep breath, unbuttoned the top button of his uniform shirt, and stepped toward the Chaos Warmaster. His friend Cawl followed, as did every Cadian soldier. The fate Dance had prayed for since childhood was now coming to pass. Abaddon and Creed raised their hands simultaneously. As they dropped them, shouts and gunfire instantly swept through the Blackstone fortress. 91, Chapter 91, Ultramarines and the Adeptus Custodes. The volley of lasguns emitted a blinding light. Zeke felt as though he were standing in a desert wasteland, surrounded by light on all sides. Cadian soldiers formed a wall of guns, their energy trails sweeping across the battlefield toward the Chaos host. This overwhelming firepower converged on the unstoppable Abaddon. However, ordinary firepower could do nothing against him. An aura of demonic essence enveloped the War Master, isolating him from the external bombardment. Leading his elite bringers of despair, Abaddon charged through the rain of shells, heading straight for Creed. Since the Great Crusade, Abaddon had been famous for his decapitation strikes alongside his just-to-errand Terminators. Now, he sought to repeat that glory by killing the enemy leader. But he failed. Ring-shaped buildings rose from the ground, shielding Creed from view. Abaddon lost sight of his target. These were Cadian-style bunkerstone of the first structures Zeke had recorded in his blueprints. Unlike the original versions, many parts were replaced with reinforced obsidian to better fulfill their role. With the obsidian's reinforcement, these bunkers were immune to most explosions and could hold out for a significant amount of time against the surging chaos forces. If they broke, Zeke would simply rebuild them. Given enough time, Zeke could even replicate the Tyrek Bastion 1:1 inside the Blackstone fortress. While Zeke only needed to click his blueprints and spend some building materials, the chaos forces had to risk real soldiers to charge these positions without cover. Even if a bunker was reduced to a single pillar, it would not collapse, allowing Cadian warriors to move safely through them. Zeke selected a bunker toward the rear and built a pyramid of iron blocks inside. The second Nether star in his backpack finally had a use. He chose the two buffs the battlefield needed most: Swiftness 2 and Regeneration. The bunker's walls hid the beacon's light, keeping it concealed while allies nearby felt their bodies grow light and their movements become faster. Zeke further protected the beacon with 6 layers of obsidian so that even if the enemy discovered it, destroying it would be a major task. Beyond standard and beacon bunkers, Zeke also mixed in trap room bunkers. Abaddon, relying on his powerful physique, crashed through a bunker wall only to find it filled with TNT and various bombs. Without Creed inside, it was a trap. The resulting explosion was deafening, and the obsidian walls confined the blast, increasing its lethality. Abaddon emerged with his topknot turned into an explosive mess. Another bunker hid a pit of lava beneath pressure plates. Any reckless chaos follower who stepped on them would be burned to ash. While Abaddon dismissed these as useless, flashy traps, Zeke ignored the criticism since the War Master still hadn't found a trace of Creed. Eventually, Abaddon lost count of how many bunkers he had stormed, finally tearing a dummy inside one to pieces in frustration. Above Abaddon, a blue figure watched. This was Serance, an Ultramarine subcommander and one of Trajan's collection pieces. Though Serance didn't know how he had appeared on the battlefield, his doubts vanished when he saw the War Master. Down with the Horus rebels. Remember Calf. The blue figure raised a Fulkite pistol engraved with the symbol of the 500 worlds and descended from above to attack Abaddon. Abaddon reacted quickly, parrying with his demon blade. In that moment, Serance recognized the man not Horus, but an old acquaintance. Abaddon, Serance glared at the traitor, sneering. Abaddon extended the talon of Horus, assuming a provocative stance. When I drag you before the Emperor to confess and be judged, you'll regret not dying by my sword. Serance clashed blades with Abaddon. But don't forget, Abaddon was accompanied by the elite of the Black Legion. They surrounded Serance. Trajan, realizing he had to spend money to make money, put away an empty cube and threw another. This time, it was a golden-armored giant living member of the Adeptus Custodes. In 0.001 seconds, the custodian assessed the situation and swung a blue ether blade at the nearest bringer of despair. The impact of the clash shattered the bunker, spilling the fight outside. Abaddon finally realized his Chaos Army was being forced into a retreat. Soaring in the sky, Saint Celestine spotted him. He's there. Following her lead, the Legion of the Damned charged through flames toward the War Master. Bloodhowl and his Space Wolves, along with Marshal Amalrich leading the Black Templars, joined the hunt. Abaddon now saw enemies everywhere he looked. Ultramarines, Legion of the Damned, Space Wolves, Black Templars, Kashyyykin, and Battle Sisters. Behind Abaddon, Celestine advanced relentlessly, sword in hand. Her sword was wreathed in writhing flames from hilt to tip. She drew back her arm, gathering strength, and thrust upward. Hold him down, hold Abaddon, Bloodhowl Wolf Lord bellowed, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. All mobile forces around Abaddon used every method possible to trap his attempts to escape. Zeke even tossed a few potions of slowness. Celestine's blade sank deep into Abaddon's lower back, up to the hilt. It passed under the power cylinders connecting the talon of Horus, severing its power cables, then upward along the bottom of the breastplate, finally jamming. The War Master's agonized howls echoed across the entire battlefield. Zeke saw Abaddon's health bar plummeting. Creed appeared and fired his sidearm at Abaddon, while Zeke pressed his Menulan chainsword against Abaddon's neck, trying to saw off his head. Suddenly, a familiar light flashed at the same teleportation glow that had brought Abaddon there in the first place. Abaddon utilized a teleportation beacon and escaped, leaving his Chaos troops behind. Your Chaos troops are still here, and you fled alone. Zeke thought. Donate Power Stones. 92, Chapter 92, The Fall of the Blackstone Fortress, bonus. Damn, if we continue like this, we will easily reach 1,000 Power Stones this week. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 Power Stones, by the way, smiley face. Zeke sheathed his chainsword. This was within his expectations. Killing Abaddon was always going to be difficult. The dark existence behind him would not let him die easily. The Chaos Army was already losing ground, and now, without their War Master, they were utterly routed. Expanding from local superiority to total victory, the Blackstone fortress had been breached by the Cadian soldiers. Gasping for breath, Abaddon appeared aboard his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, which was hovering near the Blackstone fortress. After 6 minutes of silence, the projection array hummed to life, and Morkoth appeared. She was trapped within Zeke's obsidian cage, but this didn't prevent her final dialogue with Abaddon. Morgoth had always felt like a child looking up to a parent, but now, she seemed more like a dog gazing at its master. Abaddon maintained his image, trying not to let anyone see the pathetic state he was in just moments ago. However, his heaving chest betrayed that he was not as calm as he pretended to be. Beyond the porthole, the prow of the vengeful spirit rammed into the center of the Blackstone fortress. Morgoth stumbled, feeling her body tearing apart. "Father, what are you doing? You are of no use to me anymore. I might as well make use of the waste." Abaddon gave the final order. The vengeful spirit was to ram the Blackstone fortress with full power. Those pathetic Cadian fighters wanted to seize the Blackstone fortress? Then let them have it. Abaddon had devised a method to destroy both the fortress and Cadia simultaneously. By ramming his flagship into the fortress, he would drive it directly into Cadia, obliterating them both. Morgoth read Abaddon's thoughts. She accepted her end with pleasure, even if it meant destruction. She was willing to become a stone, a burning meteor, to smash a world for her father. The obsidian before her suddenly made a digging sound as Zeke carved out a small hole. "Your father intends to crash you into Cadia," Zeke said as behind him, soldiers were evacuating the doomed Blackstone fortress through a nether portal, just as they had arrived. "If that is his command, I will obey," Morgoth said faintly. "Father will achieve his grand goals, and my sacrifice is insignificant." "You're quite enlightened," Zeke handed a blueprint to Morgoth. "Do as I say. Aim this blueprint at the Blackstone fortress beneath your feet, and think copy in your mind." The blueprint could only copy structures one had built personally or understood completely. Zeke definitely didn't understand the Blackstone fortress, but the person in front of him understood it better than he did. Morgoth stared at Zeke, motionless. Zeke sighed, grabbed the blueprint back, and summoned a floor full of shield tunneling machines. Morgoth began to tremble. She took the blueprint with shaking hands and finally complied with Zeke's demand. "Copy." A structure named Blackstone Fortress appeared on the blueprint. It was incomplete, representing less than a fifth of the original. Even Morgoth only had a partial understanding, likely only its original builders knew it fully. "Better than nothing," Zeke put away the blueprint. "Have you ever considered that perhaps your father never cared about you?" Before Morgoth could answer, the Menulan chainsword pierced her chest. The last thing Morgoth saw before dying was the scene of her birth. "My daughter," Abaddon had said, stroking her face. "So, it was just to use me from the very beginning?" Morgoth had known the answer long ago. She fused her remaining strength into the Blackstone fortress, accelerating its collision course with Cadia. "This is the final gift from your most beloved daughter." Zeke felt the Blackstone fortress tilt. If he hadn't killed Morgoth, she would have continued to communicate with the fortress, but the outcome was the same regardless. Zeke still chose to slay this piece of chaos trash personally. Stepping through the nether portal, Zeke returned to Cadia. He looked up. The Blackstone fortress was falling from orbit. It was massive even from high above. It occupied nearly half the sky. On Cadia, everyone witnessed the falling Blackstone fortress. It was so colossal, so suffocating. Its lower section rubbed against the atmosphere, igniting in flames. Inside the camp, Bella was squatting by the expanded chicken coop, clutching a chick that had sensed danger and tried to flee, staring blankly at the sky. At Cassacruff, Creed stood amidst the wind. Retreat? Such a gargantuan object was unavoidable. Evacuating Cadian soldiers to other planets might preserve some forces, but it would undeniably declare Cadia's defeat. Zeke had long ago mentioned to Creed the possible outcome of this war. Yes, Zeke believed the Blackstone fortress falling was the final outcome, but he claimed to have a solution. Trust Zeke. That was all Creed could do. He would have a way. Just like always, he would pull out various magical facilities to solve impossible problems. Creed hadn't put all his eggs in one basket and had arranged for some soldiers to evacuate in an orderly fashion. The cold wind turned Creed's nose red. If Zeke were here, he would surely mock Creed's current expression, saying he looked like a grot who had its toe stepped on. In the camp, everyone gathered around. Zeke pulled out the blueprint. The Moriatus tunnel bores were mining at full power, and crates upon crates of obsidian were stacked on the ground. Zeke stepped forward, blocking the view of everyone behind him. If the Blackstone fortress fell, Cadia would shatter. Without Cadia's containment, the Eye of Terror would expand, splitting the entire galaxy in two. The four Chaos Gods' plan would be complete, and the Imperium would plunge into a darker age. That was how the script was supposed to go. Zeke raised the blueprint. The phantom image of a super-colossal nether portal appeared, large enough to embrace the entire sky. He adjusted the direction, raised it slightly higher to ensure the frame faced the center of the fortress's descent path, and pressed build. The obsidian in his backpack was instantly drained, followed by the contents of the nearby crates. There was still surplus obsidian. The mining efficiency of the tunnel bores was as reassuring as ever. A supergigantic obsidian nether portal appeared above Cadia. Even from distant orbit, one could clearly see this black rectangle. It encompassed the incoming Blackstone fortress entirely, and even framed the Eye of Terror behind it. The Blackstone fortress looked oppressive, but its descent speed was actually quite slow. In the original story, Castel and Creed even had time to arrange a partial evacuation before it hit. Zeke climbed the Pillar of Hopethit pillar where he had worked with Sergeant Victor to gather Cadia's warriors and attack the traitors. He spent some time stacking stone blocks upward to reach the height of the nether portal. Below, the crowd held their breath, looking up. This man had created so many miracles this time, he would surely create an even greater one. Everyone in the camp believed this because that was what Zeke did. It was what he always did. Cal mingled in the crowd, glanced at the Blackstone fortress twice, and went back to dozing off. Look at these two-legged creatures, scared witless by such a small scene. Cawl thought as it had full trust in Zeke. Zeke took out his flint and steel. Go to where you belong, Blackstone Fortress, Zeke said in his heart, and then ignited the nether portal. Click! A soft sound, almost drowned out by the wind. A spark landed on the surface of the frame. Instantly, a purple swirling vortex filled the portal frame. Aboard the vengeful spirit, Abaddon sat on his command throne, admiring the scene of the Blackstone fortress crashing toward Cadia. Morgoth has perished, the sorcerer beside him said. Abaddon flinched, as if struck by a blow. The name seemed to stir a pain he had never realized existed, but soon, Abaddon didn't care again. I will still be the final victor, he thought, until he saw the nether portal. What are they trying to do? A sense of unease rose in Abaddon's heart. Tell me, what are they trying to do? No one could answer Abaddon's question. Most of his troops had died on the Blackstone fortress, and those remaining were merely broken remnants. Next goal 600 power stones, only 40 remaining. 93, Chapter 93, Fall and Rebirth, bonus. 2 bonus chapters in one day. This is the bonus chapter reaching 600 power stones by the way. Zeke admired his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. Now he could save everyone. Everyone. Zeke slapped his forehead. Crap. Dante was still in the nether. And there was that Eldar Harlequin too, even if she wasn't exactly human. Zeke rushed toward the small nether portal in the camp. There was still time. He had to rescue Dante before the Blackstone fortress crashed into the nether. Ghasts were singing, and netherworts were blooming. Dante sat on a block of netherrack with a fire pit before him. Hanging above the flames was a string of netherworts he had scavenged from a nearby fortress. They smelled medicinal, but once roasted, they were decent enough to keep hunger at bay. Sizzle, sizzle. A burnt smell wafted up, and Dante frantically pulled the skewer off the fire. A bit scorched, Dante muttered. Hey, Virgil, want a bite? Dante called out to the piglin beside him. The creature was wearing a custom gold blindfold, specially crafted by Dante. Rather than wearing a gold helmet himself to appease the beast, Dante found it easier to simply blind the piglin with the metal it craved. Ah, I knew you were only interested in the gold. Dante sighed, took a few steps forward, and tapped on a block of obsidian. Hey lady, what about you? Oh, sorry, forgot, kind of hard to eat when you're imprisoned. The Eldar Harlequin inside the cage muttered a few sentences in an incomprehensible language. Dante guessed she was probably cursing him. Dante took a bite of the roasted nether wart. Before he could savor it, a void space suddenly appeared above his head. The new nether portal was too massive. With insufficient space to generate naturally, it simply sheared through reality, displacing every block in its way. Dante watched the purple light surge forth and dash. This doesn't look good. Virgil, run, run, run. Relying on instincts honed by countless brushes with death, Dante knew instantly that something was wrong. He dragged the piglin, Virgil, and sprinted toward the small portal leading back to the camp, running smack into Zeke, who was rushing in. Zeke wasted no time shoving Dante and the piglin back through the portal to safety. Watch the piglin, don't let it hurt anyone in the camp. Zeke shouted, rushing toward the Eldar trapped in the obsidian cage. He mined away the obsidian, and the Eldar saw the light of day again. She looked like a completely different person from the Harlequin she had been before. The figure before Zeke was now sallow and emaciated, resembling a beggar more than a warrior. Human, I think we can have a proper talk. The Eldar's tone had lost its initial arrogance. Afraid I don't have time right now. Zeke punched the Eldar in the head, intending to knock her out to carry her. However, the Eldar's constitution was resilient. The punch failed to make her faint. Zeke pulled Grug's hammer from his backpack. I refuse to believe this won't knock you out. Human, no need to torture me anymore. The ice moon Clajus, my kin are there. We can sit down and talk properly. Really, I am sincere. The Harlequin eyed the hammer in Zeke's hand with terror. If an Eldar wanted to keep a secret, Zeke couldn't pry their mouth open. But seeing the hammer, the Harlequin genuinely wanted to propose cooperation. Clajus, a frozen planet in the Cadian system, indeed hosted an Eldar army, the Neri, the army of the death god. This army was composed of Eldar from various factions with a common goal: to awaken the god of the dead, Iniad, to destroy the great enemy, Slaanesh. It was also this army that would assist Cawl in resurrecting Guilliman, which happened to be Zeke's next objective. The Harlequin spilled everything about a Webway gate located there and that could lead to Macragge on the other side of the galaxy. Zeke looked at the hammer in his hand. Hitting her again now would just be impolite. Behave yourself. Zeke applied a layer of insurance using a debuff potion, hoisted the Harlequin onto his shoulder, and ran nonstop toward the small nether portal. Taking one last look at the landscape, Zeke disappeared into the purple swirl. Shortly after Zeke left, a deafening explosion swept across the land, turning everything within millions of kilometers into nothingness. Blackstone dust choked the air. The Blackstone fortress had fallen. Its collision with the Nether destroyed most of the fortress's facilities, leaving only a skeletal wreckage. At the edge of the crater, a group of piglins wobbled into the Blackstone debris. Oink, oink, snort. They exchanged grunts of approval, deciding this was a fine place to live. The lead piglin stumbled into a piece of wreckage first, and the others followed. Perhaps soon, the wreckage would bear a new name, the Blackstone Piglin Bastion. As the fortress fell, some debris had peeled off and struck elsewhere. However, for Cadia, these minor scars would heal sooner or later. What remained was cleanup. A group of soldiers geared up in front of the Nether portal. They would travel to where the fortress had crashed in the Nether to ensure all chaos forces inside were thoroughly dead. Everything was developing in a good direction. Cadia had broken free from the fires of war and gained a chance to breathe. Moo! A startled cry rang out, and Cawl ran frantically in circles around the camp. This wasn't a metaphor as his tail was literally ablaze. Zeke laughed at Cawl and threw a fire resistance potion, which splashed over him. Only up close did he see clearly. Amidst the flames on the tail was a slender figure, a small hell drake, biting onto Cawl's tail and refusing to let go. The hell drake egg had hatched. It seemed the little guy saw Cawl first and mistook him for its parent, latching onto his tail and refusing to open its mouth. Zeke tried to pull the small drake off, and though Cawl's face twisted in pain, Zeke couldn't pry it loose. Since it likes you so much, you can take care of it. Zeke leaned in to examine the hatchling. Unlike other drakes infected by chaos, the small hell drake's aura was very clean. Zeke finally relaxed. The creature was constantly wreathed in flames. Its relationship with Cawl was destined to be incredibly warm. Fortunately, there were plenty of fire resistance potions. Zeke and Bella arranged a schedule for feeding and supervising the two. The drake wasn't even as long as Zeke's arm, yet it would take a long time to reach adulthood, so there was no rush. Zeke looked at Cawl's bitter expression and laughed heartlessly. Looks like Cawl has a companion. Carmine approached, holding a flask. The potion research has yielded its first results. This is a refined slowness potion. Zeke took the dark gray liquid and tested a drop on himself. It slowed him down by nearly 80%. It could almost be called a paralysis potion. Next goal: 700 power stones. Give me power stones. 94, chapter 94, to Macragge. Leisure time is always fleeting. Zeke barely had a moment to catch his breath before sudden news interrupted his rest. Archmagos Cawl was leaving Cadia. Cawl's stop on Cadia to study the Blackstone had only ever been a detour. Now that his task was complete, he was naturally preparing to depart for his true objective, delivering the armor of fate to Resurrecting Guilliman and saving the Primarch. Zeke secured the Harlequin. She showed no intention of struggling, allowing him to bind her without resistance. Dragging her along, Zeke headed to the conference room of Cassacroft to intercept Archmagos Cawl. The tech priest was already exchanging final farewells with Creed, preparing to board his ship, the Iron Wraith, and depart that very afternoon. Wait a moment, Archmagos Cawl. Abaddon has fled, not died. His flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, is still watching with hungry eyes. The era of the Primarches was over. Abaddon would certainly not allow Cawl to deliver the armor of fate to Macragge without interference. I heard from Castellan and Creed about your victory at the Blackstone Fortress. I fear Abaddon has no energy left to spare right now, Cawl analyzed. The despoiler is currently licking his wounds. Furthermore, the Phalanx is keeping watch in space. I have confidence in the Iron Wraith. I know a shortcut that can get us to Macragge faster. What shortcut? A Webway. Zeke pulled the Harlequin in front of Cawl. Cawl eyed the prisoner warily. Are you certain we can trust this Eldar? Magos Cawl, Shadowseer Silandry mentioned your name. The familiar name fell from the Harlequin's lips. Cawl had met that Veilwalker in secret. It was under her guidance that he had come to realize the importance of Blackstone. He lowered his guard slightly and looked at Zeke. You can trust her, Zeke vouched. Very well. Cawl decided to listen to Zeke's advice and visit the frozen planet first. He had already delayed quite a bit on Cadia. Implementing the agreement as soon as possible was, of course, for the best. Before departing, Zeke pulled Creed aside. Saving Cadia would trigger a series of unforeseen chain reactions. One that Zeke was aware of involved Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, which was currently suffering a fierce attack from the Tyranids. Originally, if Cadia had fallen, the Eye of Terror would have expanded, and the spilling warp energy would have decimated the Tyranid hive fleet or slowed it significantly. Now that Zeke had saved Cadia, the warp storms wouldn't come, and the situation on Baal would likely become even more dire. Zeke asked Creed to send a fleet equipped with a nether portal to rush to Baal's aid as quickly as possible. Creed readily accepted the request. Thank you again for everything you have done for Cadia. Zeke smiled. It wasn't as if he wouldn't be back through the nether portal. He could return to Cadia at any time. I may need Cadia's strength in Ultramar. Of course, we are ready at any time. Zeke, escorting the Harlequin, boarded the transport to the Iron Wraith. He wasn't the only passenger. Several familiar faces had gathered. Saint Celestine claimed the Emperor guided her here. Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars sat silently in the corner. Serance of the Ultramarines was present as well. After being released during the battle, Trazyn hadn't managed to reclaim him. Finally, Inquisitor Greyfaxenother of Trazyn's collectibles released to fight chaos. She didn't give anyone on the ship a friendly look, especially Saint Celestine. I must interrogate her, drag her before a tribunal, and expose her true colors. As Zeke walked past, he overheard her muttering. It was nothing new. Leaving the cabin filled with the smell of gunpowder and tension, Zeke went forward to find Cawl. The Archmagos stood on the main command bridge. Behind him, inside a massive auto-reliquary, sat the cargo he was transporting, the armor of fate. Zeke took a step toward the auto-reliquary. Instantly, the eyes of everyone on the bridge shifted toward him. Zeke withdrew his foot, and the tension dissipated. If you ask Zeke, this armor of fate wasn't necessarily better than his own totem of undying. Once Resurrecting Guilliman put on the armor of fate, he wouldn't be able to take it off easily without dying again. Unlike the totements used, it was a one-time cure-all. That armor of fate, rather than giving it to Guilliman, it would be better to let me study it. It could definitely provide a lot of defense points. Zeke made his own little calculations, thinking about how to get his hands on the armor. The journey of the Iron Wraith was fairly smooth. A few Chaos Strike cruisers attempted to intercept them but were all blocked by the escort frigates Creed had sent. In half a day's time, the group arrived at the snow-covered world of Clasius. Upon landing on the planet, Zeke took a moment to use a pickaxe with the Silk Touch enchantment to harvest a large amount of packed ice. Clasius was a frozen world where blizzards raged all year round, perfect for restocking. The group trudged through the ice and snow, following the Harlequin Zeke was escorting, climbing toward the peak of the snowy mountain. "Heretic, you had best not leave my sight," Greyfax snarled from behind the living saint. "The Emperor will guide our way." Celestine looked at the snowy peak, climbing with piety, ignoring the threat. Zeke listened to their bickering and became more worried about the prospects of this journey. His team was strong, absurdly so, but there were just too many paranoid individuals. They clearly had a common goal, yet they still had to guard against each other. Zeke sighed. At the peak of the snowy mountain, an ancient Xenos structure emitted a pulse of light, attracting everyone's attention. The light grew brighter, forming a circular passage. A group of elegant warriors clad in armor rushed out from the gate. Leading them was a woman in long robes with a regal bearing of reign. If one were accustomed to Eldar aesthetics, she was absolutely a beauty. To her right stood a warrior in crimson armor, the Visage. Greyfax immediately raised her weapon, staring ruthlessly at the Xenos. Ivrain, the leader of the Inari, looked at the scene before her with visible confusion. According to the Farseer, there should have been a desperate convoy chased by the Despoiler, carrying a vitally important cargo. Her Inari forces were supposed to intervene and save this army at their moment of life and death. But Ivrain looked behind them. Let alone the Despoiler, she didn't even see a single Chaos cultist. She looked at the Inquisitor, whose eyes were filled with hate, then at the stiff-faced Muggos Cawl, and finally at the Harlequin being held captive by Zeke. In the eyes of that Harlequin, Ivrain saw an expression long lost to the Eldoran expression named hope. Ivrain calmed her mind and was about to speak, but Zeke beat her to it. "I, Zeke Mason, have come to save father of the Ultramarines." After speaking, he glanced back at his team. "Seriously, why do these people hesitate at every critical moment? I always have to do everything myself." 95, Chapter 95, Journey Through the Webway. Humans and Eldar eyed each other with wary suspicion. In Warhammer, even one's own kin were hardly trustworthy, let alone Xenos species. "Saving the father of the Ultramarines? Archmuggos Cawl, you never told me the cargo you were transporting had this function." Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars looked at the precious cargo behind Archmuggos Cawl. The Ultramarine, Serance, who had awakened from a long coma only to learn of his Genefather's death, had nearly fainted again from the shock. Now, hearing that his Genefather was about to be saved, his expression shifted from deep grief to great joy, finally settling into a look of sudden enlightenment. Zeke knew that if he didn't state things clearly, this group of Eldar would definitely start speaking in riddles again. So, he decided to reveal the answer right from the start. After Zeke spoke plainly, both sides were somewhat surprised. "As this human says, you and I share the same goal," Ivrain said. "You Eldar twist fate," Greyfax retorted, "and always for your own selfish gain." Greyfax was indeed an inquisitor. She judged people accurately. The Eldar were saving Guilliman, ultimately, only for themselves. The first hour of talks passed. The second hour passed. The third hour passed. When the cold light of the sun vanished from the mountain peak, the Eldar and the humans finally reached a consensus. Zeke yawned. After listening to 3 hours of trash talk, he was almost asleep. Ahead, a web-like gate sat in the center, shining with dazzling light. Ivrain activated the portal with psychic fire. "Stay close." She stepped into the webway first, followed by the Inari. Once the Eldar had all disappeared into the webway, the humans gripped their weapons and followed. Stepped out of the Cadian system. Mod, world map unlocked. Zeke's minimap had been upgraded. Now he could focus on it and expand it into a world map. The world map was huge and zoomable, seemingly bottomless. If he had enough time, he could probably display the entire galaxy's map. Inside the webway was an intricate maze, half real, half twisted. Without the Eldar to lead the way, traversing it often required paying a terrible price. But this was no problem for Zeke. The world map clearly marked where every fork in the road led. While Archmuggos Cawl and Ivrain, the leader of the Inari, discussed matters aboard the ship, Zeke found a Farseer. He opened his manual and flipped to the page on the Medusi in front of the Farseer. "I heard there is a creature called a Medusi in the Eldar webway?" Zeke asked. The knowledgeable Farseer recognized the creature at a glance. "This is a dangerous creature found in the dark city of Macragge, home of the Drukhari. Those who gaze upon it are mind-controlled and gradually lose their ability to move. You are in luck. There are Drukhari within the Inari ranks." Following the Farseer's direction, Zeke approached the group of Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar had a terrible reputation. To replenish their constantly draining souls, they delighted in indulging in the most extreme emotions. Unbearable agony, endless grief, and naked terror, these were their premium sustenance. However, the Dark Eldar in this Inari force had evidently restrained themselves considerably. "A Medusi? That is a precious thing," a tall Dark Eldar woman said, looking at Zeke. To the Dark Eldar, a Medusi's brain was an incomparable delicacy. Judging by her tone, she had the Medusi Zeke wanted. Zeke took out a regular golden apple, wondering if he could trade it for the Medusi. After he explained its use, the Dark Eldar woman threw the golden apple back to Zeke with a lack of interest and shook her head. Boring. Zeke swapped for several other good items from his backpack, but unexpectedly, what finally caught the Dark Eldar's eye was a splash potion of harming. "This pain, it is very pure, very special." The Dark Eldar woman swallowed the contents of the potion. After savoring it carefully, a tremor appeared on her face, which then turned into a look of indulgence. At Zeke's prompt, she then swallowed a healing potion, and the pain dissipated. The Dark Eldar woman looked as if she had discovered a new world. A mouthful of pain potion followed by a mouthful of healing potion. This sensation of pain and relief made her unable to stop. Subsequently, Zeke traded a few potions for a live Medusi head. After the journey through the Webway, the group arrived at the shrine world of Ultramar, Laugh Eyes. Transferring to an Ultramarine ship, they spent some effort before finally reaching their destination. Ultramar was engulfed in the flames of war. The power of chaos had tainted this place as well. However, with the defense of the Ultramarines, the situation was still within a controllable range. In a spacious circular hall carved with murals, Zeke met Calgar, the current chapter master of the Ultramarines and Lord of Macragge. Beside him were First Captain Ajaman and Chief Librarian Tigurius. Calgar welcomed the arrival of Archmagos Call's party but was wary of the strange team composed of Eldar Xenos, a living saint, and an Inquisitor. I have come in accordance with the agreement made with the Lord of Ultramar, Archmagos Call said. An agreement with me? Calgar thought back and was certain he had never made any agreement with the Archmagos before him. Not you, Archmagos Call shook his head. To be precise, it was the previous Lord of Ultramar, Rabut Guilliman. Hearing that name, the Ultramarines aimed their guns at this audacious group. The Ultramarines were Astaroths known for their rationality, but topics related to their genefather were a bottom line they could not tolerate being touched. Some matters were simply not open for discussion. Throw these Eldar Xenos and visitors of unknown origin into prison. I can extract their true purpose from their mouths myself. First Captain Ajaman took a step forward. Chief Librarian Tigurius spoke up. 3 days ago, I experienced a vision in the library. The vision indicated that hope would arrive on Macragge. Tigurius gazed at Archmagos Call. Undoubtedly, the hope he spoke of referred to the group before him. I am willing to vouch for them, Tigurius continued. Persuaded by the chief librarian, Calgar hesitated again and again before finally agreeing to let this group enter the Temple of Correction, where the Primarch slumbered. Entering the Temple of Correction, Zeke felt the weight of history. On the massive walls and the ceiling, magnificent statues depicted the past deeds of the father of the Ultramarines. The entire hall radiated a solemn and sacred atmosphere. Seated on the central throne was the Primarch, shrouded in a stasis field. The Emperor's sword was placed beside him. His health bar had 10 HP left, and he had a negative status effect, War Poison. Calgar looked up at his Genefather. Behind his endless worship lay a trace of pain. His Genefather had been silent here for nearly 10,000 years. How much longer would he remain silent? Calgar turned to Magos Call. Now, can you explain this so-called agreement in detail? I have come here to deliver the Armor of Fate, which can save Lord Guilliman. Next goal 700 Power Stones. 96, Chapter 96, Totem of Undying, Beyond Life and Death, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 700 Power Stones. Hearing that their Genefather could be resurrected, all the Ultramarines were startled. However, the next words spoken by Yvraine of the Inari plunged their spirits to rock bottom. Besides the Armor of Fate, to save Guilliman, we must also purge the corrupting poison entangled within him. The power of our Eldar God of Death is perfectly suited to do this, but at the same time, this will also kill Guilliman. After the Eldar Yvraine finished speaking, Cawl continued where she left off. After the poison is purged, with the aid of my Armor of Fate, the deceased Guilliman can be resurrected. Zeke shook his head repeatedly as he listened. This is too unreliable. It's not even as good as my Totem of Undying. As soon as these words came out, Calgar and the Ultramarines he brought with him exploded in an uproar. Are you playing me? Killing him first to save him? Setting aside whether the person you bring back is still the original Guilliman, Calgar would never agree to let the Primarch be killed by a group of Xenos. As long as I draw breath, no Xenos will be allowed near the Primarch. Calgar raised his fist, encased in a power gauntlet. His meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to make a move on his Genefather would have to see if his fist agreed. Hearing the Eldar's plan, Inquisitor Greyfax aimed her gun at the group of Xenos. Humph, I knew it. What good intentions could a bunch of Xenos have? Saint Celestine, however, chose to stand with Cawl. I have 3 strategies. Zeke broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone's gaze shifted to him. Zeke took out a series of items from his backpack, first a bucket of milk, then an enchanted golden apple, and finally a totem of undying. You mean to say you have 3 methods to save our Genefather? Calgar suppressed his anger, thinking this human before him was even less reliable than the Archmagos. The Ultramarines had traversed the galaxy for years, searching for a way to save their Genefather. And suddenly, one day, a human pops up saying, I can save your Genefather, and I have 3 whole methods. Calgar didn't buy it. I indeed have 3 methods, but which one will actually work requires testing. Zeke didn't dare make guarantees, softening his words a little. This is milk, a drink that can clear negative effects, and the enchanted golden apple, a food that can heal injuries. Zeke took out another portion. You can ask Marshal Amalrich, who traveled with us, or have someone test it. At any rate, my methods are surely more reliable than those of the Eldar emissaries, right? That was true. Calgar took the milk and the enchanted golden apple. After speaking with Marshal Amalrich and calling over an Ultramarine to verify it on the spot confirming everything Zeke said was error-free, Calgar tested it himself. He put away Zeke's milk and golden apple and ordered someone to deliver them to Guilliman, who sat within the stasis field. Without deactivating the stasis field, introducing food into the body was achievable. Under the anxious gazes of the Ultramarines, the milk entered Guilliman's body. The skin that had festered from the poison vanished. The Ultramarines couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. A captain standing in the back row whispered in a broken voice, choking back sobs. In front of their Gene Father, they acted like a group of children. Chapter Master Calder tried his best to hide his inner excitement. There's hope. He then proceeded to feed the enchanted golden apple to Guilliman through the same operation. Golden radiance surrounded Guilliman. His health bar was recovering, but he still didn't wake up. The golden apple couldn't heal certain spiritual wounds. It had to be the totem of undying. Seeing that Guilliman didn't wake up, Calder paused. Remembering Zeke's words, he still had a third method. Calder looked at Zeke with desperate eyes. All the Ultramarines looked at Zeke. After witnessing his means, the Ultramarines no longer doubted this human soldier. Zeke picked up the totem of undying. This last method requires killing Guilliman first. The hall fell silent. After going in a circle, they had returned to square one. Calder didn't know how to face Zeke. Anger? But this mortal had just dispelled the poison from his Gene Father. Trust? Perhaps that miraculous food was just a ploy to lower his guard. Misfortune never knocks before entering. Suddenly a boom came from above the hall. Several black legionnaires descended from the sky. Chaos forces had breached the place. Good opportunity. Zeke and Cawl exchanged a glance, realizing this was a godsend. Calder engaged a black legionnaire, his fist punching through the opponent's defenses. His power gauntlet, crackling with arcs of electricity, delivered a heavy blow to the Chaos Terminator's jaw, instantly exploding the traitor's head into a rain of blood. At that moment, movement from beneath Guilliman's throne caught his attention. With just a glance, the chapter master's chest was instantly filled with trembling terror. The stasis field had been deactivated. Zeke was manipulating Guilliman. So heavy, Zeke thought to himself, placing the totem of undying in Guilliman's hand. Simultaneously, Cawl backed away from the auto-reliquary. The device hummed as its dome opened like the petals of some giant carnivorous flower. If anything went wrong with Zeke's plan, the armor of fate would step in immediately. No! Calder forced down his fear and roared. I order you to stop immediately. In the name of the Emperor, Chief Librarian, stop them. Calder's panic became unparalleled as his eyes met the Chief Librarian's. The latter shook his head at him. The Chief Librarian chose to trust the vision he had seen. Meanwhile, Ivrain stepped forward with incredible grace. She raised the sword in her hand high and stabbed toward Guilliman. Zeke didn't want to be the executioner who killed Guilliman. Since Ivrain had the idea, he'd let her do the honors. What have you done? The chapter master roared, despair and fury filling his entire body like flames. No, 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 no. He bellowed, smashing a nearby black legionnaire charging at him into pulp with a single punch. Then, clenching his fists, he turned his back on the traitors who had forced this tragedy. What's done is done. He could only vent his endless rage upon the tide of chaos enemies. Fragments of his final memories cut through him repeatedly. The image of Fulgrim stabbing him fat was not a glorious duel, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. The despicable Fulgrim had exploited the wound left by Corphaeron to inflict a grievous injury upon him, poison invading his body. Although the sons of the Ultramarines tried to save him, it was all in vain. Death, a concept that should have been distant for a Primarch, unstoppably overwhelmed Guilliman. The desperate cries of his sons, the lamentations of the apothecaries, the clamor of the battlefield. Everything was fading away, replaced by an ancient, absolute darkness. He heard the laughter of the Chaos Gods, celebrating the fall of another of the Emperor's masterpieces. Everything, it seemed, had truly ended. Until a speck of golden light appeared. He saw a golden light flash past, a small golden figure before his eyes. Is that you, Father? Father, take me away from here. With conviction, Guilliman reached out his hands toward the spinning golden figure. The totem of undying slipped past his eyes. Crack! A crisp shattering sound. Post-mortal. The first thing Guilliman saw when he opened his eyes was a short human soldier. You're awake. Zeke stepped aside, and Guilliman saw the scene of war, a large group of chaos forces storming into the hall. First, outside is full of chaos forces. I'm afraid there's no time to celebrate right now. With his superhuman intellect, Guilliman immediately understood the situation. Second, the Imperium has fallen into unprecedented darkness during your absence. Zeke counted on his fingers, quickly explaining the current situation to Guilliman. Next goal 800 Power Stones. 97, Chapter 97, Ultramarines, Enchanting is the greatest invention in the world, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 800 Power Stones. 1 second ago, sitting stiffly on the throne was a pale, stagnant corpse of a Primarch. But now, standing here was the Primarch of the 13th Legion, Robert Guilliman, surging with overwhelming vitality from head to toe. Cawl stood beside the armor of fate, looking at the reawakened Guilliman with mixed feelings. Guilliman had been saved by Zeke just like that. Then what did the agreement he had kept for 10,000 years, and all the efforts he had made, amount to? Don't lose heart, Cawl. Everything you did was worth it. Zeke comforted Cawl while his hand sneakily reached toward the armor of fate. Trading a totem of undying for the armor of fate, he made a killing. Of course, the Ultramarines likely thought the same. The totem of undying didn't just hang on to life like the armor of fate would have, it genuinely restored Guilliman to his peak condition. This was a win-win. 10 Dreadclaws smashed through the shattered dome of the sanctuary. Amidst the rolling smoke, the Chaos Drop pods landed safely. Chaos had timed their attack perfectly, deploying almost all their forces at this moment. Chapter Master Calder was surrounded by an overwhelming number of Chaos Warriors. The enemies encircled him, stomping and beating him until the Chapter Master was bruised and swollen, unable to rise from the ground. Guilliman held the Emperor's own sword in one hand, undying flames burning from the hilt to the tip of the blade. Since the armor of fate had been intercepted by Zeke, he could only wear the battered power armor he had on before falling into his coma. At this moment, witnessing Guilliman's rebirth, the entire sanctuary seemed to be under a spell. Although the fires of war were burning across all of Ultramar, the great hall was dead silent, save for the echoes from outside, until an incoherent scream broke the silence. A Kern berserker leaped out from the crowd. Under the shocked gazes of his comrades, this lone warrior jumped into the air, lunging straight at the Primarch. Damn, so brave? In his heart, Zeke gave a thumbs up to this Kern warrior. Guilliman might be known as a statesman, but he was still a Primarch, a genuine demigod. Guilliman moved. The flaming sword drew a blur in mid-air. The berserker was sliced in two at the waist, the two halves thrown to the distant ground by the immense force. The sound of the Chaos Worshipper's corpse hitting the ground broke the spell, and the warriors of the Black Legion charged fearlessly at Guilliman. The demigod stepped forward, meeting them head-on. No one could stop him. More precisely, no one could get close. Everyone present was inspired by the Primarch. Celestine stared at Guilliman's imposing figure. To witness the resurrection of one of the Emperor's own sons would be the greatest moment of her life. She offered her gratitude to the Emperor with immense thanks, grateful for the opportunity to witness this miracle in her lifetime. Those who died in this war would not fall in vain, they would be immortalized as martyrs. Death would no longer be death, but eternal life. The Black Legion was evidently willing to sacrifice every warrior, as long as they could drag Guilliman down with them. However, reality ruthlessly shattered their naive fantasy. The Primarch alone suppressed them in every aspect. With wide, sweeping strikes of the Emperor's sword, the Chaos forces were beaten back step by step. After clearing all Chaos forces in the sanctuary, Guilliman didn't rest for a moment, for a bigger mess awaited him outside. He convened a meeting to discuss how to resist the Chaos forces attacking Ultramar. While the tall people were in a meeting, what was Zeke doing? Outside the sanctuary, Calgar stood with his hands on his hips, staring at Zeke. Are you sure this place is safe enough and won't be breached by Chaos again? Zeke asked Calgar once more. I am sure, Calgar said. Chaos breaking into the temple was purely an accident. Now that they had been driven out by the Gene Father, it was impossible for them to return in the short term. Zeke selected an open space and began sizing up the dimensions for a nether portal. The Gene Father had awakened. Calgar believed that with Guilliman's leadership, expelling all Chaos from Ultramar was only a matter of time. However, this human claimed he had an easier way. Calgar waited to see. Zeke prepared to transfer troops from Cadia to assist Ultramar. Previously, due to the instability of warp travel, sending reinforcements in the Imperium was an incredibly difficult task. With the Nether portal, this would no longer be a problem. How is the construction of your 500 worlds going? Zeke asked Calgar. The 500 worlds of Ultramar, as the name suggested, once contained over 500 prosperous planets. Thanks to Guilliman's extremely high level of governance, the living standards in these 500 worlds were above average. Calgar proudly raised his head and introduced the outstanding achievements of the 500 worlds to Zeke. That's because you haven't seen my camp on Cadia. People there get to eat chicken every single meal. Zeke connected the Nether portal. Through the watery film, Kel stepped out. Assistant to the Lord Castellan of Cadia, Color Sergeant Kel. Kel announced his title. Where is this? The 500 worlds of Ultramar, the homeworld of the Ultramarines. Zeke answered Kel's question. Where is Castellan Creed? He feels he is getting old and his ability falls short of his wishes. He is submitting an agreement to resign as Castellan to the War Council. However, it doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Kel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Creed's reputation was skyrocketing right now, and the War Council was indecisive. That old man actually wants to retire? How can he sleep at his age? I absolutely disagree. Zeke had worked hard to build connections, he couldn't let them vanish just like that. After chatting with Kel about some domestic matters, Zeke stepped aside to give Calgar and Kel a chance to communicate. After a conversation, Calgar felt a bit dizzy. Setting aside why a Cadian color sergeant could come directly to Ultramar. He had heard of the world of Cadia at the last War Council. He heard it had been surrounded by Abaddon's Chaos Army and was about to fall. Yet, from Kel's tone, he heard a completely different story. Iron golems, golden apples, potions, counterattacking the Blackstone fortress, repelling Abaddon in one fell swoop. Could mortal soldiers really achieve all this? I will ask for instructions from the Gene Father later. Calgar decided to discuss this news with Guilliman first. Then, near this Nether portal, Zeke built a camp slightly smaller than the one on Cadia. They say east or west, home is best. If you ask Zeke, nothing was more comfortable than living in a building you built yourself. The mission to save Guilliman was complete. Finally, he could pause for a moment and rest. Dance. Zeke opened his arms to welcome his friend. It was time to climb the enchanting tech tree. Zeke hadn't chosen enchanting before because his equipment was upgraded too quickly, and good enchantments would easily be wasted. Now it was different. With the armor of fate, he could apply the best enchantments. Opening the resident manual, he promoted Dance the Enchanter to level 1, unlocking targeted enchanting. Next goal, 900 power stones. 98, Chapter 98, The Battle for the Strongest Enchantment. Bonus. I didn't think that this book would receive so much support that we would reach top 20. Thanks everyone for the support. This support is what motivates me to continue finding and translating hidden gems such as this. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 900 power stones, by the way, smiley face. Zeke noticed an option in the resident manual that allowed residents to trade with each other. What is this? Zeke checked the box, and the manual displayed, your residents can now trade with each other. To trade, there had to be demand. Zeke thought for a moment. If there is no demand, create it. And what Dance could offer right now was, of course. Zeke looked at Calder's power gauntlet. Hey, do you want a weapon style just like your Gene father's? The topic jump was immense. The image of Guilliman raising the Emperor's sword, wreathed in flames, flashed through Calder's mind. He nodded subconsciously. That's right, Dance, one customer, one order of fire aspect coming up. You got it. Dance took the power gauntlet and applied fire aspect to it on the enchanting table. The experience cost for the enchantment was deducted from Zeke's own XP bar. The power gauntlet shimmered with a colorful glint. Calder put it back on and threw 2 punches. Flames surged forth, tracing a brilliant fire in the air. It's not just a special effect, it will also painfully burn your enemies, Zeke added. Zeke checked Calder's trading bar. Emeralds had been recorded in the resident manual. Finally, he didn't have to go around trading with people one by one. Zeke took a sign, wrote down the available enchantments in order, and began soliciting business. This infinity. An ultramarine walked up and asked, can it be applied to a bolter? An infinite bolter. Zeke shot a questioning look at Dance. Dance took the bolter. The runes of the enchanting table merged into it, and a bolter with infinite ammo that required no reloading was freshly baked. Hot. The ultramarine clicked his tongue in wonder, unable to believe it. A bolter that doesn't need reloading? Am I dreaming? He cradled the bolter like a priceless treasure and began showing it off to his battle brothers. Through word of mouth, more and more ultramarines gathered in front of Dance's stall. At first, they were dismissive, but when they realized that enchanting could enhance a weapon at no cost to themselves, their expressions instantly turned to fanaticism. After the brief war council, Guilliman sat heavily back on his throne, dismissing all attendants and advisors. Guilliman buried his face in his hands, letting out waves of groans. With a sigh of release, the Primarch took off his mask of stoicism and allowed himself to show a trace of sorrow. Even with his superhuman physique, Guilliman showed fatigue when facing a completely unfamiliar era. Too much had happened in these 10,000 years. The Imperium, in particular, had fallen into darkness. Confusion and fear pressed on him so hard he couldn't breathe. Grief and pain made it hard to control himself. Guilliman missed his brothers terribly. If Fukin, the Lord of Drakes, were here, he would surely give him a hug to comfort him. He could no longer suppress his anger. He stepped forward heavily, fixing his accusing gaze on the portrait of the Emperor. Why do I still live? He roared. 10,000 years ago, he had poured his heart and soul into fulfilling the Emperor's dream. Now, humanity's galactic dream was long dead, leaving behind a twisted, gigantic corpse. The reason the Imperium could still survive was merely due to its deep, ancient foundations. There was no hope to speak of. Guilliman was a through-and-through idealist. He had once constructed countless futures in his mind, a bright future where humanity multiplied and thrived in the galaxy. But now, all that was left for him was a rotting Imperium where people struggled just to delay the inevitable. The Primarch turned and walked to the window. He reached out a hand, touching the stained glass through his gauntlet. From below came the chattering shouts of his sons. Full set of protection 4 is the best choice. Does anyone actually choose thorns? Refund. I want a refund. Knockback is a trap. Guilliman's gaze passed through the window, focusing on the gathering of ultramarines below. In the center of them was the human named Zeke, the one who had come with that peculiar squad. Guilliman intended to summon that squad later to speak with them. But what are they doing right now? Guilliman looked on in confusion as an ultramarine raised a chainsword glowing with colorful light and shouted, "Yes, I finally got it. A full 30 tries. 30 tries." Watching the emerald count rising in the resident manual, Zeke felt an inexplicable sense of security. He had no shortage of experience points, he could use them freely. He had even come up with a genius idea: separate targeted enchanting and the random enchanting table. Only after repurchasing 89 times on the random enchanting table filling up the pity system could one use targeted enchanting. TL/N, insert gotcha memes, smiley face. He called it providing a better sense of experience. At the same time, it wasn't just emeralds, the enchanting fee also included local currency from Ultramar. Zeke took Calder's advice. Considering the customers were Ultramarines, a relatively wealthy demography, set the price at an expensive level. Chatter and discussion were everywhere. Scattered on the table were several bolters and pieces of dismantled power armor. Sure enough, once people knew something could be better, they would always lean towards the best. Zeke watched an ultramarine get what could be called a demigod rollchain sword from the random enchanting table. Sharpness 4, knockback 2, unbreaking 3. But when he learned that sharpness went up to V, he painfully continued to throw money in, just to get the most perfect chainsword. Considering that a weapon is the only thing one can rely on in the battlefield, there was no harm in investing money in it. All the ultramarines were getting carried away. The ultramarines began to discuss the choice of enchanting schemes. Regarding ranged weapons like bolters, the consensus was reached unexpectedly fast. These battle-hardened warriors grasped the key points almost instinctively. Infinity is undoubtedly the first choice. An ultramarine lieutenant tapped on a data slate. Infinity ensures the weapon never runs out of ammo. It eliminates the need to reload while reducing logistical pressure to the minimum. Next is power, another ultramarine added, stroking the barrel of a test bolter in his hand. Tests show that the power enchantment significantly increases the warhead's penetration. It's extremely effective against heavy armor units. What about punch? A younger warrior asked. Looking at the data, it seems to produce a strong knockback effect. The ultramarine lieutenant shook his head. Knocking the enemy back too far is actually detrimental to follow-up cleanup with the chainsword. It fits special situations where distance control is needed, but it's not a universal choice. The enchanting philosophy for ranged weapons was clear and unified. Infinity as the core, power V as the edge, and punch as an optional supplement for specific tactics. Zeke nodded secretly. It wasn't too different from the conclusions drawn from his own gaming experience. However, when the topic turned to defensive armor enchantments, the consensus quickly disintegrated, evolving into a heated tactical debate. What is there to argue about? A burly ultramarine veteran patted his thick pauldron. Protection. Of course, it's a full set of protection 4. The data clearly shows it comprehensively reduces all types of damage. The view of a brute. An assault sergeant retorted immediately. Superficial knowledge. Projectile protection, blast protection, fire protection. We should enchant different tactical squads according to the most common threat types. That is how we maximize efficiency. The veteran and the assault sergeant neither would yield to the other. Do you dare to take your enchanted equipment and duel me to see which is the strongest? Why wouldn't I dare? For fairness, we can use flammers, bolters, and heavy stubbers. These 3 weapons correspond to the 3 types of protection. We can use them at will. How about it? The battle for the strongest enchantment. Zeke sat on an anvil, pulled out some fried chicken and fries. The Ultramarines had always been known for strict discipline and abundant manpower. Although the veteran and the assault sergeant were unforgiving with their words, it was mostly a friendly competition to prove which enchantment was more useful on the battlefield. It was an experiment led by example. The chief librarian realized their intent and nodded silently from the side in permission. Please continue donating power stones. Who knows, we could even reach top 10. Top 5? Next goal 1000 power stones. 99, Chapter 99, The Temptation of Slaanesh. 2 Ultramarines were locked in close combat, the clash of blades and the flashes of bolter fire intermingling. The chief librarian stared intently at the two, trying to analyze how this technique called enchanting actually reduced damage. But despite his vast knowledge, he found it difficult to explain the operational mechanism of enchanting. In the end, it could only turn into a sigh of admiration. This must be the Emperor's mighty power. Astounding wisdom. Zeke looked at the chief librarian, having expected the old man to offer a better explanation. After the final duel, the two were still inseparable. The debate over the strongest enchantment remained inconclusive. A weak voice spoke up as a sergeant raised his hand. Am I the only one who thinks Thorns is pretty good? As soon as these words came out, the topic was instantly terminated. Boos erupted from the side. His superior covered his face and waved at him. Forget it, go play somewhere else. Finally, they unified the topic and looked at Dance. Can protection coexist with projectile protection, blast protection, and fire protection? Dance shook his head helplessly. Protection could only coexist with feather falling. Nothing else was possible. The noise of excitement filled the streets again. During the interval while chaos temporarily halted its attack, people discussed enchanting with fervor. The warriors bet that this thing would definitely play a huge role on the battlefield. Some Ultramarines were already gearing up, discussing taking these new weapons to the fortress of Hera in the afternoon to open the eyes of those chaos forces. Guilliman's gaze passed through the window, and the excitement on his sons' faces infected him as well. They were children of this dark age, having seen nothing but hardship in their lives. Yet, despite this, they fought unyieldingly. Guilliman, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to be born in a better era, a golden age filled with hope and triumph. How could he stand still? Hope remains, he said to himself. He would fight until every enemy poisoning the Imperium paid the price for their sins. But before that, Guilliman looked at the Nether portal surrounded by the crowd. Could it be, truly a device similar to the Webway? Guilliman had roughly guessed the usage of that device, but deep down, he dared not believe it. One must know that his father had once put great effort into the Webway, only for the final result to be a failure on the verge of success. The Webway was breached, and demons poured out, attacking the Imperial Palace. That could be counted as a turning point where the Imperium marched toward darkness. To think that after just one sleep, this problem was solved? He decided to summon this human first, beside the Nether portal. Ah, you must be the brave warrior who saved the Primarch. A voice abruptly inserted itself into the discussion. Everyone followed the voice and saw an old man wearing a robe inlaid with gold thread patterns, walking slowly accompanied by 2 guards. His face was kind, and his gray hair was combed meticulously. What? He is the one. Some Ultramarines exclaimed in low voices. The Ultramarines, who were still passionately discussing enchantment choices, turned their heads in unison, focusing their gazes on Zeke. The news of the Gene Father's miraculous awakening had long spread within the fortress, but the specific details remained unknown. Now, the consul's words revealed the answer. This peculiarly dressed human before them was the one who saved the Primarch. Fanaticism and gratitude ignited in the eyes of every Ultramarine. Zeke took a small half-step back. Being stared at by a group of Asteroids with such eyes put him under more than a little pressure. I am. Zeke admitted frankly. The old man bowed slightly, his posture impeccable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the consul of the capital of Macragge. The consul of the capital of Macragge was equivalent to a head of government in the traditional sense. I have come for an exciting plan. I plan to hold a military parade tomorrow, stretching from the Titan's Gate to the fortress of Hera, to celebrate the awakening of the Primarch. His speech quickened. We will take this opportunity to spread the good news of the Primarch's return to every loyal world in the Imperium. Let the galaxy know that the Emperor's sword is unsheathed once more, and the beacon of Ultramar shines again. His words were extremely infectious, even somewhat abnormally so. The surrounding Ultramarines involuntarily puffed out their chests. In the future, when Ultramarines met other chapters, they could proudly say, I have a dad, do you? The old man turned to Zeke at the right moment and patted Zeke on the shoulder. And you, noble savior, I formally invite you to participate in this grand ceremony together. So ostentatious? Zeke looked outside. The chaos artillery fire was still thundering. Choosing to spend a fortune on a parade at this juncture instead of pouring all resources into the war? The old man saw Zeke's skepticism and explained. In these difficult times, nothing is more inspiring than the awakening of the Primarch. People need faith. Then, he extended the final olive branch. When the time comes, I will arrange for you to be near the Primarch. This will be a tremendous honor. The old man tried his best to depict the beautiful glory of a human standing on the same stage as the Genefather. Zeke, however, stared at the name above his health bar. Brother, your name is way too long. Consul of Macragge, spy sent by Fulgrim the Phoenician, son of Slaanesh, the one delivering a birthday gift to Guilliman. And that blinding red dot on the world map. Aside from the pile of green ultramarine dots around, you were the most conspicuous one. I'm not blind. Zeke rolled his eyes. The health bar display had this advantage: no disguise could hide under Zeke's eyes. The old man subconsciously looked up at the space above his head, where there was only the towering domed fresco of the sanctuary. Then, it's settled. The old man suppressed the inexplicable unease in his heart and turned to leave. Zeke then exchanged a few words with Chapter Master Calgar beside him. Calgar's expression became quite colorful. The recent external wars of Macragge had caused him to neglect internal affairs, allowing some chaos forces to infiltrate. Calgar asked Zeke not to make a scene yet. The parade would proceed as normal. This was an opportunity to fish out his accomplices within Macragge. At the same time, an ultramarine delivered the message that Guilliman wanted to meet Zeke. Inside the conference hall sat people familiar to Zeke. Guilliman had already conversed with Archmagos Cawl, Celestine, and Ivrain of the Inari one by one. Zeke asked how their conversations went. All three gave different evaluations of Guilliman, and without exception, they were all positive. Guilliman is excellent enough as a politician. He will create the atmosphere you like, cater to your tastes, and extract your information amidst laughter. So said Archmagos Cawl. Guilliman is indeed a son of the Emperor. His language is humble yet elegant. He expresses solemn gratitude for the contributions made by loyal subjects. The living saint put her palms together. A respectable warrior. Ivrain summarized simply. 100, Chapter 100, Zeke's Temptation. Zeke walked through the door. It was a makeshift office, yet Guilliman maintained his signature style. Aside from a few trinkets not yet cleared away, it was minimalist, devoid of any opulent decorations. Only essential furniture remained to ensure basic functionality. Guilliman stood there, observing Zeke, cross-referencing obtained information to select the rhetoric that would best align with Zeke's mindset. Zeke pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a toy from the desk to fiddle with. It was a miniature model of an ultramarine. Judging by the weight, it was made of metal. Not bad. Zeke stowed it into his backpack. Guilliman's eye twitched. The rhetoric he had just constructed collapsed instantly. In his conception, this human warrior who traveled thousands of miles should be an unadulterated hero. Now, it seemed the situation had changed. Zeke spoke first. About me stealing your morning pajamas, you don't mind, right? Morning pajamas? Guilliman immediately understood Zeke was referring to the armor of fate brought by Cawl. That is what you deserve, Guilliman said. He had asked Cawl if he were resurrected using the armor of fate, he would have to rely on the armor to move, which was equivalent to wearing invisible shackles. Zeke's precious item, however, had solved this problem directly. May I ask? Guilliman looked at the golden apple and enchanted golden apple in Zeke's hand, recalling the totem of undying that led to his resurrection. Why are all these precious items capable of saving countless lives, golden? The color gold always reminded people of certain things. It's just a coincidence. Zeke's answer was within Guilliman's expectations. It seems I overthought it. Guilliman nodded, then pointed to the Nether portal outside the window, asking the question he cared about most. Nether portal, portable webway, call it whatever you like. As you surmised, it is a teleportation gate. Zeke nodded. Guilliman exhaled, forcing himself to remain calm. These are nothing. Zeke pulled a blueprint from his pocket. The blueprint had been in his hand for a long time. It was time to unleash its true potential. The crafting materials for a blueprint were just a piece of paper and blue dye. He had made dozens more and spread them out before Guilliman. Guilliman picked up the leftmost blueprint. His palm was larger than an average person's, so the blueprint looked like a small card in his hand. The blueprint depicted dozens of nether portals of various sizes, with the corresponding materials written beside them. You're smart, you should be able to guess what this is, right? Zeke picked up a small dreadnought model from the table. As he played with it, his hand slipped, and it accidentally fell into his backpack. Guilliman flipped through the blueprints. The next page showed an enchanted golden apple manufacturing plant, again with the corresponding materials listed. Guilliman knew what this was for. Similar to the Mechanicus's STC automated construction templates. You could understand it that way, but if you ask me, this is much more useful than an STC. Zeke looked at Guilliman. The usage of this thing called a blueprint was simple. As long as you had the materials, you could build the corresponding object. Actually, I wanted to promote this long ago. Zeke sighed. The threshold for using this is very low. As long as there are materials, anyone can use it. I could totally print tens of thousands of blueprints and distribute them to every planet. But, Zeke straightened his posture. I once asked Archmagos Cawl if he could share the manufacturing blueprints for a Titan with me. The result was Archmagos Cawl rejected it instantly. Those mechanicus forge worlds capable of building titans, let alone sharing blueprints. If anyone dared to leak even a little relevant information, being executed and having their body destroyed would be considered a good ending. Zeke didn't quite understand them. Shouldn't knowledge and technology be used to solve problems? Give me the Titan blueprints, and as long as there are resources, I can build you a Titan Legion. Perhaps the interests involved were too great, and some people were not happy to see it happen. If he rashly pushed his blueprints, he would surely meet the same fate. The blueprints were not meant for the selfish desires of a few. Zeke pushed aside the blueprints on the table and pointed to the enchanted golden apple manufacturing plant. Take the enchanted golden apple for example. It can raise the dead and regrow flesh on bones. Are you sure some high lords of Terra won't monopolize these things, label them as the Emperor's gift, and decree that only the most pious believers meaning themselves can enjoy them? Guilliman listened to Zeke's words without saying a word. This human was right. After all, during the years of his slumber, they had done such things more than once. If it gets worse, and someone takes the blueprint to chaos, then it would be even more disastrous. Blueprints could be permission locked, but Zeke didn't know if someone granted permission who then fell to chaos could still use them. So, he simply combined the two risks to sound the alarm for Guilliman. Sometimes, a gift given too cheaply is not a good thing. When everything is within easy reach, who will cherish it? His gifts were not cheap street trash. If you want the blueprint, you need both money and the right attitude. Otherwise, no deal. Zeke wanted to trade the blueprints for one thing, the entire planet of Mars, including everything on it. Mars was the headquarters of the Adeptus Mechanicus, crowned with titles like the Temple of Technology and the Vault of Knowledge. Its value was unquestionable. Directly stating this demand would be too outrageous. Zeke was merely guiding Guilliman step by step, waiting for him to jump into the trap. A pity, Zeke shook his head while taking the blueprint from Guilliman's hand. Then, scooping his hands together, he gathered all the blueprints on the table into his arms and put them away. Now, Guilliman was truly anxious. Nether portals, enchanted golden apples, blueprints covering the three major fields of transportation, supply, and construction. This was exactly what this teetering Imperium urgently needed. Guilliman realized the person before him was a collaborator, and he was the one who urgently needed to collaborate. He needed to show sincerity. I, Robert Guilliman, Lord of Ultramar, promise you that what you described will absolutely not happen. Guilliman announced solemnly. The promise of a primarch carried significant weight. Is the Imperium worth saving? This was an extremely difficult question, and Zeke threw it to Guilliman. Guilliman gave his answer. But that wasn't enough. Zeke conversed with Guilliman for a while, outlining some frameworks. The meeting lasted for a long time. With only some details left to discuss, Zeke excused himself first. When only one person remained in the conference room, Guilliman clearly realized he could not limit his vision to Ultramar. He decided that once everything was ready, he would invite Zeke to accompany him to the cradle of humanity, Terra. There, he would show Zeke his greatest sincerity. During the siege of Terra long ago, he had failed to arrive in time. But this time, with a chance to save the Imperium right in front of him, Guilliman was determined to seize it. After a while, the door opened again. Zeke stood outside with a serious face. What happened? Zeke walked up to Guilliman and smiled awkwardly. Forgot some things here. Then he swept all the remaining blueprints on the table back into his possession. Subsequently, Zeke ran off in a flash. In front of the enchanting table, an ultramarine pointed at his helmet. What does this curse of binding mean? Man, seriously, why does web novel has a limit of only 3 power stones per account?
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.